Are we ready? Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Bill Bergman, and I will be chairing this meeting of the Philadelphia Zoning Board of Adjustment. With me is our Board Vice Chair, Tanetta Graham,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
our Board Secretary, Cheryl L. Gaston,
Present, Mr.
our
Chairman.
Board Member, Michael Johns,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
our Board Member, Taya Wynn, who should be here very shortly, and our Board Member, Ryan McAdams.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Also here is our attorney, Hillary Emerson, and also our board administrator, Lakeisha Dandy. Recording of this hearing will be posted on the ZBA website. By participating, you consent to be recorded. There is an in-person meeting with remote capabilities. Whether remote or in person, if you are called to speak, you must state and spell your name, then wait to be sworn in. Once you've been sworn in, please state your name each time before beginning your testimony. Any person may enter their appearance to become an interested party in the case. There are three ways. You can identify the case property address in your Zoom webinar. You can see a staff member, or you can call ZBA appearance line by the close of business tomorrow. Call 267-270-5548. Leave a message that includes your email address and the address of the property of the appeal case. The following guidance is for remote attendees. When directed, you must raise your virtual hand in order to be recognized to speak. If you're called to testify, you'll be prompted to join as a panelist. Please accept the request and turn on your camera. Third, the webinar Q&A is for questions about the hearing. Do not comment on cases in the Q&A. Fourth, if you're participating by phone, press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute. For our in-person attendees, refrain from talking, eating, or drinking during the hearings. Verbal and physical aggression will not be tolerated. Restrooms are across from the elevators. A water fountain is just outside the room to the right. When speaking on the record, you must speak directly into the microphone in order to be heard by all attendees and the court reporter. In the event of emergency, please follow the directions given over the public address system or by the staff. The main exit is through the double doors at the rear of the room. Nearest stairwell is to the left. Sorry about that. Jesus. In the event of emergency, please follow the directions given over the public address system or by the staff. The main exit is through the double doors at the rear of the room. The nearest stairwell is to the left outside the doors. In case of an evacuation, the rally point is at Love Park, directly across Arch Street. Please remain there so we can account for you. 6. Okay, so let's look at today's schedule. Number 3, MI 2024-001-949, 2900 Snyder Avenue. Devin Upta is the attorney. Counsel?
Devin, if you're in the audience, can you please raise your virtual hand? I see no hands, Chair.
Okay, so number 3, MI 2024-001-949, 2900 Snyder Avenue. This case is continued until 5/20/26 at 9:30 a.m. Number 6, MI 2025-000-532, 1710 West Huntington Street. Vladimir Rani is the owner applicant. There's also a request here from Councilmember Young on behalf of all in the family CDC for a continuance. Vladimir.
I see no hands, Chair.
Okay, so number 6, MI 2025-000-532, 1710 West Huntington Street. This case is continued until 5/20/26 at 9:30 a.m. Number 10, MI 2025 004 219 2315 South 22nd Street. This case is continued to 5/20/26 at 9:30 a.m. Okay, and number 15, MI 2025 004372 189 West Duncan Avenue. This case is continued to 5/20/26 at 9:30 a.m. Are there any other requests for continuance?
Yes, Chair, I have a hand up for John Griffin. I'm allowing him to speak.
Okay,
Good morning, Chair. That was my matter that you just handled, so really no need to discuss. I have the date
Okay.
of 5/20.
Yeah,
Sir,
thank you
thank
very
you. May
much.
I be excused?
You can, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
We have another hand up from Vern Anastasio, and I'm going to allow him to speak.
Sure.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the
Morning,
board.
counsel. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Yes, sir. It's Vern Anastasio, Anastasio.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Mr. Anastasio, I was just getting ready to call that we have no exhibits for 2439 West Master Street. Is that your case?
Yes, Mr. Chair. We have a subsequent appeal in the works here, so I'm going to withdraw this particular one.
Okay, you're going to withdraw this case.
Yes, sir. Thank
All
you.
right, so number 4, MI 2024-005756. This case at 2439 Master Street, this case has been withdrawn.
Thank you.
Thank you. Number 2. Yeah, I am. Yeah, but I have one more with no exhibits. Number 2, MI 2022-003-966 5900 Pulaski Avenue. Devin Upta is the attorney. We have no exhibits. This is the 7th listing.
And no hands, Chair.
All right, so MI 2022-003-966 5900 Pulaski Avenue. I vote to dismiss with proviso. We will waive the 2-year rule.
Michael Johns, my vote is to dismiss with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is to dismiss with proviso.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is to dismiss with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is to dismiss with proviso.
Number 5, MI 2025-000-523.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. We do have a hand raised. It may be from a council office. Antoinine Fullard.
Okay.
I believe that may be Councilmember Bass's office.
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning. Can you guys hear and see me?
I don't see you, but we hear you.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. Chair, and also board. Antoinine Fullard, Fullard. I am calling them from Councilwoman Bass's office.
One
we
minute,
did-
1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
What case?
This is for 5900 Pulaski Avenue.
Yeah, so that was the case that I just dismissed.
Okay.
This was the 7th listing. We dismissed the case. The attorney's not here. And what
Okay.
we did is we waived the 2-year ruling if they want to come back.
Okay.
Okay?
Yes.
Thank you very much. All right, so let's go here, number 5, right? Number 5, MI 2025-000-523, 1013 Cottman Avenue. This case has been withdrawn. Number 7, MI 2025-000-544, 1008 Cecil B. Moore Avenue. That case has been withdrawn. And number 9, MI 2025-004-215, 2517 North 26th Street. That case has been withdrawn. We're going to go to our add-on list. Number 1, MI 2025-005-049, 4 Leverington Avenue. I vote no.
Michael Johns, my vote is no.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is no.
Janetta Graham, my vote is no.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is no.
First, right? Number 8, MI 2025-004-212, 1021 Addison Street. Daniel McGranahan is the attorney. Oh,
And he's
the
coming
owner, I'm
back-
sorry. It's a
And he's
pro
coming
se.
back in now as a panelist,
Okay,
Chair.
sure.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
My name is Daniel McGranahan, Daniel, last name McGranahan.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
So this application is for the erection of a balcony and roof deck to be accessed by exterior stairs above existing attached structure accessory to single-family household living. Whereas the proposed balcony encroaches into the 7-foot rear yard depth required in the RSA 5 zoning district and is therefore prohibited. But there is a letter from Washington Square West, unanimous opposition. Our vice chair has a few questions for you, sir.
Good morning. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes.
Okay. And the chair just read your refusal, so do you stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you. You can proceed with your case.
Got it. Well, good morning, members of the board, Mr. Chair. Thank you guys for having me. My name is Daniel McGranahan. I am the property owner of 1021 Addison Street. I do have my architect available in the background, Mr. Justin. I'd like to give you the intro, and he also has additional pictures and a quick slideshow to kind of visually show you if that's okay, Mr. Chair. Long story short, we are here because I have a project of a roof deck that I would like to get, but in order to do that, I need to have access to that roof deck. So we have an existing back patio deck that I would like to legalize, and then also add a spiral staircase, an exterior spiral staircase, in order to access that roof deck, which is why we are here today. It is an RSA 5 single family 2-story property, and it is a private back patio where that deck is located at. Mr. Chair, if I could invite Mr.
Your architect has all and he will testify to the architectural work, et cetera.
Yes, sir.
Okay, why don't we bring him on?
Absolutely.
What's his name?
Mr. Justin Coleman.
Okay,
And he's coming in now, Chair, as a panelist.
thank you. I appreciate it.
Hello, my name is Justin Coleman.
Could you please spell your name for the stenographer?
Yes, it's Justin Coleman, Coleman. I'm an architect.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Mr. Coleman, could you turn your video on?
Yes, if I, oh, here we go. There we are.
Okay. Would you start showing your slides and start your presentation?
Great. Okay, so let me share my screen here. Okay, so Mr. McGranahan's property is at 1021 Addison, as he mentioned already. It's located in this little pocket between 10th and 11th and Pine Street and Lombard. There's just one way in and one way out. It's a little, just a little neighborhood. You can see the context here. There are many roof decks in the area. Mr. McGranigan would also like to add a roof deck, as he mentioned. Currently, we have an existing non-conforming balcony in deck at the second floor level in the back. And as Dan mentioned, wants to add a spiral staircase to get up to a new roof deck on the top. And we're asking for relief because there's such a small property that putting a pilot house structure in there would be not feasible. This is the current balcony as it exists now. Some photos. These photos were also uploaded onto the website. As you can see, many balconies in the background. All the neighbors have roof decks as well. We'd like to spiral staircase to go up here and then land up at a roof deck at the top here. So here's our refusal, which was already read aloud, and I can answer any questions that the board may have. Thank you.
Okay, questions from the board?
How, excuse me, what's the height from the deck to the actual roof that the spiral staircase will be?
It's approximately 10 feet.
Is the, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Sure. Go on, Michael.
Okay. Is the proposed roof deck going to extend across the entire roof?
No, it will conform in the sense that it would be, so let me go back to this exhibit here. It will conform in every other way with a 5-foot setback from the front facade, and it would just be located in in a by right situation. So the deck itself would be by right. We're asking for relief just for this back balcony, the existing balcony and the stair.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Other questions? Questions from our attorney, Hillary Emerson? Question,
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
questions or comments from the virtual or the audience present?
No hands from the virtual audience, Chair.
Planning Commission.
Thank you, Chairman, and good morning. David Fecto, FECTEAU, with the City Planning Commission.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir, I do.
Please proceed.
Thank you, sir. Chairman and board members, the comprehensive plan recommends no change to the RSA 5 residential single-family zoning at this location. The proposed balconies will not impair appropriate use or development of adjacent property. The City Planning Commission recommends the board grant the proposed variance for non-compliant balconies.
Thank you. MI 2025-004-212, 1021 Addison Street. I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
And McAdams, my vote is yes.
Taya Wynn, my vote is yes.
You have your vote, sir. Thank you.
Thank you,
Great.
Mr. Chair.
Sure.
Thank you, board. Thank you.
Okay,
Mr.
thank you very
Chair.
much.
Thank you.
Number 11, MI 2025-004-229, 3500 Academy Road. Neil Sklaroff is the attorney.
And he's coming back in now as a panelist, Chair.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. I'm
Good
trying
morning. Good morning, counsel. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
to Neil Sklaroff, NeilSklaroff.
Do you swear or
Good
affirm
morning,
to
Mr.
tell the
Chairman.
truth, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, sir?
Yes, I do.
Before I give you to our vice chair, I will make note that there's a recommendation of support from Parkwood Civic Association. The vote was 22-1, and there's a letter of support from Council Member O'Neill in the file. Our vice chair has a few questions.
And Mr. Coleman, can you please unshare your screen so that Mr. Sklaroff can share his screen? Thank you.
Thank you. I was wondering what I was doing wrong.
There you go.
Good morning. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
I'd like to enlarge it so there we go. Hopefully, this will now work. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. As I stated, my name is Neil Sklaroff, and I have the honor of representing the School District of Philadelphia this morning. The subject of this application and appeal is an accessory freestanding animated digital sign proposed for the Stephen Decatur Public School at 3500 Academy Road. With me this morning is Dr. Douglas Strobel, principal of the Stephen Decatur School, and Heather Mullen from the Golden Rule Sign Company. If you could elevate Dr. Strobel so that he could testify. What we have shown on the cover page of our exhibits is the front of the school, as well as a rendering of the proposed digital sign. The signage itself is 4 foot by 8 foot for 32 square feet, and I'll get into the refusals in a moment, but I'd like to call on Dr. Strobel to briefly explain the manner in which the school will utilize the messaging capabilities of the sign.
Could we bring the principal in, please?
Yes, I just joined. I hope
Good
everyone
morning,
can hear
sir.
me.
Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer, please?
Yes, of course. My name is Dr. Douglas Strobel, last name Strobel.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please proceed, counsel.
Well, good morning, Mr.
Dr.
Chair and members of the board.
Would you just explain briefly to the board the manner in which you'll be using this sign?
Of course, yes. And thank you everyone for your time. I really appreciate you considering this manner. Our use of the sign, as a public school in the School District of Philadelphia is going to pretty much come down to 3 things that we've highlighted as a team and as a community that we want to use it for. Number 1 is just kind of real-time updates. That's weather, safety, admission, dismissal related. We have a snowy morning and it's a 2-hour delay. It's just another form of communication where we can get those real-time updates out to our parents and families. So we can minimize interruptions to the morning commute in that scenario. We're also looking to use it for parental engagement, calendar updates, upcoming community events, school events. We have a family bingo night coming up in a couple weeks. That would be something that we would be highlighting just to keep things on people's calendars. We all have busy lives, obviously. And then the final thing that we've kind of boiled it down to for usage is just more like public relations and shout outs and letting our community know some of the cool things and exciting things our students are doing at our school, promoting some of the positive school habits that we're looking to promote. And then obviously just kind of that motivational school messaging, some of those things. I hope that answers questions, but obviously I can answer anything else that you have.
All right. Any questions from the board?
Well, Mr. Clariff, why don't we do this? Why don't you finish your presentation, then we'll take questions at one time, okay?
Be glad to do so. Thank you. We are fortunate this morning to have the support of the Parkwood Area Civic Association as well as Councilman Brian O'Neill. And pursuant to Section 14 I ask that my statements be considered as the testimony of the school district. We have submitted 13 exhibits, which we ask be made part of the record of these proceedings.
Okay.
See if we can go through them quickly. We are unable to get a tax certification, but this is from the OPA and shows everything is exempt and therefore no taxes due.
Thank you.
We have a long list of deeds. This is a 31-acre parcel. The school district assembled this parcel over the 20th century, beginning in 1912 and through the 1950s. And so we have submitted the deeds as proof of ownership. We should be through them in just a moment. This is an aerial view of the school. You see the brown roof. The circle is where the sign will go. The school fronts on Academy Road. Academy Road is well trafficked and does have some parallel parking on the far side of the street. We posted the property. You'll see this is a large property of 31 acres. A portion of it is leased to the city of Philadelphia for the Fitzpatrick Playground. Otherwise, it has a small frontage on Byberry Street, but most of it on Academy. And I'm sorry, I don't know why it's going backward. This is the frontage of the school. Across the street from this posting is a portion of Pocessing Creek Park. Here is further down on the frontage across from Medford Road and the view across the street from there. Here's the small section at the end of the property on Byberry Road and showing the houses, the residential section across from that. Here is the refusal. There are basically four areas that the L&I reviewer pointed out. One, that you can have animated signs within 150 feet of a residential district, and I'll show you where that is in a moment. Secondly, we can have an animated sign in an RSD2 zoning district, and we are in that district. Third, the maximum size of a freestanding sign is permitted at 15 feet, and we're proposing 32 square feet. And lastly, the minimum front setback is required to be 35 feet, and we only have 29 feet. We'll go through, we put an appeal in, the project information sheets are included. Here's the site plan, and you'll notice the school here is shown with a white roof, but next to it is that playground, the Fitzpatrick Playground. To the right of that is a CA1 shopping center district, and to the left of this plan, you'll see the RSA4 residential district, and we're within 150 feet of that. Here's a rendering of the sign. Again, it's on a 2-foot pedestal. The sign is 4 feet by 8 feet, and the first 2 feet by 8 feet on the bottom there will be the messaging area, the animated digital sign, and above that will be the name of the school. We have the formal materials that were submitted to L&I showing the schematic of the sign. We have a letter from the sign company. While nits and foot candles don't apply here, this is not a billboard, we are within those limits should that apply. We have my letter to the community announcing the public meeting, and that's followed by the letter from the Parkwood Civic Association, in which they held a public meeting where we gave a presentation, and the vote was 19-1 at the end of that presentation. Our last exhibit is one of 36 certificates of mailing that we used as proof of our service to the community. If you have any other questions, I'd be pleased to answer those. And again, we're asking for zoning relief on the 4 items of noncompliance that I outlined.
Questions from the board?
This illuminated sign, we're talking, there's just the one that's going to be freestanding. It's
Yes,
not going to be the one, we're not doing anything with the one that's already on the building.
No, the ones on the building are letters, but that will not be internally illuminated or digital.
Okay, I have no further questions.
And the digital messaging that will run 24 hours?
Well, we could bring Dr. Strobel back, but it'll probably be no earlier than 6 a.m. And the reason that early, so if you have folks wanting to drop their kids off and it was a snow day, that they'd be alerted to that. And maybe 11 o'clock at night if there's an evening issue, but the school will work with the community if there's if it goes on too long. There's no reason to have it overnight, but they'll work with the community for working out what the hours of operation would be.
Questions from our attorney?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Comments from the audience? Sir, you want to come up? Do we have a person here to testify? Good morning, sir. Could you please pull that microphone, turn it on, and then pull it close to you? Okay, good. There you go. Hi, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Bradley, Anthony Bradley.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
Sir, are you a neighbor?
yes, I am.
All right, please proceed. Please proceed.
Oh, why I'm here is because why I'm here is they were talking about these were supposed to be mailed out, but only 3 of the neighbors got these. That's all, just 3.
Mhm.
And other people, when I went up back and forth and talked to them and rang their doorbells and went over there and talked to them at their house, they said, how come the sign was never told to them? See, nobody knew about this to go over to that meeting over at the Parkwood Civic Association. I was the only person there who said no. And then I had to stand up and I said, who is here from the block, the block where I live on? And they said, nobody. You're the only person from that block. And the guy who's the president of the Civic Association said, you'll have to get more people to object to this.
Okay. You're not in favor of this?
No, I'm not, because there's a sign on the building. I don't know why they just don't take the sign on the building and illuminate that one.
Okay. All right.
Or put this one here that they want on the building itself.
All right. Counsel, do you have any questions?
No. Thank you for the gentleman's comments. The only thing, well, I have a response to it, but I don't have any questions.
Okay, Sheriff, thank you. You were here bright and early. We appreciate you coming down.
Sure.
Is there anyone else in the audience or the virtual audience relative to this case?
It's no hands, Chair.
Planning Commission.
And I'm sorry, we just had a late hand
Sure.
come up. Heather, you have been allowed to speak. You can unmute yourself.
Good morning. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
All right, can you hear me?
I can. Could you please state your name and then spell it for the stenographer?
Yes, my name is Heather Mullen, HeatherMullin.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Are you a neighbor?
No, I'm from the sign company.
All right, please
Mr.
proceed.
Chairman, she's a
Counsel.
consultant to the school district.
Counsel, do you have questions?
Ms. Mullen, did you wish to respond to anything or add anything?
I just wanted to add that although the sign is, close to the roadway, it's there for passersby to be able to see it better. And our signs are fully programmable, so there won't really be any light pollution to affect the residents in the evening time, because our signs will automatically dim to relieve that light pollution.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Anyone else in the audience?
No more hands, Chair.
Planning Commission.
Thank you, Chairman, and good morning. David Fecto, City Planning Commission. Chairman and board members, the comprehensive plan recommends no change to the RSD2 residential single-family zoning at this location. The city rezoned this neighborhood in 2000 in a council-supported map change. The appellant proposes an animated illuminated sign that does not meet the minimum front setback and maximum sign area requirements in the zoning code. Animated illuminated signs are prohibited from residential zoning districts because they distract drivers. The City Planning Commission recommends the board deny the proposed illuminated animation, but grant the proposed variances for sign area and front setback.
Counsel, you have any response?
Mr. Chair, do I have opportunity to respond?
I just say if you want to respond, please.
Oh, yes. As the board knows, in Pennsylvania and much of the eastern United States, we've decided that schools should be put in residential areas in order to allow students and families to be able to walk to school and to be part of the community. However, from a planning point of view, schools have more of an industrial effect upon the community. Here we've asked for a sign that will facilitate getting information out to the community, both for the safety and the knowledge of the community and the school population. This is not a huge sign. It's certainly not a billboard. It's modest in size, and the use of digital technology, which has come very commonplace throughout the city, enhances the ability to communicate with the community. But I point out to the commission and to the board that schools are not passive and do have an effect on the community. And so this sign is within those kinds of effects that City Council would have expected by placing a school in a residential community. Also, it's adjacent to a shopping center and across from a park. Has very little effect. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So MI 2025-004-229-3500 Academy Road. I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
Haya Wynn, my vote is yes.
Thank you, council.
Thank you. That completes my business before the board, and I will be excused.
Certainly. Thank you so much. All right, we're going to move on to number 12. MI 2025-004-249-1507 Spring Garden Street. Zen Jin is the attorney.
And he's coming back in now as a panelist.
Sure.
Good morning.
Good morning, counsel. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Yes, my name is Zhen Jin, Z-H-E-N, last name J-I-N.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you identify your client in relationship to this property?
Yes, my client is Mr. Bing Gao. He's the owner of the property.
And we also have a letter of support from Spring Garden Civic Association and a letter of non-opposition from Council Member Young. Our vice chair has a few questions for you, sir.
Good morning. Have
Good
you
morning.
submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes,
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
Okay, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Thank you. I'm going to share with the board what was previously submitted as exhibits. Can the board see my presentation on their
We
screen?
can, sir.
Thank you.
We have all your documents.
Great, thank you. As indicated, this is an application for use of this particular location as a eating and drinking establishment, sit-down restaurant, and takeout restaurant. This is a property that's zoned RM1, and therefore, due to the RM1 zoning, it was refused for the proposed use. However, this property has a history and unique use of the first floor, which is a previously existing non-conforming use of commercial. In addition, this particular block of Spring Garden has extensive commercial uses neighboring this property as well as on other parts of the block, making this particular use proposal not inconsistent with what is existing in the area and the type of uses that are anticipated in the area. The Spring Garden Civic and my client, myself, had a meeting after which we had further worked out a community agreement with regard to various details relating to how the property would be renovated and maintained for the future purposes. Particularly of interest to the community are items such as facade being maintained in a historical district, making sure that appropriate venting equipment, or actually the minimizing of venting equipment to the outside, and also the HVAC units being properly installed with minimal venting impact to the neighbors. We have worked out the details with the community and therefore have received their support in our proposal. So this is not a large space. This is currently a vacant space the proposal that is being made is to essentially make this into a Japanese style restaurant sushi bar. It is going to have limited seating. We are trying to make sure that we have at least a little more than what's shown here, maybe along the bar here, but it will have limited seating. A portion of the business will be takeout, and a portion of the business would be based on sit down. The menu it's going to be Japanese style, primarily sushi dishes with very little hot food dishes being involved. As you can see, primarily this is going to be a sushi bar with kitchen storage and limited cooking in the back. There is space in the back for storage of trash, and the basement would not be used for anything other than storage relating to the business. There are existing above the commercial unit, there are existing residential units, which also will be renovated, but those are permitted under the zoning code by right. So essentially what we're asking the board to permit is a variance for use of the previously the cash checking commercial space as a eat-in takeout restaurant with a menu serving Japanese food. I'm happy to show the board any other parts of the exhibit, and I believe my client is here to verify my testimony.
Why don't you bring your client on, please?
Sure. Mr. Gao, can you raise your hand virtually to be identified?
And he's coming back in now as a panelist.
Thank you.
Sir, you would just have to unmute yourself.
I think you are unmuted. Can you?
Hi, sir. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
My name is Bing Gao, Bingao.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Counsel?
Thank you. Mr. Gao, did you see my presentation, hear my representations before the zoning board? Did you hear everything I said to the zoning board?
Yes.
Yes. Can you verify what I have said to the zoning board to be true and correct and adopt it as your own testimony?
Yeah, it's
Yes?
true.
It's true. Okay, thank you.
Questions from the board?
Okay, so how many seats are we talking about here?
We have on the plans it's actually about 6 seats. We can go up to maybe 10 total in the available space. And the
what
community
size?
actually would like to see 10 seats.
Okay, excuse me a second. All right, so and what size are we talking about for this?
What type, or I'm sorry,
Size,
of the
square footage.
the space itself, I will put the plans back up for the board.
Mm-hmm.
So the space itself is about 900. I believe there's actual measurements listed here. Storage. 1,081 gross square foot floor area.
Okay. And I think you said that you're going to have limited cooking. Is that what you're?
Right. The primary service would be sushi bar, and that's really the main service. There are some things that will be heated up, which actually goes in sushi rolls, those kind of food, but it's not a full cooking. As you can see, that it's not a full cooking kitchen. It's going to be more a sushi bar style service, focused on cold sushi as well as some hot dishes, hot sushi dishes or related tempuras, little bit of tempura service, those kind of dishes.
Tempura is frying, isn't it?
Yes, yes.
What are we doing about the venting?
It'll be vented. It'll be vented to the outside on the rear portion of the roof of the business.
Ah, okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions?
Yeah, so I see you have a
Oh, sorry.
ADA, I'm sorry, you have a
I'll
ADA,
put that
you
back
can put the plans back up. You have an ADA restroom, but there's steps in the front of the establishment. Is there any plans to build a ramp?
So we are going to have to work with the historical commission on what would be the permitted way to get ADA access at the front.
Okay, and then is the basement also part of the restaurant?
The basement is part of the business, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Questions from our attorney, Hillary Emerson?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience for the current audience here?
Yes, Chair, we have one hand up and I did allow them to speak.
Okay. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is Justino Navarro, JUSTINO NAVARRO, and I'm representing the Spring
Hold
Garden.
on. I know,
Yes,
I know
of
who you are. We
course.
know who you are, sir. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do, sir.
Please proceed.
Thank you for the opportunity to comment today. I wanted to mention that I'm in representation of the Spring Garden Civic Association Zoning Committee, and we in fact met with Attorney Zen Jen and with the property owner and operator. And we have had numerous discussions which were very favorable. They were very cooperative, and it led to the execution of a CBA to the benefit of the community. We are particularly interested and pleased with the commitment that the owner has made to the restoration of the facade of the property to historic standards. The property itself and the use as proposed is consistent with the use of many of these buildings on that particular block. It's zoned residential, but in fact, there are multiple commercial uses on that block, and this use will be consistent with the use in the Spring Garden Historic District of properties on that block. Thereby, we encourage the board to approve the application as submitted today by Attorney Zen Jen. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Mr. Navarro, thank you for your comments. We appreciate it. Anyone else in the audience?
No more hands, Chair.
Planning Commission.
Thank you, Chairman, and good morning. David Fecto with the City Planning Commission. Chairman and board members, the comprehensive plan recommends a change in zoning at this location from RM1 residential multifamily to CMX2 commercial mixed use. Under the proposed zoning, the proposed sit-down restaurant would be allowed by right, and the proposed takeout restaurant would be allowed with a special exception. The City Planning Commission recommends that the board grant a proposed use variance for a takeout and a sit-down restaurant.
Thank you. MI 2025-004-249-1507 Spring Garden Street. I vote yes with proviso. Use limited to first floor and basement.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Taya Nguyen, my vote is yes with proviso.
Thank you,
Thank you.
council. All right. Number 13, MI 2025-004-306-1813 Chandler Street. Jennifer Bizzillo is the attorney. There's recommendation of support from Roanhurst Civic Association. And also there were 15 form letters of support from neighbors, 9 on the immediate block, including 1811 and 1815.
Good morning.
Good morning, council. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Sure. My name is Jennifer Bizitlo. That's B as in boy, A as in apple, Z as in zebra, Y, D as in David, L as in Larry, O as in Oscar.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you identify your client in relationship to the property?
Sure. My client is the property owner, Rossi Diallo.
Okay, and our vice chair has a few questions.
Good morning. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
Okay, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Okay, great. All right. Okay, so like I said, I'm here today representing the property owner who's also the resident of 1813 Chandler. She lives there with her husband and her 4 children who range in age between 8 and 19. So I'm just going to briefly go over our exhibits and we'll come back to the important ones. But we have the refusal, the deed showing ownership. We have tax compliance just showing that this current year is due, but that's not due yet, although the taxes are paid. We have the letter of support from Ron Hurst. As mentioned, the letters of support from near neighbors, including the property owners on both sides, and also one additional property, one more over. So we have that. And zoning map. We'll come back to these aerial views of the property. And then we have some photographs. We'll come back here as well. And our plans. So let's just go back to here and I'll start off. So this is 1813 Chandler Street. This is the front. It backs up to a rear drive aisle. First of all, I just wanted to show too that the property was posted on the front and the back. There's just a drive aisle in the back, but I wanted to make sure, since we're talking about an addition in the rear, that any rear neighbors were also notified. So if we look here, you can see kind of from the top here, the property fronts on Chandler, but there is this rear drive aisle that these properties on this side of the 1800 block of Chandler Street use to access the rear of their property for parking. So let's just go back here. 1813 Chandler is an existing 2-story single-family home. The lot that it's on is approximately 5,500 square feet. So we're dealing with a fairly large parcel. And as I mentioned, there's this rear drive aisle that properties use. You can see here, I'll just show the drive aisle, to access parking in the rear of these properties. Last summer, my client, the homeowner, did in fact construct a carport without the benefits of permits. So I will show you the carport right now. There it is. And when she was issued a violation in April, immediately took action to rectify that issue. She is the homeowner, trusted some people that didn't get the proper permits, and now we're in the process of getting those permits. So she immediately hired an architect and hired me to begin this process. So our proposal is to legalize this existing carport. Obviously, that would require going and getting permits and making sure that everything is built to code. Anything that needed to be changed in order to make it to code would be, the architect would assist with that, as well as contractors. And so that's the bulk of the proposal. There is an addition planned here to this top portion of the rear as part of our application. However, this addition generates no additional refusals. This is a by right addition, but since we were just submitting for the other permits, in order to save cost and time, it was submitted along with the application to permit the carport. So I just want to be clear that this is a by right addition and all refusals were generated by the existing carport. So speaking of which, the carport generated would require 3 variances, and they're all based on the location of the carport. The first is that carports is rear yard size and the location of a carport in a required rear yard. So while we don't have a full structure, this structure does come to the rear property line. So instead of having 15-foot rear yard, at where this carport is, there is a 0-foot rear yard. But notably, with that, again, we have this rear alleyway, which is approximately 15 feet wide. So there is still a distance of 15 feet between the rear property line of this property and the rear property line of the property to the rear. Having that 0-foot rear yard with the carport does not impact ability to fight fires. It does not overcrowd the property to the rear. There's still a good amount of separation between those two properties because of this rear drive aisle. And also, when you look at the block, you can see that there are many other structures, even with, to the rear here, where there's structures right against the rear property line, on the properties to the rear. And also other people have, I'm just going to go here, have, sorry, one second. You can see that people have sheds up to the alleyway. We have garages very close that are within 15 feet of that alleyway. And so you can see here too that this is not uncommon, that these properties are not 15 feet from that rear drive aisle. Also, I'll note that it would be impossible to locate this carport 15 feet from the property line, as this part of the building is only 19 feet. So we would only have 4 feet, which would not be enough to construct a carport. So it would be physically impossible to do that where this driveway is. We would not be able to fit a carport otherwise. The other variance that's necessary is that the addition of the carport, because when you look here on this, is along the property line, it's technically creating a semi-detached home, but it is just the covering of the carport. It's not the actual home. So while that is along the property line, the house is still detached from the other houses next to it. And as mentioned, both neighbors on both sides have signed off as supporting the legalization of this carport. I will note that the property on the left side also has a patio that is directly adjacent to the property line, to my client's property line. It's not something that is uncommon on this block to have these sorts of patios and stuff like that right against the property line. So we did meet with Ron Hurst Civic. Let's see, one second. And we wound up with a letter of support, 4-1. And again, we did, my clients did go and reach out individually to neighbors on the block as well. Most importantly, their neighbors at 1811 and 1815, who are the most affected by any of these variances, as they are the immediately adjacent properties, and they have all signed off in support of legalizing the existing carport. This, as I mentioned, this is the minimum necessary, as there's not room to put a full carport 15 feet to the rear of the property line. This won't increase congestion or any way, as it is in that private rear alley area. And we do still have that 15 feet of space between the property lines. So there's no safety hazard. It's in character with the rest of the block and the community, and is supported by the near neighbors and the community association. So with that,
Why don't you bring your client on?
yes. Rossi, can you raise your hand, please?
Is your client last name begins with
Diallo?
the, okay,
With a D?
yes. And they have been promoted to panelists.
Can you hear me?
Good morning, sir.
Rossi, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hi.
Could you please, could you please, hold on 1 minute. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
My name is Rassidatou Diallo, Rassidatou. Last name.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please proceed, counsel.
Did you hear my testimony here today and believe it to be truthful and accurate?
Yes, I did.
And would you adopt it as your own?
Yeah.
And can you just confirm that you're both the property owner and that you live here with your family?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
So council, just to be sure, the only thing you're talking about is this and not the quasi drawings you showed us of the addition.
Yeah, that's not, the addition is shown on the plans here, but it doesn't generate any of the refusals.
Okay, thank you. Questions from the board? Questions or comments from our attorney, Hillary Emerson?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
No hands, Chair.
Planning Commission.
Thank you, Chairman, and good morning. David Effecto with the City Planning Commission. Chairman and board members, the comprehensive plan recommends no change to the RSA3 residential single-family zoning at this location. The city rezoned this neighborhood in 2012 and a council-supported map change. The appellant requests dimensional changes for a carport that appears to have been built without the benefit of permits. The carport appears to limit the sight lines for back alley driveway access, and the side yard encroachment appears to extend into the neighbor's property line. The City Planning Commission recommends the board deny both the proposed dimensional variances and the use variance for a carport in the rear yard.
Okay, council, you have any response to that?
Sure. My understanding is that this is within their property lines. There are very few cars that are back here. It is just it's not an open street. It is for the neighbor's use. There is only I think to go by this, it's not open at both ends. When you go by their property, there is maybe one or two houses that have access to this alley beyond their property. This top photo in the corner here is where you can see that is the view from where they are pulling out of their car. There is you can see as well as you can see from any of the other garages and driveways that people are pulling out of.
Thank you. MI 2025-004-306, 1813 Chandler Street. I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
Diane Nguyen, my vote is yes.
Thank you, council.
Thank you so much.
Number 14, MI 2025-004-312, 1135 Pierce Street. Sean Whalen is the attorney. Good morning, council. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Sean Whalen, W-H-A-L-E-N.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Could you identify your clients and their relationship to the property?
Certainly. Clarkson Payne and Giselle Torado, husband and wife, are both here today to testify on behalf of them. And they are the owners.
Just for a point, my understanding, this is going to be, we're going to hold this for a corrective refusal?
Yes.
Okay.
My understanding is that the vote will be held, we'll close the hearing
yep,
today and vote will be held for 1 week.
Thank you. Our vice chair has a few questions.
Good morning. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. You can proceed with your case.
Thank you. And just for the record, I do agree with, I've worked with Ms. Emerson and I agree with what the revised refusal will say. So
We all agree with her,
Yeah.
just so you know.
Okay, so 1135 Pierce Street is should see, okay, they're up. So 1135 Pierce Street is an existing two-story single-family house, 23.5 feet tall. It's 4 buildings off of South 12th Street here. This just kind of gives you an idea of, this is right at the intersection of East Passyunk Avenue and South 12th Street. You can see it here with the dot, again, just 4 homes in. This slide and the next slide are just provided to show the indication of there's all sorts of varying heights of the houses and buildings throughout this neighborhood. So this is looking north, and then again looking south, you can see sort of the undulating nature of the neighborhood along with even 1125, sort of very similar idea to what we're proposing here. So again, we are an RSA 5 property. This is a single family use. There's no attempt to change that use, no use refusals. So here we have 1135 Pierce, and this is South 12th, just a stone's throw away. And again, just kind of looking up and down South 12th. Now here we're looking immediately down Pierce. And then this is what is immediately across the street. So it's a single-story garage for this larger property at the corner of South 12th. We have one refusal, which obviously will be increased, and I'll get into that in a second. The refusal is we are seeking to add a third-story addition with a partial fourth-story addition. And in order to do that, there's an 8-foot setback requirement where you have 2-story buildings on either side. And in this instance, sometimes you can do that and still get the benefit of the addition. Here, the lot size is only 646 square feet. There's only approximately just shy of 1,000 square feet of living space. So if the 8-foot setback were met, you would basically take away any ability to use the third floor addition. It would essentially just become like a closet and a staircase up to the 4th floor, which would then also just be a closet and a staircase. So the proposed addition will be 38 feet in height at both frontages. So here's a side view of it. It's 38 feet in height at the rear. The right side is the rear. There is a full built-out rear yard. Part of the desire to do this is that Mr. Payne and Ms. Tirado are hoping to remain in this home that they've fallen in love with for the last 5 years, and they currently live there with Ms. Tirado's sister, and they are unable to grow their family and remain in their home, and so they're seeking to add a 3rd floor. And then the 4th floor is really to give them maximal outdoor space. So again, this property is very undersized. Again, only 646 square feet. It's only 13 by 52. There is in the rear a full 4-foot alleyway between them and the next home in the rear. And so what they're seeking to do is to build out, you can see it here a little bit. This slant is really just for the stairs. Most of the 4th floor will be open area deck or really a walkout balcony from the 4th floor room. That's really to make a living space with an actual outdoor space so that you can have kids use that space. The extra refusal that we're waiting for next week is it was actually noted by one of the RCO board members when we went in front of them. This peak of the roof right in the midpoint is 41 feet. And that is simply driven by needing to pitch this roof to not have a flat roof on the 4th floor. So the ceiling height at the rear of the property is only 8 feet, and it only goes up to 8'10" at that height. So there's not an attempt here to get a height variance so that we get 12-foot ceilings or some kind of decadent room. What you have, and really the way the homeowners tried to set this up, is you have Pierce Street here on the picture on the left. You can see the sight lines. They purposely put the 4th story on the rear of the property, and so it doesn't impact Pierce Street at all. So Pierce Street will only see 31.5 feet in height. We did go in front of the RCO, received 16-0 in favor. One did abstain, although we have no idea why or who abstained. So it was overwhelming support to add this square footage to allow the homeowners to stay in their property. And we do believe that this meets the variance requirements because of the existing nature of the home. It's simply too small for an existing family to continue to live in. There is no detriment to the neighborhood. Obviously, they're maintaining a single family house, hoping to bring their continued growth of a young family there. And they're simply adding outdoor space. And notably, what they did was they went to their immediate neighbors and got their immediate sign off. So not only did they get a 16-0 vote with the RCO, they also went to their immediately adjacent neighbors and made sure that they were okay, both to the left of them, the right of them, and immediately behind them. So with that, I would introduce Ms. Tirado and have her adopt my testimony.
Sure. Hi, could you please state your name? Is your mic on?
It looks on, yes.
Yeah, all right. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Giselle Tirado, last name Tirado.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel?
Ms. Tirado, you're here today as one of the homeowners, correct?
Yes,
And you heard all the presentation I already provided?
yes,
And do you believe it to be true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief?
I do.
And would you adopt it as your own?
I do.
And do you have anything further that hasn't already been said that you believe pertinent for the board to hear?
I believe you've shared it all.
Thank you. And board member, just in case there are specific questions, we do have Anthony Brutiniti, the architect, on.
I guess the question is, what's the rest of the block look like? I saw there was one on the corner that was up to 3 floors. What's the rest of the block look like, Sean?
So I will actually let Anthony describe that. It is, I would say, probably 50 to 60% two-story. And then there are 3-story with some 3 and 4th story on this block on Watkins, which is the block right behind us.
All right. So why don't we, questions from the board?
I would, looking at Google, is more like 90% of 2-story on
Yeah,
this.
I only see 2 that are 3-story that are not at the corner. One on Pierce and one on Watkins. And none of them have the 3rd story at the frontage. They all have it set back behind a roof deck, except for the one on Pierce.
Again, I'd be happy to have Mr. Brutiniti respond to that.
Who's that?
He's the project architect.
Sure, bring him
He's the
on.
one who did kind of
Yeah.
a survey of.
Why don't we bring him on?
And he's coming in now as a panelist.
Sure.
All I would say while we're waiting for him is that, the 3rd story and 4th story are actually allowed. It's just that they would require that 8-foot setback. And
Yeah,
it is,
I understand.
the requirement of the 8-foot setback is actually what's impossible.
Right.
Hi, my name is Anthony Brutiniti.
Good morning, sir. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Yes, my name is Anthony Brutiniti, Bruttanniti.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel?
Mr. Brutiniti, you are here today as the project architect for 1135 Pierce Street, correct?
Yes,
And when you were hired on as the project architect, did you do a neighborhood survey and a site survey to determine, not a formal one in documentation, but to determine that this would be contextual and appropriate in the neighborhood?
yes.
And what did you find as you looked around? Did you find undulating home heights or consistent home height?
There were undulating heights on that block and also the block behind it. Some blocks in the city of Philadelphia have a very consistent height throughout the whole side of the block. Pierce Street did not have that. They have, in fact, there's a house in the middle of the block that has a build-up story that's flushed out to the front. Obviously, the corner properties do because they are allowed to have that 3rd floor, but they do. So this property directly across the street from them that has the view to this property at 1135 Pierce Street is only a 1, 2, and 3-story. Sean, I think you showed a photograph of it. There we go. So you can see that there's a variety of different heights in this area. So we felt that this wasn't a major impact by designing this to the front of the property line.
And Mr. Brutiniti, did you in fact previously bring in front of the board and get approved virtually the same project at another home right in the neighborhood?
I did, yes, approximately about a year ago. It's almost an identical profile to what we did with 1135 Pierce.
Thank you very much. No further questions.
Other questions from the board?
The next door neighbors, was there support from them?
Yes, Board Member John. So if you look at the screen now, 1133 Pierce and 1137 Pierce, both signed in support.
Okay. Questions from our attorney, Hillary Emerson?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
No hands, Chair.
Planning Commission?
Thank you, Chairman, and good morning. David Fecto with the City Planning Commission. Chairman and board members, the comprehensive plan recommends no change to the RSA 5 residential single-family zoning at this location. The city rezoned this neighborhood in 1996 in a council-supported map change. This lot is neither unusually narrow or nor unusually shallow compared to the other house lots on this block face, and most of the homes on the block face have only 2 stories. The appellant has not shown that they would suffer an economic detriment if forced to comply with the dimensional standards in the RSA 5 zoning district. The City Planning Commission recommends the board deny the proposed dimensional variance.
So we're closing the case, right?
Yes.
And you'll come back with a corrective refusal, and then we'll vote. We're not going to give this a date, right, Hillary?
We can vote it next week. The refusal should be ready.
Right, so we'll
by
vote
then,
next
yeah.
week, next Wednesday at 9:30 a.m.
9:30?
Yep.
Thank
Okay,
you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, so we're going to move on with number 1. We're going to take a 5-minute break because this one could be just a little bit longer than what we've had. Maybe, yeah. So we'll be back in 5 minutes, all right?
Yeah.
So MI 2021-004-541, 251 Ripka Street. David Orphanides is the attorney. And we also have Joshua Grimes, who is representing protestants. I'll start with you, Mr. Orphanides. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Certainly. My name is David Orphanides, and my last name is spelled Orphanides.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Mr. Orphanides, could you identify your client in relationship to the property?
Yes, my client is BKN Realty LLC.
Okay. And Mr. Grimes, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Joshua Grimes, G-R-I-M. Is that better? Joshua Grimes, G-R-I-M-E-S.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And could you identify your client?
My client is the Hermitage Place Owners Association and the residents. There are 2 members right behind me.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Orphanides, we do have a letter of opposition from the Manayunk Neighborhood Council, 22 in opposition, 2 in support, 1 abstained, and there's a few other letters from neighbors, okay? Our vice chair has a few questions for you.
Sure. I'm having a little issue with my Adobe right now, so I have to. So yes, I'm listening.
Okay. Good morning. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
I believe they were submitted 5 days in advance. We had a little issue because the file size was so large, so I'm not. I was emailing with Hillary yesterday because I think it came through a little scrambled, but I believe everything was submitted. Yes.
Okay, yep. And she's nodding, yes. And do you have a couple refusals? Do you waive the reading of the refusals and stipulate to their accuracy?
So we have an amended refusal, and there's one refusal regarding front setback, and we question the degree of that refusal, if you will. And unfortunately, my computer just froze. Hold on 1 second.
Well, we see you fine here.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, but my Adobe that had all my exhibits just froze, locked up. Give me 1 second, please.
Sure.
Of course, it's been working fine the whole time during all the other cases, and now all of a sudden it decides to it doesn't want to cooperate. So hold on 1 second, because I've got the spinning beach ball right now.
Mr. Chairman, if he's unable to get it, I believe I have it on my computer, if that would help.
Did you hear that?
What's that?
David?
I said,
Um,
Mr. Rufranites, if you're unable to pull it up, I believe I could on my computer, if that would help.
Who's this?
It's
Your counsel, the
Josh
other
Burns.
counsel.
Yeah. I mean, you have the plans, but you don't have my whole exhibit package. So,
Correct.
I might have to shut this down real quickly and jump back on. I'm sorry. Give me 2 seconds or a couple minutes. Sorry, I have to shut down. Oh wait, let's see what happened just now. See if that worked. Not a great way to start. Yeah. No.
Did he just freeze? Yeah. Okay.
He dropped out to come back in, I believe, Chair.
That's fine. It's as quiet as a church. I mean, it's like we're sitting in a church and nobody's saying a word.
Well, you said this may be a little long. We didn't know this part of it, right?
Yeah, well, maybe we give him a call and see what's going on. We'll give him a call and figure out what's going on.
I'm
We'll give a call and see where he stands.
I would offer to give his presentation for him, but it probably wouldn't be appropriate. I
Maybe
know
not.
his file, the
Maybe not.
application.
Maybe not.
You can see us, I know. I was like, every time I'm like.
You're looking at him over there?
Yeah, it's right there. He literally sits like right behind me. One night when we were here get late, you could tell because we were the only light on the skyline.
Here he comes.
There you go.
Here he comes.
Sorry, I have no idea. That's a first for me.
Okay, Hillary's back. So Mr. Orphanides, just, are you voiced all your questions, Tanetta?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah. Mr. Orphanides, could you give us an idea how long your presentation will be?
It's probably going to be about an hour, hour and a half at least. I think I lost my appraiser. He was on, but he dropped off. So I'm not sure I tried to text him. He did say he had to leave around 11 o'clock.
Well, we really would like to get done your presentation today.
Yeah, I'm going to do
But
everything.
I mean, what I'm saying to you is that, we're probably good to about 12:30.
Okay. All right.
Right.
And again, I probably will be short my appraiser to
Okay.
regarding his.
Why don't we get this started?
Let's get it started. Okay. Okay. So we're here this morning for 251 Ripka Street. There's a picture of the property up on your screen right now. It's a very unique property in that it has a lot of steep slopes, pretty serious steep slopes, as you can see at the front of the property at Ripka Street, and that it then extends up there beyond that, a little much more level beyond the steeper slopes you'll see in the survey plan and the grading plan that we have that'll show that beyond that. There's some unique aspects to it in that there's a development above us, which you can see in the picture right here. I believe Mr. Grimes, council, represents some or all of the owners of those units. There are 8 houses there. They are also on an RSA 5 property like our property. Back in 2018, that property was granted variances to allow for the kind of perpendicular arrangement of those houses, to allow for them all being on one lot, which was a refusal and a variance to put 8 homes there. Originally, I think they applied for 9. So there were a number of refusals, some of which are similar to what we have now. There was also, I think at the time, MNC had stated that they believed that there should have been a refusal for front setback, which you'll hear was something that wasn't originally cited in for our application, but with the amendment of the application, we were able to get that included in the amended notice of refusal. I bring that up because it's interesting that MNC was very opposed to that development project for many of the same reasons that they're opposed for this project, and that project was obviously granted the necessary variances to be built. And now, because of the orientation of that structure, they now look down upon our property rather than looking towards Hermitage, towards Hermitage or towards Ripka. And that's, I think, creating some of their concerns or a lot of their concerns for the buildings that we're looking to construct. The other thing, some other aspects about this property as well is that the city plan shows this property, shows Ripka Street going from Wildy Street straight through to Silverwood Street, with Sheldon Street coming in from one side and Fowler Street extending down from the other. And Streets Department also shows something to that effect that you can see right here. And you can see here on the street plan. Now, this document from the Streets Department shows much more what actually exists, which is Ripka Street dead ends. Actually, we initially thought it was at the far end of our property, but it actually dead ends about 3/4 of the way across the front of our property, because then there's a steep hill that goes up, and then Ripka Street picks up again. And this is where 263 is located. And then it drops off again, and Ripka Street ends, drops down to Silverwood, and then Ripka Street picks back up. So it's a very unique street. It's a very unique situation with this street, and here you can see where it ends. And when I show you on the plans, you will see that based upon the surveys that were done, and there was a lot of work that had to be done to try to ascertain exactly where the street ended and relates to our property, so that our plans could reflect that appropriately. But so there are a number of very unique aspects to this property that we'll get into a little bit more. Another aspect of it is that, as you'll see here on the zoning map, this is 251 Ripka Street. On the zoning map, it shows Ripka going through, which it doesn't. And behind us, so right here is the 263 Hermitage houses, the 8 houses that are there. I believe a couple of them look to be, based upon Mr. Grimes' petition and the research that we did, a number of them look to be rental properties right now. The ones, I think, at least 7 and 8 that are closer to where our structures are going to be constructed. But at one time, the properties located behind us, which are 261 and 259, and 251 Ripka, were all one parcel. And at some point in time, they were subdivided. 259 and 261 were subdivided off of 251 Ripka. And essentially what we're looking to do as part of this application is to subdivide 251 Ripka in half lengthwise and create 2 lots that are almost identical in size to the lots that exist at 259 and 261. Our lots are, let me see. Our lots are 20.542 feet in the front and 20.683 feet in the rear. Parcel A, which you'll see is going to be the half that's located closest to Wild Street, is 2,521.72 square feet. And parcel B, which is located closer to 263 Heritage, is 2,518.87 square feet. Meanwhile, 259 is 20 feet, 8 1/8 inch wide, 2,565 square feet. So about 40 square feet more. And 261 is 20 feet, 11 3/4 inches wide, and is 2,529 square feet in size. So the subdivision isn't at issue, that the subdivision itself is by right. The lot sizes are by right. They're still very large lot sizes for RSA 5, where the minimum lot size is either 960 square feet or 1440, depending on where you are in the city of Philadelphia. And so the main issue that we have with this property is, in fact, the steep slopes that created challenges in coming up with the design for the property. Again, the current aerials that we have show 263 and the 8 houses that were built with a number of variances. I do have a copy of my package. I have a copy of the zoning board's archives that include both the notice of refusal, because it wasn't in the zoning archives on Atlas, and we'll go through that in a little bit just to show some of the similarities between the two. Also, it includes MNC's very strong letter of opposition. And in fact, in that case, there was unanimous opposition, where I believe in our case, we had 2 people, 2 board members that didn't vote to oppose it. But you can see right here, and you'll see in some of the drawings that we have, that you have properties located here on Wildy Street, 4683 through 4693 that back up to our property. And then you have 263 that backs up, and then 259 and 261 that back up. You can see in this aerial, and in the ones that follow, across the street from us are 5 homes. I was unable to find the zoning archives from when they were first developed. You'll see in some historic aerial images that I provided that they've been there for quite some time. And if you see the photographs, you see from the architectural style that they've been there for some time. But each of these houses has front-loaded parking, not a garage, but parking in the front yard. And that's important because Ripka Street has a very serious grade from Wild Street heading up to the dead end, and then obviously gets very steep at the hill beyond where it actually stops. And that creates an issue for my clients in the event that the off-street accessory parking that we're looking to include with our proposal, which does not take up any on-street parking, because there's no on-street parking across the street. But there are 2 or 3, as you can see here, spaces on the opposite side from where we're located that I believe are generally utilized by these 5 homes. So to get a little more of a sense of the surroundings, you can take a look at these aerials, and hopefully this will, as we go on, will help you see that how our property is actually very similar and relates to a lot of the development around us, either the existing homes here or the newly developed property at 263 Hermitage. I think I said Heritage, but it's Hermitage. And here's some other aerials where it gives you a little better view of what's going on. And you can see, if you go back,
David, I do think,
Okay. Sure.
I think we understand it. I mean, we showed us now 3 or 4 times.
Okay.
So
So
why don't
the-
we start the presentation?
Sure. And I just want to say the grade of the 263 looms and sits very much higher than our property, and kind of looms over all of the properties on the block here.
Okay.
You get a good sense of here with the aerials that I have. Again, going back in time, I think it's important to note that this property, as you can see here, is highlighted, has been undeveloped and blighted forever. We don't see any records that it's been developed at any time. We feel that makes it a candidate for the Hertzberg case, given the fact that how long that it has been undeveloped, generally overgrown. There was discussions at some of the community group meetings regarding wildlife existing in the overgrowth there. My client has tried to do the best they can to keep it cut down, as you can see in the current pictures that you have here, but it's pretty tough because it's a very large lot and it's hard to access, difficult to access because of the hills. You can't get in with machinery. It all has to be done by hand. But again, the historical images go back all the way back. You can see here that it remains vacant all the way back into the 90s and before. You can see here, even here in 1962 and before in 1942, that the property was vacant with residential development around it, dwellings around it. And the Sanborn maps that I included also show that. And then the street view images that I've also included show that as well and show the overgrowth. And here's a great idea. This shows how steep the hill is at the front of our property before it kind of levels out. I do have photographs of the surrounding area. I think you've gotten a sense of what's going on around the property with the aerials that I showed. Here you can see the end of Ripka Street, the very steep hill where Ripka Street doesn't continue. It picks up at the top. You can see 263 to the side, a car just parked at the end. I'm guessing it's a car owned by one of the people across the street. I'm not positive. And then you can see the parking that's taking place. And you can also see the steep hill as it drops off to Wildy Street here. And then to get a sense, this is the 263 Hermitage property that was developed by variance above us, just to get a sense of that abuts us. And I'm just going to show you real quickly. And this is 259. No, I'm sorry. That's 261 and 259 Hermitage. They're twins, singles, with windows located in close proximity to the buildings to either side, as are the rest of the buildings on that block. Basically twins with very narrow alleys with windows facing each of the properties. Here you have a topo plan, and I'm going to bring Alex Duller on, who's the architect for the project, who's going to explain this in a little more detail. But to give you a sense, and I think we're all pretty familiar with how contours lines work, the closer they are together, the steeper the slope. And you can see here, the front of the property is obviously the steepest of the slopes. And then it gets, the contours get further apart as they go towards the rear of the property, except for in certain spots, in certain individual spots. We had the surveyor create a colored survey plan that you can see here. And what we had them do is to use color to denote grades. And as you may know, with the steep slope provisions in the zoning code, the cutoff is up to 15%. You don't have an issue. Between 15 and 25, there's certain limitations, and then over 25% is when you're not supposed to be building in the steep slope. And you can see right here where you would need a variance. You can see here that darkest of purples is, you can see, is 40% and over, 35 to 40%, 30 to 35%. All of those grades are located at the front of the property. And this is all important. You may say, why am I focusing on the front of the property so much? Because you'll see that our original proposal put the houses back in the flatter part of the property based upon initial meetings with the community group, which I wasn't the attorney at the time, but then subsequent meetings once I was involved with the zoning committee and then with the community group, we've tried to push the building as far forward as we can without getting too far in the steep slopes. But again, we have a steep slope refusal, and our design, you'll see, is trying to keep us as much out of the steep slopes, impacting these steep slopes as little as possible as we can. Whereas what is being proposed by Manayunk, by NMC, is that we push the building all the way to the front into the steepest of slopes, which obviously is worse in terms of the variance that we have for that. But you'll also see creates a financial hardship for the development of the property and other design issues, which we'll get into by pushing it towards the front of the property. But again, with the difference in colors and I'll have Alex Dollar speak to that a little more. You can see, as you know, white is essentially flat, and as you get later in shade, those are lighter grades, lower grades. The green still being at 15%. So these areas are, you know, areas that are still to be considered under the zoning code, but anything between the light green and like the medium blue or the lightest of blue is the 25% and has less restrictions and less limitations than once you get over the 15% and over the 25%. Again, the property is RSA 5, just like the surrounding properties. Our proposed use is used to use each of the two subdivided lots as a single family dwelling. You've seen, if you've read MNC's letter of opposition, which was issued yesterday, you'll see one, and we'll go through that. One of their suggestions is that this extremely large, over 5,000 square foot lot be developed as a detached single family home, which is unlike any of the other properties anywhere around it, number one. But on top of that, we'll discuss financial issues. We have the appraisal report, which talks about that just not being financially viable, even with the property, even with the building further back. We mentioned, I spoke about 259 Hermitage again, and 261 and 263. I've included a lot of the information regarding those properties in the exhibit book, a zoning map showing they're all zoning classified RSA 5, a deed for the property providing the information that I provided regarding the width of 259, 261, and the lot size. The OPA provided me with the lot size information. And then regarding 263, I provided there, that's the only property of the those three abutting properties uphill from us that has a zoning archives. But again, that didn't provide all the information regarding 263's zoning variances. So I did request and pay for a copy of the zoning archives. And I'll get back to that a little later. But again, just to summarize, there were a number of refusals that are similar to what we have here today that you can see, including a use refusal that we don't have in terms of the occupancy of the buildings or the use of the buildings themselves. But there was similarly issues with other dimensional issues. But I'll get back to that a little later. So in terms of the project, the original design, let me back up here. Hold on a second. Seem to have missed something. Wait 1 second. Here we go. Okay. Somehow.
Let's see if we can move this along, please.
Yeah, sure. So I just wanted to pull up the original project. So
Okay, sure.
yeah. And if you give me 1 minute, for some reason, it is not in this exhibit book. So give me 1 second. It was supposed to be there. Just stop my share for a second. Not having a great day, technical wise. Okay. Let's pull that up. Okay. All right. So hopefully you can see my screen now. So the original design here you have here as the building, the proposed building setback, the two proposed buildings setback 51 feet, 1 3/4 inches from Ripka Street. Originally, there's the off-street accessory parking, which is located at the ground floor was to be accessed by a shared drive that comes up the middle of along to either side of the common property line and down the middle of or up the middle of the lot. And you can see right here, it was located at the flatter part of the property, we're not out of the steepest of the slopes. And you can see that here. The ground floor, the lowest level where the parking or garage is located, parking or the cellar is located, is almost completely below grade. And then the first floor was located roughly at the grade at the rear. And then you had 2 floors above that with a walkout deck in the front and a roof deck above.
That was the past plan.
That was the original.
Okay, so why don't
that
we
was
look
the
at the
original plan.
new
And
plan?
then so the there we go. And the original notice of refusal that you can see here had the steep slope refusal, had a height refusal. Measuring height gets measured from average ground level. Given the location of the building of where it was on the property, it was deemed to be 45 feet tall, as it's defined as it's to be measured per the zoning code. And then because the property, the buildings were both attached structures and they're located in RSA 5 zoning district, you're not allowed to have parking accessed from the front. So based upon, we submitted a request for authorization. That request was granted, and we moved the location of the buildings towards closer to the front of the property, edging into the steep slopes. And also, as you'll see in the revised zoning drawings here, rather than disturbing the steep slope in front of both property, we're bringing the shared drive up along parcel A, again in front of the 2 structures where you have the off-street accessory parking. You can see here, and instead of being set back 51 feet from Ripka Street, you can see that we're now set back 36 feet. So we've moved it forward, trying to move it further away from the buildings, giving more buildings that are at 263 Hermitage, not blocking their views. I think as the board well knows, and as counsel for the board knows, people aren't entitled to a view. It's not something that's a basis for a denial of a variance. But we've still tried our best to accommodate them by moving the building forward, which creates some extra cost for us in terms of excavation, but not as much of a cost, which you'll see creates a financial hardship if we were to move the buildings all the way to the front, given how much soil and bedrock actually would have to be removed. We did make a change to the pilot house originally in that original plan. It was a squared off pilot house. We are not building up the roof deck with a deck above that, which, as you know, can be up to 48 inches above the midpoint between the high point and the low point of the roof. It's just on the roof surface, trying to keep the roof deck and the roof deck pilot house as low as possible. We did slope it because the stairs lead down in this direction. I know that counsel, Mr. Grimes, had asked whether or not we had removed the pilot house. That was something we had discussed or that was brought up during the community group meeting. It's not something we've done right now, but we have talked about possibly having an open stairway leading up to the roof deck. And if we're able to do that to eliminate the pilot house, that may help the views for the 263 Hermitage folks as well. But right now, we've at least cut off a corner of it, a large like triangle of it, to try to help with the situation. I mean, other than that, the design is essentially the same as it was before. You have the lower level, which is the cellar and parking for the cars, for the accessory parking, 2 per home. And then you have 3 floors above that with a walkout deck in front and the roof deck above, same as it was beforehand. You see right here the elevations. You can see that the roof decks or balconies at the front, both the first floor that's above grade, fully above grade, and the next floor above, and then the deck above that, and then the deck that's on the top of the roof. Here is a section plan, and I think I'm going to go right to our setback this is important for purposes of the discussion between that we've been having with MNC and with the neighbors, particularly the neighbors above us, regarding the option and the possibility of moving the building to the front of the property. As you can see here again, this is the new current design with the driveway going up on one side. Regardless of how, and we'll talk about this, regardless of how this property gets developed, whether it's, which we show that we can't do, moving it to the front. If we move it to the front, it's going to require retaining walls across Ripka Street, which we haven't been able to get permission from the Streets Department, the City of Philadelphia, to do. By pushing it back, there are additional retaining walls in addition to the retaining wall that exists at 263, was constructed for 263 when that property was developed. That would be located at a couple different spots on the property, and Alex Duller can get into that, but you can see those on the plan here. But what's important is you can see the difference. Here is what we feel based upon, I believe there were 3 or 4 borings that were done on the property. According to Alex, I know that Manayunk felt that in their letter that was an insufficient number of borings and led to some guesswork regarding what exists below the surface of our property. The reality is we did more than typically gets done. I spoke to Alex about that, and he'll confirm that with his testimony, that it's 3 to 4 borings were done here, which is more. And in the end, ultimately, you don't know where everything is going to be below grade, just like you don't know what's behind the wall until you open it up. But based upon our results, this dark area shows what is bedrock, and then this is the grade, and then there's dirt or fill that's above that. So you can see with what we're proposing, that lowest level is almost completely below, it's completely below grade, or almost completely below grade, except for a little bit in the front. And then we're digging out the back so that the ground floor can have access to the rear for a terrace or a patio out back. And there's also going to be a retaining wall there for the slope, that gentler slope that continues towards 259 and 261 Hermitage to the rear of us. You can see here, here's not only does the grade of the property extend upwards generally from Ripka Street, but you can see here that the grade also, and you get the sense of that from the photographs, because the grade increases dramatically from Wild Street up to where Ripka Street dead ends. And you can see that the grade actually cuts across and goes above a portion of parcel B here. And that's going to become an issue when I show you in a second what it looks like to pull the building to the front. So it's important to know both the location of bedrock, how much, you'll see in a second, how much that doesn't need to be removed and allows this project to be viable with the current location pulled forward. Could it be pulled forward a little more? It probably could, before we start getting into dropping off. But Alex can talk about why we stopped it at 36 feet. And then you have the other grade here that cuts across the front that creates a serious design issue. There are figures up here, which I'm going to have Alex speak to in a couple minutes, which talks about the difference in the amount of soil and bedrock and stone that needs to be removed between the two different designs. And again, that's important because based upon the appraisal that was done, because of the extensive amount, the cubic feet of soil and bedrock that has to be removed, stone that has to be removed by moving the property all the way to the front, it makes the project not viable, whether it's for 2 units and definitely not for 1. And here you can see the proposed setback. And here is what MNC had suggested and had requested. And you'll see a little bit about how this looks differently from Ripka Street as well. But as you can see, the ground floor now we're having to dig into, in order to have this level at the ground floor, in order to even enter, you have to remove a lot of soil that you didn't have to remove otherwise. And then you're also going to now have to remove a significant amount of bedrock that you can see here, just to get the building all the way to the front. The other issue is you have to remove, whether it's a garage door or a man door at the front or both, it would be both, you have an issue pulling the building to the front and having access directly at the level of Ripka Street, because half of the front of the ground floor, the lowest level where you would enter the building for parcel B, is completely covered by grade and by bedrock. And you can see here, a little bit of parcel A, but this is the impact that you would have by pulling it forward, the building to pull it forward to the front, as has been requested and suggested. Just to give you a sense of what the different buildings look like here, and I will have Alex go through these in a couple minutes. This is a rendering of what our proposed design would look like in its current with the amendment of the application. You can see 263 still rising above our property here. And then our property looking more of the setback, and a lot of this is optics based upon where you're standing. But you can see it's more in keeping because of digging into the hill at the lowest level for the cellar and the parking. It's more in keeping with what's already existing on Ripka Street, at least on our side of Ripka Street and on Wild Street, and does keep the building still below 263. Meanwhile, you can see here, and there are, again, an extensive amount of retaining walls. Alex will speak to which design there's more retaining wall. I understand that there's more length run of retaining wall, new retaining wall. Again, there's existing retaining wall that 263 built between our property and theirs to support their position higher up the hill to level their lot. But it's more, little higher, is more vertical on our property. But here is the MNC suggestion of pulling it to the front, and this is what it does. This is what it does to the streetscape on Ripka Street. And whether there's garages, I know MNC doesn't feel that there's a hardship in having that warrants having front-loaded parking, having garages. We'll talk to that in a little bit. I mean, number one, you have the grade of having to walk up the steep hill that nobody else has to walk up because everybody across the street has parking. The other issue is that we talked about by pulling forward is that we will have to retain the end of Ripka Street. And we don't right now, as of now, we haven't been able to secure the city's permission or even their consideration of being able to do that. And Alex will talk to why that's necessary. But you can see there's a dramatic difference to the streetscape for Ripka Street between the two proposals. Alex can go through the floor plans real quickly, but you can see parcel B will have a front yard. It will obviously be steep slopes. 263 also has a kind of open, kind of contained front yard like that on Hermitage Street. Here's the ramp that leads up from Ripka Street, the common driveway to access the entry, the garage, cellar area at the ground floor. And then the main living is at the first floor above the ground floor. Again, if you look at we'll show you the sections again, that becomes more difficult to keep the back of this common living area above grade when you get pulled to the front. And I want to keep in mind that we are building at a very small footprint. The amount of occupied area is for RSA 5 for an intermediate lot like this. If it's intermediate, is 75% of the lot area. And what we are at is, I think it's roughly 40. Go here. It's 45.3 for parcel A and for parcel B. So we're building far below what the permissible lot area would be or occupied area would be to buy right on this property, keeping the footprint as small as possible, keeping the amount of excavation as low as possible. And also then, because we're shorter, impacting fewer of the buildings that are abut us either on Wild Street which all of which have a pretty deep rear yard, which I'll show you in a minute, or the properties at 263, which sit considerable height above us. Give me 1 second. Oh yeah, just real quickly back to the floor plans.
Okay.
Okay.
Are you going to bring someone to walk us
Yes.
through all this? Because you
Yeah,
keep talking about somebody named Al. When is that going to happen?
Yeah, it's gonna. I just want to bring them on. I can bring them on right now, and we
Sure.
can go
Why
through
don't we
some
do
of this
that?
thing. And then I'll also bring my
And he'll
client
he'll
on.
talk us and just explain one thing to me. So
Yeah.
it's where you are now, your suggestion,
Yeah.
where the Manny Young group, you showed us where they were. But when
Right.
you said where you were, you said you could move forward a little bit.
And I have to talk to Alex as I looked at that.
You did
section.
say that. Am I correct?
I believe it looks that way, and I will have Alex testify to that.
Okay,
I would like
good.
to have
Thank
Alex
you.
speak to that.
Perfect.
And I may be speaking out of turn as I
Well-
was looking at that, but I think we pulled it as far forward as we can, but we can talk about that.
Okay.
So
I
Alex,
just
why
wanted
don't-
to clear that up. That's all.
Yeah. And Alex, maybe Alex will tell me I don't know what I'm talking about, but I did want
Okay.
to bring that up because by that
I don't
section,
think
I
he'll
did
say
look
that, but go ahead.
So Alex, if he could, Alex Dollar can be promoted to a panelist.
Sure.
Yes, and he's coming back in now as a panelist, Chair.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
My name is Alex Duller, ALEX. D as in David, ULLER.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel?
Okay, thanks. Alex, what's your involvement with this project?
I have been the designer since the beginning of the project.
And when was the beginning of the project?
I believe we started in 2020, end of 2019, but really didn't get moving until like 2020.
Okay, and that's when you got the applications originally submitted into LNI. And I know there's been a delay in getting to this point with the zoning board. Did that have to do with the issues in trying to figure out where Ripka Street, the status of Ripka Street, and where it was situated and ended in relationship to our properties?
So as you stated, we originally presented to the Manayunk Neighborhood Committee with a different attorney. At that meeting, the neighborhood committee brought up a number of concerns that we weren't prepared to really answer. So then we wound up having to, hire civil engineers, geotechnical engineers. Normally for zoning, we wouldn't have done geotechnical reports, but as David stated, we wound up hiring a geotechnical engineer. We did multiple borings across the site. Normally, if this was a flat lot, located more towards Center City, chances are they would have done a single boring for both sites, but we did multiple borings across the site to get a better idea of bedrock, because the neighborhood rightfully kind of brought up that bedrock would become a concern. And basically lots and lots of back and forth that literally took, I think, about 18 months to really get a good sense of things. We incorporated David into the overall design team, and then started to kind of proceed and figure out when we could finally meet with Manayunk again and start getting some of these questions and whatnot. So in between those, from the first design to the second design, we did try to incorporate some of the concerns. As we said, I think originally we blocked 4 houses of the neighbors, or affected 4 or 5 of the Hermitage houses, because we were located further back. 1, 2, 3, we would have affected 4 of them. By moving the building forward, we reduced this down to 3 homes that were more immediately affected. And we also then learned, where the street ended, which caused us to need to move the driveway from being kind of a common driveway to being located onto one portion of the site. This was a benefit not only because we affect less steep slopes, but also, like it is feasible, whereas our original design really wasn't feasible because, as David's clearly pointed out, Ripka Street ends, in the middle of our site. And so we've kind of gone through and tried to amend the drawings. We also lowered the height of the buildings and eliminated the height refusal, and basically did our best to create a feasible design that could be built and also take in as many concerns of the neighborhood as we could, and basically create a comprehensive design.
So Alex, as you moved the building forward, you were able to eliminate the height refusal that was issued with the original notice of refusal, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And that has to do, can you explain, well, that has to do, how was that accomplished? I mean, did you reduce the height of the actual physical structure a little bit, but also it had to do with the grades on the property as well, correct?
Yes. So originally we were building more on top of the hill and excavating less of the site. By moving it forward, we lowered a couple of the ceiling heights, I believe, over the course of the design. And then we also decided to kind of put the building a little bit more into the ground, thus reducing, I think, the overall length of the driveway. And another thing we kind of did was we're proposing kind of building the first floor, second floor, like out over top of kind of the turning area for the driveway, whereas in the first plan, the houses kind of started where the parking started. So we got a little bit more creative with the design, which may increase cost of building the house, but ultimately will, we thought it was a positive benefit for everyone.
One of the things we were looking at was this drawing, which is at F7 of the exhibits, of my exhibits. And one of the things I had mentioned, which the chairman astutely picked up on, was that it looks like the level portion that we're locating on, riding the building on with the current design, it looks like there's a little bit of space that can kind of largely level. It starts to go down a little bit, but before it drops off significantly, both gets into the steepest of slopes. Is there a reason why that's not pulled forward any further?
It has to do with like the requirements for a car's turning radius. And ultimately, like we aren't able to drive in and out of the site, so we need to be able to do a K-turn. And essentially, like the driveway length needs to be a certain length so that you don't bottom out your car as you go in and out of the driveway. So based on the approximate change of height on the site, our driveway length had to be a minimum size, and then we need 22 foot of clear area to be able to make a K-turn. And that ultimately kind of set where the parking was able to be located, and ultimately in some ways set where the building wound up.
How many more feet is that? I mean, to move it forward? I mean, does that a couple feet, 3 feet, 4 feet? That we're looking this area right here,
where we think, like where you're kind of pointing out with bedrock, that's probably more like 8 feet would be my guess, 8 to 10.
Right.
But that's a significant amount. Like where bedrock wouldn't be an issue, but ultimately trying to turn a car and be able to enter the house with the staircase and those kind of things become greatly affected and would require significant redesign.
Okay. But that would pull the proposed buildings a little further forward so that they're maybe not still blocking the third building from the end, but not blocking it as much, correct?
Potentially.
Yeah.
Potentially.
All right. But you know,
But
and I can hear John Hunter chomping at the bit right now to talk about how parking is driving some of the design here. But you heard my statements that I made to the board regarding there being no on-street parking on our side of the block. There being parking on 3 spots on the opposite side of the block, but they appear to be used by the people that live across the street that also have their own front-loaded parking, correct?
Yeah. There are 3 parking spaces, like legal parking spaces, opposite our site. Basically, in discussions with the owners and whatnot, we kind of felt like these homes most likely would need, you know, kind of the ability to have like kind of 2-car parking. You know, most people and with the house, you know, of roughly this size would have 2 cars. We believe, you know, and there aren't 4 parking spaces currently located on the street. So the owner kind of considered parking as being a major hardship to developing this site because, you know, once again, you know, the steep slope of Manayunk basically comes into play. So, you know, our site is roughly 100 feet from Wild Street. So you would have to walk at minimum kind of 100 feet just to get to our site. You would have to walk approximately, you cover 12 feet up to get to a living level because anything below kind of that 12 feet of the site would be below grade. So you're going up a story to essentially get to your living levels. And on top of that, Ripka Street itself has a significant hill. So if you had to park down on Wild Street, you could easily be covering 200 feet of distance, you know, having to unload your car of multiple loads of groceries or anything, you know, your kids, all of it. And so we really, ultimately the owner thought, and we also believe, like, you know, the appraisal also says parking really is key to making this project viable.
Yeah, and we'll talk about that in a little bit. In terms of somebody, let's say somebody were to drive up, and listen, you're probably describing a situation that, you know, honestly exists for most people in Manayunk or in Roxborough, you know, Lower Roxborough, that don't have off-street parking. 263, they each have 2-car parking, I believe, correct?
Hermitage?
Yeah, Hermitage. I keep saying Meritage. Hermitage.
I'll be honest, I'm not 100% sure, but each home does have parking, so they at least have 1-car parking.
But in terms of if somebody were to drive there, let's say houses were to be developed here without off-street parking, they would pull up. Let's say they would pull up, stop legally. And now, granted, it's a dead end, but they would pull up in front of their houses. Now, how would they be able to unload, let's say, children, groceries, whatever it might be, just like anybody else might do anywhere else in Manayunk, you know, or anywhere else in Center City, like I do, and we all do. We pull up and put our flashers on and run our stuff in and run it out. Now, here, there's not as much of a rush because you're not going to have much, if any, traffic behind you because Ripka doesn't go through. But what would happen? How would you get back down? How would you get back down after stopping in front of your house to unload because you don't have off-street parking like the houses across the street have?
Well, your options would be to either back all the way back down and then try to back into Wild Street, or utilize one of your neighbors' driveways to perform a K-turn. And I doubt highly any of the neighbors really would want us, you know, utilizing their driveways to turn around our cars. But
and Alex, they park in their driveways that you called. They're actually their parking spaces, correct?
Yes. So
they don't have a driveway, then a parking space. It's It's you come in off the street and you park.
Yes,
Then
yes.
you're
So
talking about you would need to utilize their parking space in the event so a car wasn't parking there.
yeah, well, that's one of the issues is Ripka Street doesn't have a cul-de-sac. When you get to the top of the hill, after the break on Ripka Street, they developed a handful of new homes at the top of the hill, and part of that design included the incorporation of a cul-de-sac at the end of the street. I think essentially just for this exact reason. But to incorporate a cul-de-sac here, you have to excavate, a 25-foot high hill and ultimately retain that hill.
Yeah. And members of Mr. Chairman, members of the boards, I do have photographs of that cul-de-sac at the top, but I'm not going to go there now. But if you wanted to review them, you could see them showing how they dealt with the issue of Ripka Street above at the top of the hill.
Sure.
Now, Alex, one of the things, so we have this is our design, and again, we have here's MNC's design or proposal, which again, can you just explain a little bit more about how bedrock comes into play with this design and also the grade across?
David, I think you explained it pretty well, but if you want him to follow up, that's fine. But I don't think he needs to do a lengthy display. You spent a great deal of time talking about that.
So can you, Alex, maybe I'll have him actually get into the actual figures, which I was going to leave him to do. So in each of these plans at F7, with what we're proposing, the setback and the design of pulling it all the way forward, there are a number of calculations. And can you tell the board what those calculations are, like in general terms, what they're for? Sure. And also then what the numbers are.
And David, this testimony is to say that you don't want to do what Manny Young told you to do. Is that what you're saying?
Well, it's not that we don't want to. It's that we
don't want to, you can't do, right? Either one.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Listen, we would love that, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I think you know me well enough. If a deal can be worked out and I can come in here with support, which I normally do.
Yeah. Why don't we let Alex tell us in a short term about this, please, Alex?
Okay. So basically, if we move so in our proposed scheme, we believe we would be excavating about 20 cubic square feet of bedrock. All right. Whereas in the proposed bringing the lot forward, we would have to excavate over like 3,200 square feet or cubic feet of bedrock.
Right.
And the excavation of bedrock is extremely expensive.
Yep.
As compared to, just bringing in an excavator and lifting dirt onto a dump truck. You basically have to have a jackhammer there, jackhammering all day long, and 3,000 square feet of bedrock. And in the Manny Young plan, all we were kind of excavating was roughly about a 22-foot deep portion of the site, enough to either accommodate a car or one room in that area, along with kind of a staircase that would ultimately be able to access the upper floors. Because in that proposal, that entire portion is essentially below grade on our site. And so that room is essentially just an entry vestibule and/or garage, because it really isn't a viable space. It's not like we're excavating the entire length of the building and over exaggerating, that bedrock number. It's basically based upon kind of the minimus that we thought we would be able to, what would be required to be able to build a home.
Thank you.
In that location.
And Alex, what I'm circling right now is what you're talking about. That's the amount of space that you're roughly, with the calculations that are included with this exhibit in terms of the removal of bedrock, that's the area that you're talking about. Then to the rear of that, where you see the footer at the rear, that is undeveloped and unoccupied or uninhabitable space.
Unexcavated, Yeah, that would be an unexcavated portion. So you don't have any cellar. In our proposed scheme, our cellar is basically, once again, kind of an entry vestibule area along with parking. Like we're excavating basically to provide parking.
So, and it also serves for storage as well, correct?
Yeah, the entry vestibule. Yeah, the entry area has some storage for coats, shoes, and entry into the building.
And
if we went back through the full plans, I could, further explain that.
Right.
But I don't know. I don't know if we have time to do that.
So real quickly, in terms of these numbers, where did these numbers come from?
Well, it's based on the estimation and location of bedrock per the geotech reports. That's kind of how we got the black area. And then basically, doing a cubic calculation, length, width, and height of the areas to be able to get a rough estimate. And as David said, you don't know what is exactly under that site until you start digging. But this is a conservative estimate. Bedrock may extend all the way out to the street, and that may be why the street ultimately ends where it ends. We don't know, and honestly won't know until we start digging.
Okay.
And then in terms of you mentioned the properties to either side. You prepared this plan that showed the turning radiuses on Ripka Street of being a little bit tighter for the properties coming in and out across the street. Obviously, your zoning plan has the appropriate AASHTO turn in and out of the common driveway, correct?
Yes, that's shown on our zoning plan, and that was approved by the streets department.
And in terms of our building, this plan that you prepared has some dimensions on it. We're allowed by right to have our building. I know that MNC would like us to set our building back from the side property lines and do a single family dwelling. If we were to set it back from the side property lines, how far would the building have to be set back?
I believe zoning code is it 8 feet? 5 or 8 feet is the side yard requirement.
Okay. For RSA 5?
I believe so.
Okay.
I think
And
you further.
Right. So there's a minimum. It can't be a foot or 2 foot. It has to be.
Yeah,
we would be at least 5 feet.
We would have a side yard refusal, and that would honestly increase the cost of the homes on top of everything, because regardless of if we build against the property line or kind of set it in from the property line, we need to do a retaining wall, much like Hermitage did. Hermitage has a retaining wall that varies from 4 feet, 5 feet high to, 6 to 8 feet high as it goes across the site. And we would need a retaining wall to basically hold our site in place. And then we would need a foundation wall set in from there to actually support the home. By making it built out to the property line, we are able to basically utilize the retaining wall also as a foundation wall, and it reduces costs, and as a whole, is a safer, better design.
Right.
And these lines to either side that I'm showing here right now, that the structure abutting the wild properties, those are the retaining walls that would still have to be erected with the design that we're proposing, correct?
Yes.
And then you're saying if we moved it forward, then you would still have a retaining wall that would need to extend to the rear of the building approximately to the same depth of where it is right now. So basically you would take the retaining wall that's in the front and it would now go to the back.
Yes.
Correct.
Yes. So, and if we move it even further front, we may have some minor retaining walls, 18 to 30 inches high in the rear yard to kind of, create a walkout patio. The further we move forward, the more the first living floor sinks into the ground. So then you're kind of having to retain and create a walkout there. So we either need to step up into the backyard or kind of excavate part of things to be able to, utilize kind of a patio area off the back.
And then in this drawing, you've provided the setbacks, proximate setbacks. I'm pretty precise, actually. It's down to 1/4 of an inch for this building between our structure, our side property line, and the rear of the existing structures on Wild Street, as well as the Hermitage properties at 263, correct?
Yes, those are approximate. We measured, using Google Earth and Microsoft and using aerial photos, but they should be accurate within a foot.
Yeah, and the distance. So it looks like the distance from the 4 wild properties that are located closest to Ripka Street are about 42 feet, a little over 42 feet. And then the 2 that are located a little further away towards Hermitage are 31 feet, 9 inches, give or take a foot, like you said. So they're a considerable distance away. The existing structures are a considerable distance away from our property. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then Hermitage looks like it's only 8.5 feet, or you show 8 feet 7 3/4, but 8-9 feet away from our property.
Yes, and that could be further confirmed probably from the zoning drawings, what they were supposed to be. In actuality, that, like I said, that was kind of what Google was telling us.
And then let me ask you, I brought up earlier about the fact that we're only occupying, I think, 43 or 46% of the lot. You could, now that you're up in, the back of the building is at the more level area. I mean, there's no reason, well, there is a reason, obviously. You want trying to minimize the footprint as much as possible so that it impacts 263 as little as possible, correct? But you could make this building could be deeper and longer, either towards the front if you wanted to get into the bedrock, or towards the rear. Is that correct?
Yes, and just so that the board kind of understands, if we did occupy 75% of the lot, essentially we could take these single family homes all the way to Ripka Street. And the rear of the house would be approximately where it's shown right now. And that would be about 75% coverage.
And then, because right now, but you would still have to keep the back, or you would extend the back of the building. That has to be 9 feet away from the rear property line, correct?
Yeah, but I'm just saying, if we went close, if we covered 75% of the lot, it would put the rear of our building approximately where it is right now, once again within about a foot.
But right now, the distance between the back of the building and the rear property line, what is that? Am I correct in 27 feet?
Yeah, 27 feet from the second floor. The first, livable floor is about 30 feet from the rear property line.
But let's say at 20.
Hold it, David, let me ask you a question. How much longer are you going to use, Alex?
Probably about another 10 minutes, 5 minutes maybe. I want him to go through MNC's letter.
Yeah, okay, please, but we got to move a little bit. I mean,
sure, I understand. I just, as with an attorney involved, and I have to make a record.
I understand, but I just think we're repeating some things, and I think I don't want to be there.
I'm trying to avoid that as much as possible. So just one quick last point on this question, Alex. At 27 feet, not to state the obvious, 27 1 3/4, the building could extend back extend back approximately 18 feet, correct? And still maintain the rear yard depth.
Yes.
But we've chosen to kind of make the building more compact, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. All right. Now, in terms of MNC's letter, because I know you read it last night and you had some thoughts about it, and from your design architectural standpoint, I have it up on the screen right now. If you wouldn't mind, can you provide your response, your professional architectural response to some of the comments that appear in MNC's letter?
All right, so the first one, steep slope encountered on this site impacts not only the area within this lot, but also adjacent lots such as undeveloped section of Ripka Street to the northeast. I mean, it's Manayunk. Steep slope is a consideration pretty much across Manayunk. I'm not exactly sure why that doesn't justify things.
Well, I think Alex, I think the point there is that I think they're trying to state that this property is no different than the other properties. But wouldn't you agree that 259 and 261 and 263 are much flatter than our property is? Our property has a lot more steep slopes and is a lot hillier on the property.
Yes, and basically the hills, where the hill is located on our site, is creating the hardship. Like that, if the hill was at the rear of the site, we easily would be building, a house much more to their likings if the front portion of the site was flat and able to be built on. But it's the rear of our site that is flat and more able to be built on.
But wouldn't you agree? Would you agree? And you've been out to the property, you've looked at the property surrounding this property. Wouldn't you say the steep slopes that this property has greater steep slopes than the properties that surround it? Forget about all around Manayunk or Lower Roxborough, Upper Roxborough, but the properties that surround it, because of where it's located with the topography, like how it just it rises at the end of Ripka Street.
Our site has these extreme, approximately a 12-foot grade change at the front of the site. I mean, the steep slopes are essentially why Ripka Street dead ends. And even, as you pointed out, is shown as open on the city plan. But essentially, they quit excavating Ripka Street because I think retaining walls became an issue. All of the steep slopes create a hardship at the front of our site that we really tried to do our best to mitigate by, basically excavating only half of the steep slope, creating a front yard that does not affect the steep slope, does not affect the hill, does not affect the street location, all of that, and, basically to the minimus that we could.
All right. So the next point, any development should be positioned at the front of the lot with 0-foot setback, complying with the requirements of the RSA 5 zoning district and minimizing the area of disturbance with the smallest footprint possible. I mean, once again, 263 was granted dimensional variances over MMC's objections, mind you. The properties up the hill on Ripka Street above don't have 0-foot setbacks. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, they're set back approximately 11 feet at the minimum.
Okay.
Up on the top of Ripka Street.
And then the properties
where they put the cul-de-sac. And if you include the cul-de-sac that was required, I think they're set back closer to 20 feet.
Okay. And the properties across the street from us don't have 0 setback either because they park their cars in the front, correct?
Yes, they're also obviously set back close to 20, 25 feet.
And they talk about minimizing the area of disturbance.
Are we still on we're still on the development one?
Yeah.
And you got to go through all these.
I would like to.
The point is, David, you were asking him questions, but you give us a play-by-play, then you asked him to say the same thing. I'm losing track of it.
I didn't get into any.
Well, let's move on, please.
I think the development, we basically, once again, that issue that they bring up, I think we've really highlighted once again with the location of the hill and all of the sloping that, what they're saying essentially is, the opposite of what the purpose of the steep slope ordinance is, where they say you don't build on the steep slope. MNC is basically saying, eliminate all of the steep slope, excavate bedrock, do everything you have to do, and ignore the ordinance. So that one doesn't completely make sense. I think from an architectural standpoint, there's a reason we set things back to ultimately, fall more in line with the zoning code.
And your footprint, as we stated, is already pretty small compared to what it could be. Correct?
It is.
Okay. And then moving on to the next point in terms of height, the zoning code defines height how it defines height, and we now comply. Your current design now complies as height is measured, and under the zoning code, the height of the building is now compliant. In fact, it's actually below the maximum permitted height. Isn't that correct?
Yes, we are at 36 feet and we're allowed 38 feet.
Okay.
But so the third, so if they asked, if we did move the building once again to the front of the site, I think architecturally and, you know, neighborhood impact from the street, we would be 46 feet from the sidewalk high. Whereas right now, essentially, when we are setting back, you know, that reduces the sight lines, it reduces the impact on the street. It ultimately doesn't shade the street. It doesn't shade the neighbors across the street. It reduces that impact. So although we could move a house once again to the front of the site for all the bedrock reasons and all of that, the visual impact, architectural impact, aesthetic impact ultimately would be creating that of a 46-foot high building instead of a 38-foot high building.
I'm going to try to move it along. Going on to the fourth point, I think we've already gone through all the reasons why, you know, we feel there's a hardship and a necessity for parking, the hill that comes up, you know, having to back out if you're going to drive your car up, the fact, you know, or use your neighbor, then the people across the street use their parking pads to do a K-turn, the fact that they have parking, all those things. There's also a benefit. There's also a benefit to providing, and those are the hardship issues. But there's also a benefit to providing the parking as well, correct?
Yes, I mean, that gets parking off of the street. It ultimately, you know, like it makes it easier on the future homeowner, makes it easier on the neighbors across the street. I mean, the next point that they bring up, the location of rock on the site, I think I thoroughly explained, you know, with basically no bedrock excavation versus over 3,000 cubic feet of bedrock excavation. The provision, accessory parking, access from the front. Why is it justified? I once again,
David, don't you think he's already covered this?
Alex, we've talked about that.
I think I've covered that. You know, we would hit the walking.
Well, then please move on to the next point if you've covered.
And then the last point of subdividing the lot. Ultimately, they're saying there is no hardship to justify subdividing the lot. The lot as a whole currently is like over 5,000 square feet. Once we subdivide it, we still have lots over 2,500 square feet. If this wasn't in the steep slope, we wouldn't, you know, once again, a subdivision would be completely by right. So, and it's essentially creating identical lots to the ones that we back up to on Hermitage Street. So I think I've gone through everything.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I'd like to call, I don't know if we have much time.
Wait a minute. No, I mean, he's got to be crossed. I mean, what do you mean you're going to call somebody?
I'm sorry.
Right?
I'm trying to get done. Okay, I'm sorry.
Well,
beg your pardon.
counsel, let me, just out of curiosity, I think I'm good for about 12:45, which would give you about 20 minutes with him. Is that, and if not, we're going to have to break.
No, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to guess that I have comments that will take about 10 minutes.
Fine.
And then for full disclosure, I have 2 people from my clients who would like to testify, but have been instructed as to the brevity of this, that this panel prefers.
Why don't you start your cross-examination?
Yeah, well, I have a very brief one.
Go ahead.
For Mr. Gully. I really may just have one question. You've testified several times about the difficulty with cutting into the steep slope at the front of the lot. But what I haven't heard is you saying it can't be done. What I've heard you say is that it's at what you consider prohibitive cost. Is that correct?
Basically, David, I believe, still needs to present the appraisals, but we've had appraisals done that prove that it is financially infeasible to be able to develop a home based upon the amount of excavation, the bedrock excavation, and ultimately
if I may,
make
because
the
I'm
project
trying to
done.
move it along for the panel. I asked you if it couldn't be done or if it's just expensive. I think you just said it's expensive, correct?
It is financially infeasible.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay. Hillary, can we take 2 people out of line, or do we stay with David's?
I don't have an issue taking them.
You don't,
if-
David?
If he
No,
doesn't
no,
have
not
an
at all.
object-
No, not at all.
Okay.
Not at all.
Okay, if he doesn't have an objection, then we can,
Why don't
yeah,
we
we just
bring- why
gotta
don't we
make
bring-
sure we keep track of where we are.
Why don't we bring them all?
Okay, so
right.
you want just my witnesses or would you like me to make my comments? Because I have, as I say, I think about 10 minutes of things I'd like to say and then bring on my witnesses, but it's up to you, Mr. Chair.
But I mean, when your witnesses come on, David's going to cross too. So when I'm saying we're going to run out of time, I mean, I'm at 12:26 now. Why don't you do this? Hillary, you got any suggestions?
So let me just ask, David, what do you have left in your presentation? I assume you have other witnesses that you intend to call.
Yeah, so I have my client regarding his research investigation, his work in calculating the cost for the project, working up the cost both within building in the steep slopes as MNC would like us to do and not. And then obviously we have the appraiser, and then we have an engineer that also needs to speak to the steep slope aspect of things.
We're not going to make it through.
No, I know we're
No,
not.
I understand that. I'm just trying to understand for what we
For
have
future.
left, and then you said you have about 10 minutes and you have 2 witnesses.
They have 2 witnesses and then there may be other witnesses.
Right, there may be public, and we'll have
Yeah,
public
but I mean,
testimony.
I don't think we want all your witnesses until he's done his presentation, right? I mean,
I think are we trying to just save them are they, if they're there, are they there or are they Zoom?
are they here? Why don't you bring them on?
Yeah, we're just
Give
trying
us
to
your
save them
10
the trip
minutes,
back
what it is.
downtown. Yeah.
Yeah,
sorry.
give us your 10 minutes.
Okay. Well, thank you. Let me, do I have to, because I have, and although I will do them quickly, I have a few photos. So I guess I have to get the share screen privilege.
Can you please raise your virtual hand so I can promote you to panelists?
Got it. Of course, I just did that.
Thank
Got it. Okay, perfect. I'm rejoining. Okay. And let me share my screen. There we go. Perfect. Okay. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your taking me in my comments. As I said earlier, my name is Joshua Grimes. I'm attorney for the Hermitage Place Owners Association and its residents at 263 Hermitage Street, which, as you've heard several times, is the property immediately adjacent to 251 Ripka Street. These photos, I just have to minimize, sorry, yes, fine. These photos just show the situation. Another depiction, this is Ripka Street in front of you, taken from the other street. The development's on the left. This is a closer view of the property showing the adjacent homes. You would note the driveway. I would ask you to note the driveways on the right side are certainly not any way comparable to the relief that the applicant is seeking as part of their development for the shared driveway up in a corner to the left. My clients' homes, as you might imagine, are the ones you see up on the hill on the other side of the street. Here's just another view of the situation from the bed of Ripka Street. My client's property's on the right side. Here I'm showing this picture taken from the foot of Ripka Street to show the zero setback, of the immediately adjacent property, which is the Wild Street property, which has no setback. Here is just one more view of that. And then my last picture, this is taken by one of the owners at my client's property at Hermitage Place, showing the site immediately in front of you, and you can see Ripka Street on the left. And this gives you a sense of the light that, as I'm going to be discussed, that would be materially impacted by a 36 to 37 foot development right next door with 10-foot pilot houses on the top. My clients object to the 3 requested variances concerning steep slopes, in particular is the first one, as the grant of that variance is going to directly and adversely impact residents of 263 Hermitage Street. As you know, the zoning code prohibits development on steep slopes of 25% or greater unless the code's requirements for a variance is met. And with respect to my client's properties, the following criteria about steep slopes can't be met. First, that the variance sought by the applicant clearly does not represent the minimum variance that would afford relief and represent the least modification possible of the dimensional regulation at issue. Now, we just heard two things during testimony. One is that they could move the property forward. But the other thing is that they even said that Mr. Orfanides testified and the witness testified that they could move it even 8 feet forward. And that's something that is even their suggestion that might be done. So the variance that they've requested certainly is not the minimum variance that needed, even if this board wanted to grant the steep slope. In addition, the buildings, as has already been discussed, could in fact be moved to the front of the property with 0 setback as the zoning code requires, which I'll discuss in a minute. Doing that could require, depending on how they configure the property, actually less work to build on the steep slopes, less disruption of the steep slopes. And if the development were sited at the front of the driveway, no shared driveway, which would be needed, which was another thing that they're requesting for here. So again, let's remember, a shared driveway involves disruption of the steep slopes. They're not going to just put the driveway on top of that. They have to bore in. And in fact, there was testimony and frankly showing a picture of what this would look like with the shared driveway. And that clearly shows boring into the steep slopes, even at the front, even with the property moved back. And I would just say also, I thought frankly that picture that Mr. Orfanides showed is really stark in what this property would look like, what they're proposing in terms of just your overall consideration of it. I had not seen that before with the retaining walls, but it really is a difference in the way this property would appear. And I would argue disturbance, not necessarily to my clients, but others in the neighborhood. In terms of with the code also requires, going back to steep slopes, that the variance shouldn't substantially or permanently injure the appropriate use of the adjacent conforming property or impair an adequate supply of light or air to adjacent properties. My client's property saw right above. If the variance requested were granted, the immediately adjacent property to the south would have a 36 or 37-foot development with 10-foot pilot houses. They would hover over my client's properties and deprive them of light. Particularly, my clients could testify to this if you like, probably 4 to 5 of their units would be impacted this, as opposed to if the property were all the way with 0 setback, maybe 1 or 2 would be impacted and lose their light and air. So certainly there'd be less damage to my clients and their loss of light would be less because fewer homes would be blocked from light. And again, if they built at the property line, the slopes are lower at that point. So that could also help because the building itself would be lower. Moving on to their second variance request. They propose building the homes with a proposed 36-foot setback instead of complying with the code's requirements for 0 setback to match the front of the closest adjacent lot. I showed you the photo before. This is the closest adjacent lot with 0 setback right next door, and that's section 14701B2 that requires that. The applicant's request for a variance doesn't meet the criteria for a variance, particularly considered independently from the steep slopes. It's a separate variance request because this property could be developed with the building having the same setback as the immediate adjacent property right next door with 0 setback. There's no reason that can't happen, again, except the economic reasons that they've mentioned, which I would put forth are not necessarily appropriate considerations for a variance, and also because it wouldn't allow them to have their shared driveway. But again, I don't believe those are adequate reasons for a variance and a deviation from the zero setback that is right next door. And frankly, except for the properties across the street, 90% of the properties in Manayunk in that area, I think, have a zero setback. Also, as I stated, board, just to restate very quickly, granting a variance for a 36-foot setback would mean a higher building considering the ground level at that point where the 36-foot setback would allow them to build and impeding more light and air to my clients. With respect to the third variance request, concerning the shared driveway, I just discussed that a moment ago. But I would just state and for the record that it's kind of a little bit of a strange request because there's an assumption going on that we must have parking at this property. An RSA 5 zoning district does not require any parking. When the properties across the street at Ripker were built, it was a different zoning code than we have right now. Frankly, when 90% of Manayunk was built, it was a different zoning code. But I'm sure everybody on this panel is familiar with Manayunk. But just in case, many properties in Manayunk have absolutely no parking. New properties, old properties. People bring their groceries in. People run their errands. People get some exercise, maybe they bike, but the point is that there seems to be a supposition here that we need to make accommodations with the shared driveway variance, with the setback variance, with the other things, because we must have parking. But I would argue that if the city does not require parking, and 90% of the neighbors have no parking, that the lack of parking or the lack of easy parking should not be adequate reason to grant a variance for this property, nor should it be reason to allow cutting into citing the property so that you can put a garage in that a car can get to, which isn't needed necessarily, all that cutting into the steep slope if you have no parking, which again isn't required. So in summary, they've asked for 3 variances. Even if this board were inclined to grant some sort of steep slope variance, which frankly, I think my clients would prefer that the board not do, but if the board chose to do that and either allow the property to be developed with zero setback, with less than 36 foot or whatever, arguably the other 2 variances that they're requesting, the zero setback, there's no compelling reason for a variance for that. And also as I just said, for the shared driveway, any relief they need for the shared driveway is also not needed. I would just ask the board again, aside from the legal arguments, to take another look at Mr. Urfaniti's pictures of what this property would do to the immediate area, how it contrasts with anything else in that immediate area. And to me, that's kind of a metaphor, if you will, for why this property, because of variances, doesn't fit. So having said that, I'd like to
Sure. Bring your client on. Bring one of your clients on.
Yes.
Sure.
Thank you. And I apologize if I
Sure.
took a moment more than 10 minutes. Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, could you make sure the mic's on? No. Well, towards
I have to put my glasses on.
Oh, yeah,
That thing
okay.
is-
All right, good.
Mr. Chair, did you swear me in?
I think I did earlier today.
did?
Yeah, I did this morning. Yeah,
Okay,
I
I
did.
just didn't remember.
Hi, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yes, good morning, afternoon. My name is Jennifer Taylor. My last name is spelled Taylor.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Counsel?
Thank you. Ms. Taylor, where do you live?
I live at 263 Hermitage Street, Unit 6.
Okay. Are you an officer in the Hermitage Place Owners Association?
Yes, I am president of the Homeowners Association.
Were you here for all of my testimony and listened to my testimony?
Yes, sir.
Do you believe that it was accurate and truthful to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Okay. Would you adopt my testimony as your own?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. You've heard what I had to say. Is there anything else that you would like to add?
Yes, I would. We're the Hermitage Place Association, but we're part of a community. And as a result, while we've retained counsel to represent our interests, we're also standing here in this space to share the concerns of all our community. And because of that, the officers and members of the community created a petition, and we have 42 abutters within 500 feet of this property that have signed in opposition to this.
Okay.
And I just want to share that with you because it's about all of us. It's not just about Hermitage Place. And our concerns with the light and air have to do with our well-being, our mental health, and our productivity. And to step out onto our patios that would abut this property, we would be staring up at 3 feet of building, not the beautiful sunrise we saw over 76, or our ability to check what the traffic is on 76 before we head to work, and all of those things that Mr. Grimes has said. We are concerned about damage to our properties from excavation for our foundations and water seepage, and we are concerned about our neighbors down the slope even more for that same reason.
Okay. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. Before you go away, I would like, if I just may introduce, we do have a petition. She referenced it, so I'd like to.
Sure, why don't you, we'll make
Yes,
that part of
I'm
it.
trying to get it on my screen. I may have to, here it is. I'm sorry. Oh, I stopped screen sharing. Let me try one more time. I'm just getting it up here.
And obviously, Mr. Grimes provided me while I was looking, provided me with a copy last night, and I object to it.
Okay, well, we will take the copy from him and we'll make
thank
it
you.
part of the
I
thing.
don't know.
And we
Yeah,
will
there-
note, David, we will note your objections.
Yeah, there are a number of things about it. I mean, I could point out now or point out later, but
Well, you can maybe when we summarize at the end of the case. you
okay, that's fine.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Are we
Thank
we
you.
okay?
I have one more. Yeah, I'm.
All right, one more witness. Go ahead.
Can I ask Ms. Taylor one question?
Sure, you can.
Do you reside with is it Jonathan Phillips?
Yes.
Okay, all right, and you're aware that he has called me, well, not recently, but more so a year or so ago or longer, a couple of times about inquiring about buying this property.
Yes, I've been in love with this man since I was 12, so I know everything about him.
Okay, all right, thank you. And then I'll address the petition in my closing.
Right, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Will you bring one more person on?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
All right. All right.
So, go ahead, please.
All
Mr.
right, so we're gonna we'll have a resumptive hearing on this, David. I think, so what's going to happen is we have to end today. We're gonna come back and we're gonna make sure that there's people online, people are here. We'll
Yep.
take anybody that wants to call in and we'll take their testimony. We're gonna go through the whole process the right way, okay? So, I think David did try to get done as quick as he could today, but there was a lot of things to cover. And David, we appreciate you letting Mr. Grimes come on and give us his thing and also the witnesses. So Ian, I think Ian has a date for this. I think it's in February. I don't.
Oh.
So how about if we do this? We'll be in touch and we'll tell you when the next date is, okay? Because we're looking to do it on a Tuesday, where we have a little bit of a shorter list, and we'll get this back as soon as we can, okay? And thank for everybody who's been here. We know you sat through a lot. We know there's people online. And David, thank you for trying to move it forward for us, okay?
All right, yep.
So
thank you.
we shall see you in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Hold on. Is there anyone in the audience whose case has not been called from 9:30?
So these,
I see no hands, Chair.
All right, thank you.
I was just gonna say, they're not my witnesses, but they were also going.
I know, but I think I tried to explain
Yeah,
that
you did. I just wanted.
you'll see the next date, and when that next date is, you could call in or you could come back and we'll gladly take your testimony. It's just that we got to move on for the cases, okay? Thanks, everybody.
Recording.
Shut this off. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bill Bergman, and I will be chairing this meeting of the Philadelphia Zoning Board of Adjustment. With me is our Vice Chair, Tanetta Graham,
President, Mr. Chairman.
our Board Secretary, Cheryl L. Gaston,
Present, Mr. Chair.
Board Member Michael Johns,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Board Member Taya Wynn, and our board
Present, Mr.
member,
Chairman.
okay, our board member Ryan McAdams.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Also present is our attorney Hillary Emerson, our zoning board director Ian Haggerty, and our board administrator Lakeisha Dandy. Recording of this hearing will be posted on the ZBA website. By participating, you consent to be recorded. This is an in-person meeting with remote capabilities. Whether remote or in person, if you're called to speak, you must state and spell your name, then wait to be sworn in. Once you've been sworn in, please state your name each time before beginning your testimony. Any person may enter their appearance to become an interested party. You can identify the case property address in your Zoom webinar. You can see a staff member, or you can call the ZBA appearance line by the close of business tomorrow. Call 267-270-5548. Leave a message that includes your email address and the address of the property of the appeal case. Following guidance is for remote attendees. When directed, you must raise your virtual hand in order to be recognized to speak. If you're called to testify, you'll be prompted to join as a panelist. Please accept the request and turn on your camera. The webinar Q&A is for questions about the hearing. Do not comment on cases in the Q&A. And if you are participating by phone, press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute. For in-person attendees, please refrain from talking, eating, or drinking during the hearings. Verbal and physical aggression will not be tolerated. Restrooms are across from the elevators. A water fountain is just outside the room to the right. When speaking on the record, you must speak directly into the microphone in order to be heard by all attendees and the court reporter. In the event of an emergency, please follow the directions given over the public address system or by staff. The main exit is through the double doors at the rear. The nearest stairwell is to the left outside the doors. In case of an evacuation, the rally point is Love Park, directly across Arch Street. Please remain there so we can account for you. So let's look at our schedule for this afternoon. Number 1, MI 2024-003-271, 1201-03 Adams Avenue, Helen Back and David Chandler. Do we see them in the audience?
I see no hands, Chair.
Mr.
Good
Chandler is in
afternoon,
the
Chair. This
audience.
is Jason Hand. I'm sorry to interrupt, but this is Jason Hand. I will be your co-host for today. I have a hand up from Mr. Chandler.
Mr. Chandler. Mr. Chandler?
Yes, hello.
Hi, Mr. Chandler. How are you, sir?
Oh, just great, thank you.
Could you please state your name? Do me a favor. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Sure. It's David Chandler. That's Chandler.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Mr. Chandler, I understand you may be withdrawing this case?
Yes, the neighborhood group was opposed to it, so our clients are withdrawing it.
And Mr. Chandler, this is Hillary Emerson. I just wanted to let you know that the board, upon further review, the board would not have been able to proceed with this matter anyway because it was a change of use application only for a vacant lot. We can't put a use that requires a structure. We can't approve a use that requires a structure on a vacant lot because then once you build the structure, that would eliminate the variance. You have to start all over again. So I just wanted to let you know for future, if there's further applications for this site that there needs for a use that requires a lot, there needs to be development applied for at the same time.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure. So MI 2024-003-271, 1201-03 Adams Avenue. That case has been withdrawn. Number 7. Number 7, MI 2025-005-059-2111 Wallace Street. This case is continued until 3/11/26 at 2 p.m. And number 8, MI 2025-005-135-2649 Federal Street. That case is continued to 3/11/26 at 2 p.m. Number 10. Number 10, MI 2025-005-157-149 West Susquehanna Avenue. That case is continued, attorney moving party. And then number 12, MI 2025-005-850-416 East Woodland Street. That case is continued to 3/11/26 at 2 p.m. Any other requests for continuance?
Good afternoon again, Chair. This is Jason Hand. I will be your co-host for this session. I have a handout from Vern Anastasio. I will allow them to speak right now.
Whose hand is it?
Vern Anastasio.
Oh, sure.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Anastasio,
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair.
you've already been sworn. Just for the record, state your name.
It's Vern Anastasio.
And are you looking at MI 2024-006-123-1329 Princeton?
That's correct. I'm requesting a withdrawal and not a continuance. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, sir. So MI 2024-006-123-1329 Princeton Avenue. That case has been withdrawn.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Any other hands?
No further hands at this time, Mr. Chair.
Okay. We're going to go to.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, can we call up number 11? 'Cause we are- Okay, great.
Thank you, ma'am. So number 11, MI 2025-005-674-1101 South 53rd Street. Pamela and Albert Thornton are the owner applicants.
Chair, I've got a hand up from W. Keith Williams. I'm not sure if they are related to the case.
Let's see if they're part of the case.
Understood. I'll allow them to talk right now.
How you doing? I'm the attorney for 1101 53rd Street.
What's your name, sir?
W. Keith Williams III.
But we have Pamela and Albert Thornton. Are you an attorney?
Yes, I'm an attorney, and she's
Just state your name and spell for the stenographer.
W. Keith Williams III. W-K-E-I-T-H. Last name is Williams. W-I-L-L-I-A-M-S. And
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
yes,
We're trying to clarify if notices have been sent to near neighbors.
yes, they were. They were sent out by, I think, by mail, and I think Pamela actually knocked on a few doors and gave some letters to the neighbors.
Okay, Mr. Williams, this is Board Attorney Hillary Emerson. So the copy of the letter that we received was unclear because it had some Zoom information in it, but it didn't state a date or time for the RCO meeting. It also didn't have RCO contact information in it. We also did not receive proof of mailing for that letter. So we're a little concerned that the required notice requirements weren't met. Did your client meet with an RCO?
Yes, she's actually here present with me as well.
Okay, do you have a letter from the RCO verifying that you met with them? Because like I said, the letter that we received that was said to have been sent to the neighbors did not indicate when an RCO meeting was being held and who was holding it.
I have a text from the RCO, Dr.
Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Pamela Thornton,
Okay,
MELATHORNTON.
right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please continue answering your question.
I have a text from Dr. Williams giving me all the information for the Zoom and for the meeting and what to put on the letter. She contacted me on December the 9th of 2025, and it has all the information for the community meeting.
When was the community meeting held? You said you were contacted December 29th?
Yes, we had two meetings. We had one December the 9th, December 29th at 6:30 p.m. And it was for the 51st Ward RCO. We'll have RCO community meeting on Zoom for the property of 1101 South 53rd Street.
And what was the second meeting?
The second meeting. One moment. Huh? One second.
That's okay.
What? November? Oh, that was the second. The second meeting was in December, right? The first meeting was in November. I'm sorry.
Okay. Do you have with you a letter that went to the neighbors that has the date and time of one of those meetings on it? Because that, we need to have that, or we need to have a letter from the RCO in order to proceed.
That's what we were looking for. Yes, we had the letter.
Can you please show it to us? Because the letter that was submitted did not have a date and time for the hearing or the
Excuse me, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'll have to promote them to panelists real quick.
Thank you, Jason.
Understood. Please stand by. They'll be back in as a panelist shortly.
Okay, we're back in. Is there a way for me to share my screen?
Yes, use the share screen button.
Okay, give me 1 second. Okay, are you able to see my screen?
Yes. Okay. So this is the letter that we did see. So I see Zoom information on the bottom, and I see it says 12/29/25 at 6:30, but it's not clear that that's a community meeting. So
Dear community,
I'm a
It
little.
says, dear registered community organization or neighbor on the right below that. If you can see.
Right, but so the letter should state there's going to be a meeting, and it should have the date and time, and then how to participate in the meeting. It should also have the contact information of the RCO on it in case people have questions about participating in the meeting. So that is not on here, and unless someone is here from the RCO to state that they believe that people attended the meeting, received the notice. I think we're going to have to continue this because it does not appear appropriate notice was done, and we don't have any proof from the RCO that there was a meeting and that they believe the neighbors were properly notified.
I think that is a fair description of what the meeting entails. And there's a Zoom link at the bottom. I think that's a pretty good indication of where to go for the meeting.
Right,
The
but
time the time is on there and the date is on there as well too.
right, but looking at this letter, I wouldn't know that it was telling me to come to a meeting on December 29th at 6:30.
I mean,
That's all at the top.
there's a Zoom meeting at the bottom.
Right, no, I understand that, but this is not how the letter is supposed to be formatted. And I don't know if there's anyone here from the RCO who can verify the meeting was held and that people came pursuant to receiving this notice.
Yeah.
We do not have anything from the RCO in this case.
Okay.
We communicated several times to set up this meeting.
Ma'am, I understand that, but the RCO has not submitted any information to us that the meeting was held and what the outcome was. If you have a letter from the RCO, that would be helpful. But I'm as counsel for the board, I don't think we can accept this.
So, council, we're going to continue this case. We're going to continue to 3/11/26 at 2 p.m.
Can I ask one question?
Why don't you do this? Why don't you contact the staff and they'll answer any question you have.
Okay.
Thank you. Let's take 2, number 3. Number 3, MI 2025-003-784-449 Locust Avenue. Meredith Verliger is the attorney.
Hello, Chair. I have a hand up from a Zoe and Linda Bapti. I don't know if they're involved with the case. I'm going to allow them to speak briefly.
I don't know.
Yes, I'm calling about this project that connects to 416 East Woodlawn, which you just previously put on a continuance till March.
We continue the first one. We're moving forward with this one. Am I correct, Hillary? All right. So the lawyer will start her presentation. There will be opportunity for you to have comments. Okay. So again, this is MI 2025-003-784. Meredith Verliger is the attorney. Meredith, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Meredith Verliger, Ferleger.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Sure do.
Could you identify your client, relationship to the property?
My client is sitting right next to me to my left, KJB Solutions LLC. And this is Kenny Brown, who is a member of that LLC and the owner of the property.
Right. There is a letter of support from the 12th Ward Democratic Committee. Our vice chair has a few questions.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, I did.
And do you waive the reading of the refusals and stipulate to their accuracy?
I do waive the reading. I don't stipulate to the accuracy. I will address it. It's a little bit nuanced, but I'll address it in my presentation.
Okay, great. Thank you. You can proceed with your case.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I do also have the architect, Logan Dry. I am going to want him to walk through the plans. Do you want to just get him sworn in now or when I'm ready?
We'll bring him right in.
Sounds great. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, the request before you today concerns 449 Locust Avenue. As usual, you have an exhibit packet in front of you containing 18 exhibits with voluminous information that was generated predominantly during the Historical Commission review and approval process, which preceded this application. We have attempted to condense the information that will best support your review today, but we are, of course, happy to provide any additional information that you might need. To summarize the basis of the request today, the application requests the renovation, reuse, and addition to a historically designated building in East Germantown. Although the zoning code, as the board knows, recognizes a fairly broad exception to zoning use restrictions to encourage and support the renovation of historically designated buildings, that exception does not extend to any additions added to historically designated structures. As a result, variance relief is needed today to permit the proposed multifamily use, as well as 2 other minor variances that I will discuss. Tax clearance is included in your packet at Exhibit 2. And again, just in terms of the procedure here, the entirety of the proposal that is in front of you today was previously reviewed and approved in its full form by the Historical Commission, and that approval is in your exhibit packet, which I have up on the screen at Exhibit 17. As Mr. Chairman mentioned, we do also have support from both the coordinating RCO, which was the 12th Ward Democratic Committee, and as well as the only other affected RCO here, which is the Winghahawking and Worcester neighbors, and both of those letters are in your packet at Exhibit 16. By way of property background, in your packet at Exhibit 4, let me bring up the plan here. I've included a survey and a subdivision plan that was approved and finalized back in March of 2025. You'll note that the original property at 449 Locust Avenue was a nearly 40,000 square foot parcel that extended from Locust Avenue, which is on the right-hand side of your screen here, and extended all the way back to Woodlawn Street on the left-hand side of your screen. As a part of the Historical Commission nomination process, we requested that the Commission limit its jurisdiction over the parcel to a smaller subsection that actually contains the historic resource, which is all the way here to the right in this image. That request was ultimately formalized through this subdivision process. The parcel before the board today is just over 27,000 square feet. There is also, as you're aware, a nearly 11,000 square foot parcel fronting on Woodlawn Avenue that is not before the board today, owing to the continuance that you just granted moments ago. The newly instituted lot lines for the parcel before you today are also already reflected on the zoning map, which is shown at Exhibit 7. You can see that this block is zoned RSD3. From the aerials that I have up on the screen here at Exhibit 8, the context of the neighborhood becomes a little bit more clear. From the first aerial here, again, you can see the location of the existing historic structure that fronts on Locust Avenue. The entirety of the midsection of the property, extending all the way back to Woodlawn Avenue, is entirely vacant. Structurally speaking, the structures on this block are largely consistent with the RSD3 detached mandates. Usage-wise, you'll glean otherwise from our presentation today. Contextually speaking, this block is just about half of a mile from Germantown Avenue and just south of East Chelton Avenue. From the photographs I have up on the screen at Exhibit 18, you'll see the existing historic mansion that has some fairly intrusive non-historic modifications, particularly in the front and on the side and in the back, that were made over the years under former ownership. As you can see in the photographs here, as well as in the next photograph, the property currently has a front circular driveway area. You'll also notice in this photograph there is a large mature tree in the front, which was designed around to ensure that it could be preserved. I'll scroll through some of the other photographs quickly, and I can return to them to the extent that there are any questions. This next photograph is a view from the side of the building, which sits along the side portion of the existing driveway. The next photograph is taken as you move towards the rear of the property, where again, you'll start to see that rear non-historically sensitive addition that was added at some point in time. Again, from a view a little bit further back, I would ask the board to start taking note of the considerable grade difference in the site as you move further towards the back and as it slopes down towards Woodlawn Avenue. I've also included two other views more directly from the rear in this first photograph here, and again, moving along to the other side. Now, in terms of the grade of the site, again, in this next photograph, this is taken from a little bit further into the rear yard, where you can clearly see here the considerable slope of this site. This slope is important both in terms of the design of the project as well as in terms of limitations on parking. Now facing in the opposite direction, this photograph looks out towards Woodlawn Avenue, which, as you can see, is quite a distance from the rear of the existing structure. And just for full context, I have also included a photograph from Woodlawn where most of the existing structure is obscured, at least to the extent it's the right time of year and there's foliage on the trees. Moving back to the front, I've also included a couple of photographs to show some of the neighborhood context. In this photograph here, you'll notice the existing one of the existing fences, which is actually the cause of one of the refusals before the board today. This next photograph here, again, you can see an existing fence, and this is looking to the right of 449 Locust Avenue. And finally, this is a view across the street where you'll see the existing fairly spectacular home that sits directly across the street. I did also include a couple of photographs from the interior when it was last occupied by a convent of the Archdiocese. There's nothing of particular note in these photographs other than that the board can hopefully glean that the interior here was really quite in need of some significant renovation, given the condition that it existed in when my client purchased it. And finally, we have included photographs of the timely zoning posters, which were posted timely on the property. As you've seen, the existing three-story mansion is roughly 4,600 square feet, and as is reflected in the Historical Commission's letter of January 30th, 2025, which I will bring up at Exhibit 5, the mansion is known as the Edwin T. Chase House and was constructed in 1861. It was used as a single-family home until roughly 1941, when it was donated to church use. From 1941 on, it was used as a museum, office space, and from 1956 through 2015 as a convent for aged sisters. Due to its lengthy history as being used for public, civic, or institutional use, the mansion fortunately qualified under the exceptions provided at 14602(7)(a)(3) of the zoning code to authorize use of the mansion for multifamily use for 11 dwelling units. A zoning permit authorizing that use was issued in February of 2025 and is shown up on the screen here at Exhibit 5. Now, of course, realistically, fitting 11 units within the existing building would be nonsensical, but we do highlight the permit to illustrate the overall density that the zoning code would contemplate for this site. The proposal for the preservation and expansion to the mansion is shown at Exhibit 9. You'll see the zoning plan here, and then I will bring up Logan. Starting at the front in terms of the site plan, the existing mansion is marked with the hatch lines here, showing that it will be preserved, with the non-historic elements removed and renovated to historical accuracy. A 3-story addition will be added to the rear, which is noted by the little plus signs. But again, as you'll see, because of the slope of the site, the 3 stories that are being added will not exceed the height of the existing building. On the zoning plan here, you can also see the elevation markings showing the slope downwards of nearly 20 feet from the front of the site all the way back to the rear of the site. In the front, the curved driveway condition will be restored. Now, the exact location of this particular left side entrance may shift slightly south at the request of the neighbor at 441 Locust Avenue, but the precise location of this driveway will be determined with the Streets Department during the technical review phase. We do mention it because it was a point of a discussion item. On the right, the existing driveway along the side of the building will be extended to the back, where 12 parking spaces will be constructed in the rear. As you can imagine, there is a substantial retaining wall that will need to be constructed even to support the 12 spaces. So, while the developer certainly appreciates the community's request for more spaces, the current design is at the absolute maximum given the slope of the site and the location, as you can see on this plan here, of a 60-foot wide heritage tree that would significantly be impacted if the parking were extended further back in the site. Even from the rearmost point of this parking here, a nearly 90-foot rear yard is left undisturbed. From a zoning data perspective, a notable 85% of this lot will be left open space. RSD3 regulations would only require 70%. The existing structure complies with front setback requirements, and from the rearmost portion of the structure is 150 feet from the rear property line. The floor plans are included at Exhibit 10, and just overall, there are 12 units that are proposed. No studios, 1 one-bedroom, 10 two-bedroom, and 1 three-bedroom units are designed. All 12 of these units are bi-level units. At this time, I'd like to bring up architect Logan Dry to give you a little bit more detail on the design, interior, and exterior.
Logan?
Yep, can you guys hear me?
I can. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Sure, Logan Dry, D-R-Y.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Logan, could you put your video on, please?
Sure.
Thank you. Counsel?
Thank you. Logan, you were the project architect for this particular project, is that correct?
Correct.
Great. Can you just walk the board briefly through the interior layout?
Sure. So let's see. Sorry, what do you pulled up? I can't really see on the screen. Is it?
I have SK1, the cellar level plan at the moment.
Yep. So let's skip to the next page just so we can start on the ground floor walking in, and then it'll make a little bit more sense. So again, just to kind of orient everybody, the left side of the screen is Locust, and then the right side of the screen is the rear yard as the property slopes down towards the back street. So again, you walk in, we made it a point as part of the design process to restore that existing front porch, which is currently enclosed, restore that back to a period correct open air front porch. You walk in and you've got a series of units, and what we did is we worked within the confines of the existing building to locate some units and make them bi-level, and then the balance of the units, the 12 that we're asking for, we located in the addition off the back. So just to kind of show you on the screen what's new versus old, the existing building has the really thick walls that contain a stone or a rubble-looking hatch. So again, it's a center-loaded building. You've got 2 means of egress, 2 staircases, center-loaded hallway that all of these units load off of. In the front there, unit 1, you've got your bi-level 1-bedroom unit, bi-level 2-bedroom unit. And then unit 6, you've got a bi-level 2-bedroom unit as well. So the main floor of these, you've got your kitchen, living, and dining spaces. And then unit 6 has an additional bedroom on that floor too. If you look to the back of the building, where again we have that rectangular addition, as you move towards the right-hand side of the screen, units 2, 3, 4, and 5 are all essentially duplicate units. They're all 2-bedroom units, the exception of unit 3, which is a 1-bedroom unit. And you'll see when you look at these, they both have, again, the main kitchen, living, and dining areas located on the main first floor, and then they are bi-level with the cellar. So if we flip back, Meredith, to SK1, one thing I want to highlight in this building is, again, as Meredith had shown on the site plans as well as the renderings, the significant grade change here actually lets, I would say, about 75% of this building, namely the addition, as a walkout cellar. So only partially below grade. The existing building, obviously in the front, we didn't have too much flexibility to pull that out of the ground anymore, but we are making use of an existing door and staircase directly to the outside. So on both of these units where we've got the additional living space there, we have the high ceilings in the basement. Those are tied out to a modified egress well, and or in cases like unit 3, a door with an existing stairway that takes you out to grade. Then as you work your way towards the back of the plan, we designed the addition again in such a way that it's walkout at the parking lot grade in the back. One thing we also did further, instead of just doing egress wells, for each of the windows, both sides feature a 5-foot wide, full height, full walkout. You can call it an egress well, but it's basically a retaining wall. So because we're, extending the driveway, we'd do a retaining wall for that anyway, but we figured we'd create some separation for additional light and air. So on both sides of this addition at that ground floor, again, we're calling it cellar, but it's walkout. We've got a full continuous, 5-foot wide separation between those windows. So if you were to walk out of any of those windows or what, you could walk all the way back to the parking lot. So, you don't have any conventional egress wells. You've got, in essence, this whole light well that we created on both sides with a retaining wall to create that additional access and ability for light and air to get in there. So again, these are all 2-bedroom units with the exception of unit 3. You see that switchback staircase in the very upper right-hand corner of the building. That's why that unit only has 1 bedroom. Otherwise, they're all duplicate layouts that have 2 beds, 2 baths, as well as the mechanical and laundry space. Excuse me. If you want to go to sheet SK3, this is now the second floor. So again, you can see within the existing footprint of the building, we've got 2 bi-level units there, unit 7 and unit 12. Unit 7, you've got over there on the right side, or on the left side rather, and that's a 2-bedroom unit. And then unit 12 over on the right side of the hallway is our 3-bedroom unit there. So again, kitchen, living, and dining spaces on the main floor of all of these. Bedrooms located on the very top floor then, or in the case of unit 12, also right off the main living area. Again, just drawing your attention to the back there, units 8, 9, 11, and 10, all essentially duplicates of the units we designed on the first 2 floors. These just work in the opposite way. They've got main living levels on the second floor, and then your third floor has the bedrooms. And one thing I would particularly draw your attention to that, we worked in Juliet balconies with French doors, not only, again, just for some additional light and air and outdoor space, but also it helped serve as an exterior design element with the Italianate, theme of the existing building. So, Historic, I think, was appreciative of integrating those from an aesthetic standpoint, and, they certainly make the units a little bit nicer as well. Again, these all have their own mechanical, laundry in unit for all of these units. If you want to just complete on SK4, then Meredith will show you here, again, the upper floors of these where you've got your bedrooms and bathrooms. So again, 2-bed, 2-bath units. Once again, the existing building is over to your left there. We didn't, and you saw from the exterior renderings, but we held the addition off of the main structure, and again, based on the slope of the site and also the massing of the existing building with the later addition off the back, we were able to kind of create that separation, and the slope really helped us design something that again didn't supersede or, in our opinion, overwhelm the existing massing of the house that was there.
And
Mar-
Logan,
yeah.
Can you just briefly touch on where trash would be stored for this building?
Sure. So if you go, I don't know if you have the site plan, what order that's in.
It's up.
Okay, so if you go to the site plan there, in the parking area in the back, you'll see there's spaces there, and then there's also a designation for a trash enclosure. So it'd be back in the parking area for a dumpster enclosure. There's no, obviously with the number of units in the building, the owners, gonna have to do private trash collection, but we again, felt that it was better to locate something back in that newly created driveway and parking area rather than, do some sort of enclosure in the front that, certainly might have been more accessible and easy, off of the circular driveway, but aesthetically, we wanted to respect that existing streetscape and facade as much as possible. So we have a space for it there in the back then that, the private trash collection company can get to, and residents can take their trash and recycling out to as they please.
And Logan, I have now up on the screen Exhibit 11, which is the renderings.
Mhm.
If you can just, again, very briefly, just describe some of the things that you discussed in terms of the floor plans as it
Mhm.
relates to the aesthetics of the building itself.
Yep. So I mean, again, briefly, this just sort of shows, what the building would have looked like. We did all of the, massing of the windows and the front porch, and all the details you see here. We did based off historic materials that we were provided when the building was designated. So the most notable things you'll see here is the removal of that kind of. Currently, there's like a windowless bay that I believe the convent was using as an altar. That's been removed, and we were able to locate existing window and door openings, some of which they just kind of drywalled over. So, the intention was to kind of bring all of that back from a streetscape perspective, making it look as it used to, in addition to the circular driveway. You can kind of see a little hint of the addition off the back there. You can kind of see some of the indications of the Juliet balconies, which we'll get into. Also of note, if you want to move to the next one, the building currently has a really big, probably 20-foot tall elevator overrun that goes up past the existing cupola, which is that little white lantern looking thing at the top of the roof. That goes away as part of this. You can see here again the slope of the site and some of those retaining walls that I was alluding to in terms of that addition, becoming more of a walkout. And also, again, the choice of materiality here. We understand that trying to do something out of stone is never truly going to match what's existing. So, in working with historic, we use design motifs such as scale and window configuration, more punched openings, as well as the 2/2 grids in the windows to create something that again pays homage to the existing style, but does stand as its own element. The back here again, you can see again the reference of the driveway that's being extended, the parking spaces, as well as windows for some of the units, and then that door in the middle there is what connects to the hallway in the basement, as well as one of the egress stairs. So again, fully accessible from either the back or the front streetscapes here. This other side again just shows existing building plus our addition, and again you can kind of see there the Juliet balconies that we put in, as well as the punched window openings. Again, very much a mirror of the other side. Again, just the building slightly different on this side. For the historic facade, they had added a enclosed porch at one point, but that's we're keeping that. And then, again, Meredith's last view here is just sort of an aerial view that, again, really shows sort of how we wanted to keep this thing pushed down below the primary massing of the existing building. It also shows the removal of that elevator shaft. And again, just the parking for some greater context. that's about it. I mean, Meredith, I don't know if you have the page from historic that sort of shows what that front facade looks like, but other than that, that's that's about it, unless there's questions specifically.
No, that's great, Logan. Thank you. So just in terms of the refusal itself, as you could see at Exhibit 1, the application was refused for 3 reasons. We do submit that the application relies on a multitude of hardships that the board can find to entitle the applicant to relief. Starting with the most basic, a refusal was issued because the existing fences on both sides of the property are non-opaque at 7 feet high, where the code would limit a fence height to 6 feet high. Practically speaking, this is a de minimis request, but in addition, my client did not want to disturb the pre-existing conditions that already adjoin these neighbors by removing the long-time existing fences. However, through this process, and as I think was referenced in the RCO's letters, the community did actually ask for these fences to be replaced with something more aesthetically pleasing. But again, we would still submit that replacing them and reestablishing them with the long-standing height would be most historically sensitive to the site as well as to the adjoining neighbors. Second, and this is a little bit of an odd one, a refusal was issued because the accessory parking spaces are prohibited, as the refusal states, in the required front, side, and rear yards. Now, in this case, L&I made a determination that parking is proposed in the required side yard. The issue, as we understand it, is this parking space all the way to the back of the site here that intrudes a bit into the technical 10-foot side yard area. Now, the actual side yard where the driveway sits varies between 19 to 26 feet. Obviously, eliminating this particular space to result in a compliant condition would create a separate refusal for insufficient parking, which is required here based on a ratio of 1:1. Furthermore, given the extensive driveway in the front, practically speaking, a space probably could have been striped right in the middle. But that would, of course, intrude on the historic character of the front of the site and would also potentially violate front setback requirements. As mentioned previously, the slope of the site does present quite a considerable challenge to development, even as currently designed, both in terms of the retaining walls and the stormwater management systems that are going to be required here given the size of the site. So extending the parking back even further would not be justifiable without this project being significantly more dense than proposed. In light of the site and the scale of the parking, we do also submit this as a de minimis request. Now, finally, a refusal was issued because of the proposed multifamily use. And here's where I have a slight disagreement with how the refusal was issued. We do submit that the property and structure suffer several hardships preventing by right use. Now, as a reminder, as the board saw, multifamily use of this property is actually permitted by right within the existing mansion due to its historic status. Now, again, this refusal is somewhat deceiving because it does not reference that nuance. So technically speaking, all of the multifamily living within the existing mansion is permissible, and only the multifamily use in the addition would be prohibited. Now, as you've gleaned from the photographs, the property is in need of significant investment. That would have been the case regardless of the extenuating circumstances here, but was then further accentuated by the historic nomination, which was submitted to the city just after my client purchased the property in February of 2025. Renovating the mansion to contain just a few units would not be a viable path. In addition, converting it to a single-family dwelling would be inconsistent with the historical use of the property, which has not contained a single-family use since the early 1900s, and would be extraordinarily difficult, if not entirely cost-prohibitive, structurally speaking, since this was actually set up to accommodate a convent group living type of use. The context of this neighborhood also supports the proposed multifamily use, as this block, and I'll bring up a map at Exhibit 12, the block contains some varied uses, such as a church at 419 Locust, a tennis club nearly across the street, a fraternity house just 2 doors down, and a rooming house on the other end of this block at 477 Locust. Additionally, just behind and diagonal from the property at 424 East Woodlawn, this structure recently received permits for some kind of a medical group living type of use. Aside from the structural considerations and the neighborhood context, as we showed the board earlier, the site is not only subject to an extraordinarily steep grade change, which complicates the required stormwater management system and requires extensive retaining walls to support the parking areas. Those investments would not be economically justifiable with just the few units that would be supported within the existing mansion itself. We do submit that the proposal fulfills the spirit of the code, which did place an exception for historic structures to support this type of redevelopment and investment. This is also especially true here, where this developer has gone to great lengths to ensure a historically sensitive renovation and addition, which is evidenced by the approval that was already granted by the relevant body. Finally, absent all of the aforementioned hardships, courts have recognized that the zoning board is given latitude to apply a lesser standard of relief to a historically designated building, given the inherent challenges and cost considerations that go into a historic renovation. And again, those are all highly accelerated here based on the physical conditions of this site. We submit that the relief is the least minimum modification, given that the fence and the parking refusals are both de minimis. The use is also the least minimum, as the code does permit a density of 11 units on the site, where 12 here are proposed. At least a portion of these units would be permitted, leading to quite a quagmire since the addition itself is not prohibited, just the use in the addition. The proposal will not increase congestion, harm neighbors' properties, or impair light and air. This proposal will ensure the preservation and renovation of the historic structure with minimal impact to the neighborhood. The slope of the site, while challenging for development, does also provide a unique opportunity here to allow the addition that remains in scale with the existing structure, as well as all of the adjoining homes. Because of the investment and the required stormwater management installation, the neighbors' concerns for existing flooding conditions will be better mitigated than currently exist, since no stormwater management currently exists on this considerably sloped site. The use will blend with the mixed character of the neighborhood and will be supported by more parking than many of the surrounding properties. As always, a full analysis of the project's compliance with Section 14303.8E of the Zoning Code is included at Exhibit 13. And if Mr. Chairman could swear in my client.
Sir, could you please, if you would, turn the mic on and try to get close? You could pull right, it'll pull right towards you. That's it. All right. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yeah, it's Kenny Brown, KennyBrown.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Counsel?
Thank you. Kenny, you are a member of the KJB Solutions LLC that owns the property?
Yes.
And you've been present today for all of the testimony and evidence that was offered in front of the board. Is that correct?
Yes.
Would you agree that all of that testimony was true and accurate, and would you adopt it as if you had provided it to the board yourself?
Yes.
Happy to answer any questions.
Questions from the board?
And what were the neighbors, support or not support?
The neighbors were in support. We've actually had, gosh, I think we had 3 meetings on this project, even going back to before it was even designed. We met with the near neighbors, then designed the project, continued to meet with them through Historical Commission, and there are 2 letters of support in your packet from the official RCO as well as the affected RCO.
Other questions?
Yes, I just want to confirm, looking at the current conditions, that both of the emergency egress stairwells that are currently attached to the historic structure are going to be removed.
Logan, I believe that's the case, but can you address that question?
Correct. Yep. The existing fire escapes, if that's what you even want to call it, they're pretty rickety, but those are going to be removed
Still
and
emergency egress, but yes.
right. But from a modern code standpoint, the proposed use that we have doesn't need to rely on the fire escapes. We'll have fire rated stairways, sprinkler systems, everything else like that. So historically speaking, they were removed because they were not aesthetically in keeping with what was there, but we also didn't need them for the new design based on the code implementations we're doing inside the building for fire and life safety.
That wasn't actually why I asked. So my second question is, from a landscaping standpoint, are all of the existing trees going to stay on the site?
On this site, Logan, I believe the answer is yes, that there were no heritage trees on this site that were going to be removed. And in fact, that was ultimately one of the considerations for why the parking stops where it does, because you can start to see what the site looks like as you move further back.
And then understanding the very steep zoning, like grading change for the part of the rear yard that is behind the parking, what is the slope and the grade change in between where it starts and where it ends at the property line?
So the elevation markings here, and Logan, you'll help me out here. So yeah,
Out.
sorry, I'll zoom in. So you can see here 210, it slopes down to 201. So it's still pretty significant slope. And Logan, I believe that the intent here is that the stormwater management system is going to be installed, correct me if I'm wrong, either under the parking or in that empty area.
Correct. The main stormwater system would be installed underneath the parking.
And we're doing underground retention tank with drain pipes?
Correct.
I think I want to say, I think the kind of returning it to some of its more historic uses, it's beautiful render. I think that's actually great. I think my concern is a little bit about density. One, I think apartment 1, where all the units in the original structure, all the bedrooms are below grade. I'm really worried, even with the 2 egress wells on that side, that the light quality in the bedrooms compared to the 9 or the 11 other units in the building, because of the shading of the trees and the proximity of trees that appear in, like if you're looking at Google Maps, in the adjacent property, that's going to be actually really shady on that left side of the building. And that first unit specifically, and it's only really an issue with the first unit, that the basement is going to be really dark and it's going to be pretty like not great living. And a space where, like, yes, this is a multifamily building, but like we didn't have to have 12 units. To have one that is like just so much darker likely than the others. And then I'm a little worried about using the entire rear yard for parking only, understanding parking needs in the neighborhood and the number of units here, because with that 9-foot drop at the back, there's like no outdoor area for there to be 12 units. It's a lot of people. You could have up to 40 people living in this building with no sort of accessible outdoor area, and the nearest sort of public park playground is about 3-4 blocks away, which is a pretty far walk. That to put something back so dense and not sort of address it on site feels like a pretty big lost opportunity. And then I think also, while not required, not having anything that kind of addresses any type of other mobility issues in a multi-unit building, to me also feels like a lost opportunity on the site, where there's already a driveway, it's already paved, you could already figure out a way to accommodate probably someone with wheelchair needs.
Logan, can you address some board member Wynn's concerns?
Yeah, I mean, there's certainly opportunity, I think, for the, even though the site is sloped in the back, I wouldn't call it unusable beyond the parking area. So, I mean, there's certainly room for creating some access to that, because we do have, about 90 feet of undisturbed grass area that has trees and things like that. And, one of the things that, we were discussing with the owner was, potentially, creating an access point for pedestrians from that parking area to get to that, open grassy area. Obviously, we have to be careful with, how developed that gets, because any additional impervious that gets added, would affect the heritage trees and would also, play into the stormwater management calculations. But I think Kenny's intention, at from the beginning was to have that be open and grassy. But if it makes more sense to make it a little bit more accessible from the parking area, I don't think we're opposed to that. As far as I guess accessibility goes here, we do have the driveway, so there certainly is an opportunity if we you know were inclined to reconfigure and add some accessible aspects to this project. I mean, again, based on the number of units that we're proposing, we aren't required to do any type A units, and because there's a lack of elevator in the building, we wouldn't be subject to type B requirements as they're currently configured as bi-levels. But it's certainly a point that we could further explore. As far as the bedrooms in the basement go, and for that unit that you were speaking about with it being dark, again, I'm not discounting what you're saying. I mean, it is certainly probably the most shade laden corner of the building. But I think, in a scenario of putting living space down there versus bedroom space, and, again, I know everybody uses, rooms in their house differently. The thought is that you're mostly sleeping in the bedroom and mostly awake, upstairs, where again, it's still going to be shaded by the trees, but, that was sort of, how we arrived at locating the bedrooms down there versus the living space. But, at the same time, I don't think we would offer a solution or suggest cutting down the trees just to get more light and air in there. I think it's sort of, the condition that we're left with, but it's certainly not an invalid, point.
And again, just in terms of sort of the balance that has to be struck here, there's a lot of different unique features that weigh on this site. The slope of the site being a significant one, because that not only adds significant cost to the stormwater management system, it adds significant cost to the parking, which is required. So the parking can't just be eliminated to avoid building the retaining walls. That parking is required, and it certainly.
I didn't even insinuate such a suggestion.
I fully understand that. I'm just trying to make the point that there, in addition to those unique features, there's also the fact that it is a historic structure, so it does also require a higher level of investment in terms of the overall renovation itself. And there is a very careful balance that has to be struck in terms of the number of units that would even justify that kind of investment. And,
leading that we're trying to do here is to say that the 12th 2-bedroom unit is necessary. I would say look at the numbers, because I do think I do think unit 1 should not have basement bedrooms. I think whether that becomes a 1-bedroom, whether it becomes a studio, I think that it's just a very different quality. And I think so much attention has been paid, and great attention, in the plan to the other parts. But I would say generally across the entire building, there's a lack of storage for there to be this many units and this many people for that density. And to have that basement space, if you're trying to figure out what to do with it, it could also become a space where there's storage opportunities for the people in the building. And then my last question is, where are these the bike spaces specifically? Because I didn't see them on the plan. And I was
Logan?
Miss it.
Bike spaces we didn't have as a requirement on this.
I'm just looking at it says there's 4 class 1A bicycle spaces on the.
So presumably there is a fairly large empty space in the lower level here that would accommodate.
Right. We've got that. You're right.
Reading what we were told. That's what was on your application. So I'm like, where's.
Yeah, there's a fairly significant area that would accommodate that. And then Kenny, can you just briefly you turned to me about Board Member Nguyen's question about the usage of that rear yard area, and just explain its current use and how the intent would be to use that area after construction.
Yeah, as far as the back goes, it's already set up as a garden. So there's 2 fig trees and 2 other exotic trees. So I was just going to continue that as far as the grassy path goes, put 2 benches back there and leave it as a garden.
Any other questions? Questions from our attorney?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
Chair, I have a hand up from an Antonine Foulard. I will go ahead and promote them right now.
It's
Wait a minute.
Councilman Bass office. Ms.
Right, they put
Fouillard?
their hand down. I got a hand up from
Is
Zoe
your hand
Linder
still up?
Bapti. Okay, I got their hand up. Hold on a second. Antonine Foulard, please unmute.
Good afternoon, Chair.
Good afternoon. Just state your name because you've already been sworn.
Okay. Antoinine, last name Fullard, Fullard.
Please proceed.
Yes, I'm just, I'm on behalf of Councilwoman
Yep.
Cindy Bass's office. Just would like to say that the Councilwoman has no opposition to grant this variance.
All right. Thank you very much for your phone call. Anyone else in the audience?
Yes, Chair. I have a hand up from Zoe Linder Bapti. I have allowed them to speak.
Sure.
Hi, I'm actually Sandra Bapti, her mother. I live
Could you
with
please state your name? Do me a favor. Please state your name and spell it for the stenographer.
Sandra Bapti, Baptie. Zoe is my daughter.
Sure. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Are you a neighbor?
Yes, 431 East Woodlawn.
That's fine. You just please proceed.
Okay, so I am representing my family here at East Woodlawn, Greg Essard, Zoe Linder Bapti, and myself, and their new baby. And we have observed the neighborhood going from historic mansions to institutional uses. And although this isn't labeled as an institutional use, it certainly feels like it. The developer has done everything he can to maximize the use of the site by subdividing it to create this lower level plot that will face Woodlawn Street diagonally across the street from our house. And they pointed out that next to that empty lot is a house that's undergoing renovation and another historic house that used the historic exemption to create institutional use. This is supposedly going to be a drug addiction treatment daycare kind of place. And much to the neighbors' objections, this was approved. So we see this as another domino in that falling of historic houses in the neighborhoods to, massive intensive use. The house on the corner that you labeled was a single room only occupancy, an SRO. Their trash is out on the sidewalk all the time. The front yard is atrociously kept. It's messy. There's so many things to object to in what happens to these buildings when they don't have someone living on the property that actually owns them. So looking at the plans, I see, these 12 units are just so minimal, so mean in their design, so tiny. I mean, this is a beautiful historic mansion, 4,600 square feet, could have been 3 or 4 beautiful apartments. You would have been able to fit the parking on the site. It would have been a lovely thing. And now with 12 units and this giant retaining wall that's going to face, downhill with, as you admit, big stormwater issues, and then this lot that that has been continued, that we're not going to know what's going to happen there also. So, more than 3/4 of the property that you've developed is paved and roofed. And so, I mean, it's just ugly, it's unpleasant, I think the design is really poor. As your zoning person pointed out, those apartments without daylight are just really mean. And so, it's a very poor use of a beautiful building in a neighborhood that shouldn't be allowed to go downhill. And so we object to it on multiple levels. I mean, the details are still to be worked out. You can nitpick those, but in general, this is, an overdevelopment of a really nice historic street.
Okay.
Thank
All right,
you.
Thank you very much.
Can I
Anyone else in the audience?
No further hands, Mr. Chair.
Planning Commission.
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission, AMYBOYD.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please proceed.
The comprehensive plan recommends no change in zoning at this location from the current RSD3 residential single family. This is a designated historic property. The citywide vision recommendation 8.1.1 calls to preserve culturally, historically, and architecturally significant building sites, structures, and districts. However, the appellant has not shown that compliance with the fence height requirements would cause significant financial burden. The Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the requested variances for parking and multifamily, but deny the requested variance for fence height.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just very briefly address a very significant inaccuracy in the lady's testimony.
We're over an hour in, so try to
Very quickly, she mentioned something about that 75% of this site was going to be paved over. 85% of this site is slated to be left open. So I just want to make that very clear because that is a very significant misrepresentation of the plan here. And I'm not sure if there's just a confusion, but I just wanted to make that very clear.
Okay.
So, thank you.
That's it. Okay. All right. Say that again. You do that one more time. I heard the first part. I didn't hear the second part.
Do you just want me to state the recommendation again or the whole thing?
The recommendation.
The Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the request variances for parking and multifamily, but deny the requested variance for fence height.
Right. Thank you. Obviously we've had some different views, right? So what we're going to do is we'll hold this to next Wednesday. We'll vote on this at 2 p.m. on next Wednesday. Okay. Thank you for your presentation, sir, and thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
All right. Let's go here. Get Alan up here and get him out of here. First time today, right, Alan?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. So could you please state your name and spell for this?
Alan Nachumson, ALAN, last name Nachumson, NOCHUMSON.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you identify your client in relationship to the property?
Yeah, my client is Gilliard Development Group Company. The owner of that company is Eugene Gilliard, who's to my left. And we'll be representing Freedom House Coffee, the occupant of the property.
And I understand we now have a letter of support also from the RCO. Am I correct?
That is correct.
Right. Okay. Our vice chair has a few questions, sir.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Other than the letter of support that we submitted today when we received it.
Okay. And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
Okay, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
All right. Trying to get in there. All right. So I'm here to present for 6327 North 18th Street. As I stated, we're representing Freedom House Coffee. This is hopefully would be their second location. In my presentation materials, there are 13 exhibits. And at the conclusion of my presentation, I would ask that Eugene be sworn in, and then I have some questions for him. Okay. A bit of a lag. All right, so this is an RSA 5 property of 1,229 square feet. But what you'll see from the pictures, this does not look like an RSA 5 property. It's corner property, and every other corner in that area it has a commercial component, and that's what we're looking to do here. We're looking to do a coffee shop, prepared food shop in this structure, one-story structure. So we did receive a letter of support today from ACCA. And again, I believe we will also have Councilmatic either support or non-opposition as well. But a little bit about Freedom Coffee House. Their first location opened up earlier this year. Eugene has an interesting story. He was wrongly convicted and imprisoned for a crime he did not commit, and for a while. And so when he got out, he wanted to start a coffee shop with his wife, which he did. And this is the basis of this article that I placed in that submission. But, again, he's trying to, do something positive with his life after this unfortunate incident. And he's been very successful at the other location. So here's the menu that he has at the other location. And again, it's a prepared food shop. I don't want to insult you, but it's like Starbucks where there's no cooking. It's just heating of different pastries and stuff like that. I just put that out there because I think everyone's been to a Starbucks before, but I would say go to Eugene's place instead. His reviews are stellar. If you go on Google reviews, you'll see that. And then even during the community meeting, he had such a following that he had multiple customers come from his other location to, really speak volumes about who he is, that in the other location, and I'll ask Eugene just to speak a couple minutes about this. It's a neighborhood coffee shop, right? You're not going to, it's not going to be a destination place. And what was stated during the community meeting as well was how important it is to actually have a coffee shop like this in this neighborhood, which there have not been any for years upon years upon years. And then again, not out of character to have commercial properties with a residential zoning classification. 6332 North 18th Street is personal services. And then 6301 is a family daycare. And I believe there's a tire shop on the other corner as well. So, but here we are in the neighborhood, again, a regular shaped lot, where it's 18th and Stenton Avenue. And then photographs. This is our building structure. This is our RSA 5 structure. So it doesn't look like an RSA 5 structure. It probably has no history of RSA 5 type of use that you would expect. And this is from Stenton Avenue as well. And this is our hearing notice posters. And then this is North 18th Street to the right of the property. As you can see, there's these corners which have commercial uses, even though they're residential zoning classifications. North 18th Street to the left of the property. Stenton Avenue to the right of the property. Stenton Avenue to the left of the property. So Stenton does have like some type of commercial use, and we're on that corner, even though we have a North 18th Street address. So this is what it looks like now, the building inside the one-story structure. This is his current location, and he'll emulate that. And then these are our plans and drawings, very straightforward. We walk in, here's a customer area, here's a counter, here's some sinks. Here is, I believe, a restroom, and then here's a dry storage area, and then the garbage would be stored outside in the rear in enclosed containers. And then you could just see, these are just some simple elevations. But he's gonna put new windows in here, probably fix up the facade, add lighting, activate this corner of Philadelphia. And then this is, I guess, more of a rendering of what it would look like if this project is approved. We met with the community. We even did a special community notice that was requested of us. We mailed that notice. We emailed the notice to the community representative, Sandra, 2 weeks before the community meeting. We sent it to 78 addresses, which were in the affected area, proof of mailing those addresses, our application for appeal, notice of refusal, project information form, deed to property showing that Eugene's company owns it as a holding company. And then finally, our certificate of tax clearance showing no taxes are owed. I'm sure you're going to want to know the hours of operation. That would be 7 to 3 p.m., 7 days a week. He plans to have 2 employees per shift. and he would agree to commercial trash pickup. Other than that, I would just ask that Eugene be sworn in.
Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer? Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please proceed, counsel.
All right, Eugene, you heard everything I had to state today about your zoning matter.
Yes, I did.
Is it true and correct?
It is, yes.
And do you adopt this your own testimony?
Yes.
Why don't you just tell the board about your current location, what you've done there in just a year?
Yeah, so we opened Freedom Coffee House, first location, 4906 Old York Road, January 6th. So we just celebrated a year at that location. One of the things that we wanted to do was bring a coffee shop to that area. I don't live far from there, less than 2 miles from there. When I was going to school following COVID, there was no coffee shops where I can go and take my laptop and study. So I felt like the neighborhood was in need of that. So I immediately looked into my immediate neighborhood where I live, and we found this location, purchased the location, renovated the location. And to be honest, it's been more of a success than I had initially anticipated. Many of the neighbors come, they call it family. They say that it's been a great place, something they always wanted. A lot of the local council people come there, had their meetings there. It's just been a great addition to the neighborhood. More than anything, that's what I'm most proud of. And obviously, with our success, we're looking to not relish off the financial gain, but then reinvest it and do it elsewhere and try to have similar success in the neighborhood as well, in the immediate neighborhood, not far from the current location.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, questions on the board?
What's your plan for the exterior of that site?
Yes. Yeah, so we plan to obviously do some cement work out there. It needs it. So one of the things we wanted to do was do a colored painted stucco on the outside of the building, put bigger windows in there to bring light into the building.
Or any outdoor seating planned or anything like that? Or
We
because
did
it
not.
seems like a large pavement that's in front of.
It is, and that's obviously something that was a consideration, but ultimately we decided, and early on, we wouldn't do outdoor seating.
Gotcha. Okay, makes sense.
But then I saw that the RCO meeting, the neighbors spent more time talking about the traffic control and auto accidents. Am I right?
Yeah,
And then they talked about the coffee shop.
yeah, I'm sorry, you go.
Yeah, so that was one of the things that was mentioned. They wanted to hear about parking. One of the things I think we did cover is that on the Stenton side of the property, there's hardly any parking there. Even though our address is 18th Street, the longer side of the property is on Stenton. There's rarely never any parking there, as well on the opposite side of Stenton.
Right.
And again, every location is different, but if we look to 4906 Old York Road, we're not getting a lot of congestion. People piling up, they're grabbing their coffee, they're leaving.
Okay.
Especially in those first couple hours in the morning, where people just looking to get their coffee on the way to work.
Okay. Other questions?
So understanding it's mostly coffee and you're gonna do just reheated food, so no need to vent anything.
That is correct. So it's all coffee. We get Danishes there, which the bulk of the people just purchase, take it in a bag. A few of them request is heated up, which we can do. We have a plug-in convection oven. And we do have 2 breakfast sandwiches, which you may have observed on the menu, where they're already pre-made. They're put in the convection oven for 3 minutes, and they're ready.
Okay, and then in terms of deliveries and trash, what's sort of your plan to receive any materials or shipments? And
Yeah, so all our shipments now be the coffee. They come via UPS, so literally a truck is coming just as they would deliver any other package to any other facility or any. So that's how our coffee come. In terms of the Danishes, we have a contract with LaBus where they come during the evening hours. They have a key to the property, come in, open the door, sit it on the first nearest table and close it.
And then the trash, we showed a place in a point where trash would be stored outside.
Okay.
And commercial trash picked up.
So also in the RCO meetings and letters, the concern for the community was that it will become a hangout for the young people. And young people drink coffee too. So what is your plan like for that morning rush? Like, to make sure the kids are going to school.
Sure.
And not just in line getting coffee.
Sure. So one of the things I mentioned, and be surprised, I mean, every location is different. On Old York Road, we have a lot of schools. We have Cook Middle School, we have Logan Hope. We don't get much of the little kids, surprisingly. Now, it could differ there, but obviously, we don't want people hanging out where it's not a place for order, and that's not the goal of the location. So we're not going to obviously allow kids to hang out. Another thing we agreed to, and it was easy to agree to, we're not going to sell any candy, we're not going to sell any chips, those things that little kids seem to take to because it's not conducive with our menu.
Questions from our attorney, Hillary Emerson.
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from this audience or the virtual audience?
Chair, I have a hand up again from Antonine Fullard.
Okay.
I'll allow them to speak.
You've already been sworn. Just state your name, please.
Antoinine Fullard, Fullard. Again, just wanted, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, and also board, again, just wanted to speak on a councilwoman's behalf. We have no opposition to this variance, and we did want to speak to the RCO's request for, they're looking to request a separate meeting about the traffic for this area. It was some traffic concerns, and they wanted to just try to get streets and also Otis involved, just regarding those, traffic concerns. So I just wanted to hop in and share that.
All right. Thank you very much. We appreciate your call.
You're welcome.
Planning Commission.
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change in zoning at this location from the current RSA 5 residential single family. The appellant has demonstrated that the configuration of the building, which is to remain, presents unique physical conditions or circumstances that would prevent the property from being used as single family as required by the code. The three other corners in this intersection have similar buildings, all with commercial uses. The Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the requested variance for a prepared food shop.
MI 2025 005149 6327 North 18th Street. I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
Hi, Owen, my vote is yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 4, MI 2025 004 987 2310 Perrott Street. Adam Laver is the attorney.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board.
Good afternoon, counsel. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Adam Laver, L-A-V as in Victor, E-R.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Chairman Bergman, I do.
Could you identify your client in relationship to this property?
Absolutely. Blank Rome represents Rebecca Loonstein, Loonstyn, who is the owner of the subject property.
Thank you. There is a letter of support from Fairmount Civic. Vote was 39 in support, 3 in opposition, 5 in non-opposition. Our vice chair has a few questions for you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Good afternoon, Madam Vice Chairman. Yes, we have.
Okay. And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes, Ms. Graham, we do.
Okay, thank you. You can proceed with your case.
And one other thing, the council member Young is also in support.
Yes, thank you for putting that on the record. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, I have the privilege of representing Rebecca Loonstein, a teacher who grew up in the Fairmount neighborhood where the subject property is located. Rebecca's sister lives in the house next door at 2312, which you can see hopefully on the right of your screen. To the left of that property is the subject property that is before you today. Rebecca purchased this property in September of 2025, just a few months ago, and her family has deep roots in Fairmount. The proposal before the board, in a nutshell, calls for the demolition of the existing single-family home which actually at one time in recent history was registered for short-term stays by other parties. So here you can see the existing single-family home at 2310, and in its place would be a home very similar to the home that Rebecca's father actually built for Rebecca's sister to the right in brick. And I should mention that John Loonston is with us on the line today as well. What is proposed is a 3-story single-family home that would be adjacent to other single-family homes that the Loonston family has built. In this aerial, you can see for context that the property, which is outlined in red, is located just north of Fairmount Avenue, which is here at the bottom of the screen, and we are west of Eastern State Penitentiary. Members of the board may recognize this large public parking lot, which is just to the west of the historic prison. The zoning map is worth pausing on for a moment. 2310, the subject property, which is here in purple, is located in the CMX2 zoning district, but it is adjacent to mainly RSA 5, and it is across the street from solidly RSA 5 single family, which this block is. Hard to know exactly why the CMX2 carried onto this particular property and didn't stick just to the corner properties, but I wanted to give you that context. The notice of refusal has two refusals. One is use and one is dimensional. The use refusal is that we are proposing a single family home as had been there before, but as the board knows, single family homes are prohibited rather in the CMX2 district, which encourages ground floor commercial requirement. The variance relief for the single family use was previously granted by this board as noted and as I've highlighted here on page 2. So the board has previously found hardship at this property for the very same variance that we're seeking. Moving back to the first page, the use is also completely in keeping with the surrounding uses on the residential block. And as you saw, immediately adjacent to the subject property and across the street are all residential homes. The same, I would like to note, is true at the rear along Olive Street. The second of the two refusals is dimensional. In the CMX2 zoning district, the maximum occupied area for an intermediate lot such as the subject property is 75%. The existing non-conforming condition, members of the board, is 100% occupied area, and the proposed new construction will reduce the nonconformity to 97.2%, as you'll see on plans that I'll share with you momentarily. So both the existing and the proposed conditions are comparable to many neighborhood properties. I just would like to share a few photos of streetscapes. Here we can see the front of the property, which you already saw, but not as expansive a view. To the left of the property is a neighboring garage, which I'll show you in a moment, but otherwise you're seeing residential homes, some with garages, some without. And here we can see the view that I wanted to show you, where Rebecca's sister's house is here on the right in brick, the subject property, which is proposed to be demolished. And as I mentioned, right next door, there is a entrance to garage parking for adjacent properties. Here's another view once again of what Rebecca's home hopefully would look like. And then moving to Olive Street in the rear, you can see the rear of the existing property. As I mentioned, 100% lot coverage, which we plan to reduce a little bit. And on the left, again, is the subject property on Olive Street. You can actually see Eastern State all the way at the end there. And here we have the rear of the subject property once again. And now on to the plans, if I may. What is proposed is a 3-story structure 33 feet 4 inches in height with a setback roof deck and 1 car interior garage parking accessed in the rear off of Olive Street, comparable to many of the other homes. Quite frankly, there are several homes with front parking, but we are going for what we think is more appropriate at the rear. And here are our proposed floor plans. The first floor shows living area, dining area, and kitchen with the garage parking at the rear as I described. The basement shows additional living space, a family room, and media room. The second floor in the center shows 2 bedrooms at this level. And also at the third floor, we can see 2 bedrooms and the roof deck atop the structure. Briefly, since we have the same builder and the same family involved, I thought it would be helpful to see interior photographs of Rebecca's sister's home right next door, so the board might have a sense as to what is intended here. And you can see the first floor of that home, first floor again, bringing in a lot of light and window. The second floor, and additional living spaces. We don't want any of the sisters to be jealous of one another, so we're really looking at a comparable situation. Mr. Chairman, you mentioned the support of the Fairmount Civic Association, which we appreciate, and as I mentioned, the Loonstons are longstanding members of this community, and their reputation is paramount to them. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, the authorization of variance relief will not alter the character of the neighborhood or district or be detrimental to the public welfare. The photos reflect that the proposal fits into the neighborhood. The support of the coordinating RCO and the district council member speak to the granting of relief being of benefit to the public and within the spirit of the zoning code. And the proposed variance will represent the minimum variance to afford relief and represent the least modification possible of the regulation at issue. The proposed zoning will actually bring us into greater compliance with the zoning code than the existing and most recent conditions. The grant of variance relief will not substantially increase congestion in the public streets, increase the danger of fire, or otherwise endanger the public health, safety, or general welfare. On the dimensional refusal, we are bringing parking off of the street, accommodating parking in a neighborhood that has a great need for it, not impacting on on-street parking, and that also speaks to that particular refusal. There are no light and air issues. This will not adversely affect transportation or unduly burden water, sewer, school, park, or other public facilities. There are no environmental issues. Rebecca is here, as is her father, the builder, should the board have any questions.
Why don't we bring Rebecca on to adopt your testimony?
Thank you. Rebecca, would you please raise your virtual hand to be recognized by Chairman Bergman? Rebecca Loonston.
I'll be back in as a panel shortly.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hand.
Understood.
There she is.
Hi, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Rebecca Loonston, Loonstyn.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Counsel?
Good afternoon, Rebecca. Thank you for being present. Have you clearly heard the testimony that I've offered this afternoon on your behalf?
Yes.
And would you adopt and affirm it as your own?
Yes.
Thank you.
Questions from the board? Questions or comments from our attorney, Hillary Emerson?
Good afternoon, Mr. Laver. I just had one quick clarification. In talking about the occupied area of the property, you said something that something was going to be less. Did you mean that the new proposed structure will occupy less of the lot than the current structure?
It said 97%.
Yes. Yes.
It's less than the prior structure.
100%.
Okay, all right. I just wanted to
Yes,
clarify
yes.
that. Make sure there wasn't revised plans. 'Cause I know that was one of the refusals.
No,
Okay.
thank you, Ms. Emerson. It's a slight decrease that brings us a little bit closer to conformity.
Okay, thank you so much.
Questions or
Yes, ma'am.
comments from the virtual audience?
I do not see any further hands, Mr. Chair.
Planning Commission.
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change in zoning at this location from the current CMX2 commercial mixed use. However, this is a narrow street without any storefronts, so adding mid-block would be uncharacteristic. The appellant has not demonstrated that compliance with occupied area requirements would cause significant financial burden. The Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the requested variance for no ground floor commercial, but deny the requested variance for occupied area.
Okay, thank you. MI 2025-004-987-2310 Parat Street. I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
Taya Nguyen, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Have a good afternoon.
You too. Thank you.
Thank
Number
you.
5, MI 2025-004-994 1501 Fairmount Avenue. Rachel Pritzker is the attorney. There's a letter of support from Spring Garden Civic Association, a letter of non-opposition from Councilmember Young, and 4 additional letters of support. And then also the Historic Commission has sent a letter too.
They'll be back in as a panelist shortly.
Sure.
Good afternoon.
Hi, Council. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Sure, it's Rachel, Rachael, Pritzker, Pritzker.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Could you identify your client in relationship to the property?
Yes, my client is 1501 Fairmount LLC, which is the owner of the property.
And our vice chair has just a few questions.
Sure.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Thank you. Can you see my screen?
We can.
Great. So as mentioned, this is 1501 Fairmount Avenue. This is a property that is zoned CMX 2.5, and it only generated 1 refusal for a maximum occupied area. We're requesting a modest 18.49% over the 80%. The project proposes, it's an existing historic structure, which I'll go into in a little bit, but we're basically proposing the construction of an attached structure to include a pilot house for roof maintenance only, 22 Class 1A bicycle parking spaces, and for proposed use of multifamily household living, 32 dwelling units with vacant commercial space on the ground floor, all of which is permitted under CMX 2.5. This was our application. This is a letter from the Philadelphia Historical Commission. Prior to zoning, we went through the Historical Commission process, and we have support from the Historical Commission. We went through multiple rounds of revisions with them, Spring Garden Civic Association, and the directly adjacent neighbors, and received approval from the Historic Commission for the design. Tax clearance. The deed. So as mentioned, this is a property on 15th and Fairmount. This is 15th Street. This is Fairmount Avenue. The property sits at the corner and is zoned CMX 2.5. Aerial view of the property. It's been a long-standing blighted site with just really sort of the perimeter, the historical perimeter, the historical facade is really all that remains. The rest of it's kind of a vacant shell and has struggled to have any sort of viable adaptive reuse given the constraints of the historical facade of the site. Again, more of an aerial view of the site. This gives the board a better idea of this historic facade with this glass tower. It used to be, I believe, like a mobile site and maybe some offices, but it has really stood vacant with sort of just trying to preserve this historic facade for many years. Again, another photo motor works was what it was, as you can see. Again, just sort of a view towards the front. This is sort of what it looks like right now, sort of the interior. So obviously requires a lot of work here, but made it a little bit of a challenging site given, the need to preserve the facade. So with the zoning posters on the property, it's also worth mentioning, it's quite a large site. So the lot is about 9,100 square feet, and the building, which as you see is kind of a shell, was about 25,840 square feet. It's basically a 60 by 128 square foot lot. This is just some of the zoning records for the property. They've tried to do different structures, none of which have resulted in building permits or any fruitful development. This is the code. Again, the code requires 80%. You can only cover 80%. However, given the architect Scott Woodruff from Design Blends will go through the plans briefly, but given the historic facade, there's a need to set back the front of the property for the new construction off of the front facade on Fairmount Avenue, which then requires the property to start further back, which is that additional 18.94%. If we put the new construction like directly in line with the facade, then we would probably not be taking up any of that 18%, but through the process with the Historic Commission and with the community, in order to also make sure that we're not damaging or putting too much wear on this existing facade, you'll see that the front second story is set back from the front of the facade on Fairmount Avenue, which is what's taking up the need for an additional 18.9449% of the lot coverage. 32 units is by right, the height is by right. So that's really all that we're asking for. We met with Spring Garden Civic Association multiple times, both through the historic process and also through the RCO process for the zoning variance. As mentioned, they gave us a letter of support. They were actually really great to work with on this. This is a project they had wanted to see be redeveloped for a long time. So they were super involved with the historical components of this, and obviously through the variance process as well. As mentioned, we also have a letter of non-opposition from Councilman Jeff Young's office. And then just through the historic process and just as we went through this, we engaged with a lot of the near neighbors, and we included letters of support from directly adjacent neighbors, 1424 Fairmount Avenue. I don't know where this one is from. I guess this is for BM Consulting Services, supporting the use of the project as well, in addition to another adjacent neighbor, the Lewensteins, who were just on the prior call, who own directly behind us, and another near neighbor who has a property again on Fairmount Street. If we can just briefly promote Scott Woodruff so he can go through the architectural plans. This is that are on screen, and then happy to bring my client on to have our testimony adopted.
Scott Woodruff will be rejoining shortly.
Thank you. While we're waiting for Scott, as you can see, this is sort of a rendering, and as I mentioned, that front setback off of the first floor is what's causing the need for that additional 18%. So it just was recommended at the historic process and with the neighbors that they wanted to help sort of bring in this new construction, but have it sort of still pay homage and protect this historic facade.
I'm here, members of the board.
Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Absolutely. Scott Woodruff, SCOTT WOODRUFF.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel?
Scott, you want to just go through the plans on the screen?
Sure, absolutely. So we met with the RCO and the Historic Commission and produced a bunch of iterations in collaboration with them to come up with this design. As Rachel stated, the main thing from the historic standpoint was tying in with the historic fabric while not really coming too close to the front. So these two structures could look have a harmony, but also you could tell the difference between the historic fabric of this Art Deco car garage for what it used to be your dealership, and the new multifamily. So the darker square, you can see that is kind of the 5-story portion of the building. And then you'll see a lighter gray box towards the back, which steps down to 4 stories to create more of a residential scale along the rear street there. You can keep going, Rachel, it's fine. As Rachel stated, we're under the height and we're by right for the height compliance. The existing facade will be refinished to historical standards with a new infill of storefront. And there is a little bit of it's about a 2,000 square foot commercial space that's proposed along Fairmount Avenue. And then there'll be residential units that are proposed on the first floor towards the rear. You can kind of see that in the section there where the commercial is towards the front, and then we have the more residential uses along the rear street. Historic photo of what this used to be, and then its current state, which is not quite as nice, but we will be refinishing this to bring it up to snuff. Keep going. So this is some of the collaboration that we were doing with the RCO and the Historic Commission going through that process. We originally had a design at 6 stories. We started to scale down portions of the building and ultimately scale down the entire building down to 5 stories and then 4 towards the back there, 32 units in total, to really kind of engage with them and understand like proportion and scale and what would make the neighborhood happy as far as the feel from the street. You kind of see some of the massing on where we are. Went over the site plan. So this is the first floor. If you want to stay here for a second, Rachel, to see the commercial space is 2 frontages. The main one being on Fairmount. The residential lobby is also primary fronted on Fairmount Avenue, but does have accessory access to the rear. The trash is located adjacent to both the residential and the commercial can use that trash room, and then it can be exited out on the side street there. And then the residential units on the first floor are positioned towards the residential. That's primarily at the back of the site. Typical floor plan. This is a mix of 1s and 2s, pretty typical with an elevator. And there will be accessible units provided within this. Keep going. We worked back and forth with the RCO and the Historic Commission to come up with a good facade concept for this. We really leaned into more of the earthy tones since we do have this cast stone Art Deco kind of facade. So we wanted something that contrasted but also harmonized with what that is. So we ended up with a metal, like a dark kind of brown metal, and then a fiber cement siding that has kind of a brown reddish undertone to it within modern windows in the multifamily. Back towards the back street there on Swain, we have a more traditional brick facade, which ties in really nicely with the rest of the streetscape, so that the height of this as well as the materials blends in really nicely with the residential fabric of that back street, and then it kind of allows the Fairmount side to talk better with the historic portion.
Same kind of thing.
Yeah, these are just back facades. You can see the section there. And then here you can see this is the Swain Street back facade here. You can kind of see it, this cornice line very close to the existing residential homes that are back there, as well as kind of matching through with some of the brick that are on those. And then we will be planting new street trees along this sidewalk as well.
I think that's
Yep, I think that's all I have, but happy to answer any questions from anyone if needed.
Why don't we just leave one? Why don't you bring your client on and have your
Sure.
testimony adopted and then
Sure. Is there Justin Kaplan in the audience?
Yes, they've been promoted to panelists. They'll be coming back in shortly.
Thank you.
Justin?
Yes, I am here.
Hi, Justin, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Justin Kaplan, Justin Kaplan.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you turn your video on if possible? Thank you.
Justin, have you heard my testimony today? Do you believe it to be true and accurate, and do you adopt it as your own?
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further, Chairman.
So, Rachel, you only have one zoning refusal, am I correct?
Yeah, just for 18% lot coverage.
Okay, all right.
In addition.
Questions from the board?
How many accessible units do you have?
So all will be type B compliant. And then we'll comply with the type A that's required. I think we need 2 here that we'll be putting. And then we do have ground floor units that are all only at grade, but there is an elevator in the building, so everything will be available and accessible through the elevator.
Other questions?
Was there a cellar level or basement level plan?
There is a basement that's towards Swain Street, that's solely for utilities, and bringing in some of the water lines, electrical, Pico.
Can I have in-unit washers and dryers?
They will, yes.
Okay.
Don't know where we have the.
Yeah, you can see it right there.
Attorney?
Well,
Hold on.
I guess I have a question. And I remember overseas Road Works. As a matter of fact, I used to get my car serviced there back many moons ago. Okay, so it just seems like this is, I don't know how to phrase it, but it looks really kind of out of scale with the rest of the block there. I mean, mainly it's just houses to the other side. I think Project Home is on that block, and
Up the street.
yeah, and so it's sort of
What was right behind it? There's something behind it that went up pretty big too. What's that?
I can't.
Rachel, there was a
remember.
picture of something coming behind it.
Yeah. This apartment building right behind it.
Yep.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's zoned CMX 2.5, so it's a big corner commercial space, right? Commercial mixed
Yeah.
use. So it permits, we're not asking for any more units or any additional height.
Yeah.
And given additionally, and I think this was mentioned by Meredith earlier, but given the need to really handle the historic components of this and preserve that facade, to put something by right was really like the goal as much as possible. But we're only here given that we have to set this property
Right.
back from the front at the request to kind of protect this facade. So I don't disagree with you, but when we originally proposed it where the facade was forward, like kind of flush with the historic facade, there was a lot of concerns around that. So and as mentioned, there is apartment buildings, it's Fairmount Avenue, right? So
Yeah.
there are some in scale on the corners. But I think that the setback here was why it maybe just from this rendering, it also looks not directly aligned with those homes, but that was not going to get approved by the Historic Commission.
Yeah, and the apartment building behind is a 5-story, that white structure with what it looks like, and then Project Home is a taller 4-story building. So that was something where we tried to match the 4-story on the corner towards Swain Street, but felt the need to step obviously that facade even back to make sure the scale wasn't out of proportion with the streetscape.
Yeah, and isn't there another apartment like building across the street too?
There's a white brew pub with
Yeah.
apartments on top, right?
4924 Fairmount Avenue is across the street, I believe.
Yeah.
And that's a big apartment building, but how construction did.
Yeah.
Okay. No, it just, I mean, from the, just looking at the
Right.
rendering that you have here, it kind of looks
Yeah, it's again, I think to your point, just because of this setback here,
Mhm.
you know, it makes it more obvious than if, like I said, when we proposed it where it was flush, but you know, the importance again was around keeping the historic facade, which, you know, made it a little challenging. But I also think from a, you know, a city perspective, having that unique element makes it a more interesting building.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of
No, I
sense.
was just surprised there wasn't a height, a need for a height variance and.
Yeah, no, given this, we're at
Yeah.
55.
Okay.
And we do have a pilot house, but only for maintenance. So we're not putting like a roof deck on this or anything that will add like additional height beyond what's allowed in CMX 2.5.
And the Divine Lorene's a block away down the street, right?
Yes.
That's like
Yeah.
back,
It's
yeah,
about
that's
10
back
floors.
over.
Yeah, you can better see in this picture the 5-story apartment building behind it. Just
Oh,
given
yeah.
we don't have the rendering.
Oh, yeah, that's way to the other side. It's the, okay,
Thank you.
I
thank
have
you.
one
Sure.
more question. What is the intended retail use? I think like the the commercial space was sizable, but not having a cellar on that side, I feel like there wasn't a lot of storage opportunities, which might limit the retail use. And then, what happens if like a food service comes in and there needs to be?
So it's a great question, and I'm just trying to pull up. We did enter into a community benefits agreement with the Spring Garden Civic, and one of the components of it is you know, there's a lot of uses they don't want to see there. So we were kind of going back and forth with them. Some of the ones they didn't want to see were like hookah or like smoking supplies or anything related to marijuana, a homeless shelter, drug treatment clinics, 24-hour operations. We did carve out a restaurant. So Justin the owner can speak more to what they're looking for there, but you do make a good point with that, you know, what are the viable commercial uses, you know, that could go there, you know, given it's 2,000 square feet, so it's small, but also, you know, there's limited storage and other components. So we mostly discussed what they didn't want to see there, but Justin can maybe share thoughts from ownership on what they think might be viable or any of those conversations.
Yeah, hi. It could be a light service retail, maybe a restaurant or a bank. But we're very early in the marketing process here, so we'll see what kind of activity we get. Assuming we're approved for zoning here, we'll begin to start marketing the space.
Which is fair, but I think just if it is a restaurant, I feel like you're limited in the space and in the way it's already been currently conceptualized and designed. I feel like you showed it as a bank or something that looks like a bank in the rendering, but like those are two very different uses in terms of trash, in terms of people, pedestrians, hours. So that's sort of why I was
Hours were also addressed in the community benefits agreement with the neighbors. And Rachel, I don't know if you're able to show the first floor
Yep.
plan, and Scott can talk about how we thought about trash and in the event that it is a restaurant, how we would deal with that.
I just wanted to bring up the CBA just to go through what we went for. So a lot of it was dealing with construction, hours of operation. So here it is in the uses. So they really wanted, so nothing later than 11 o'clock p.m. unless it was a restaurant, and or takeout restaurant, and then it could exceed that, and really just nothing earlier than 6 a.m. From a plans perspective. Excuse me, want me to go up, down? This is the ground floor with the commercial space here.
Yep, so we have two entrances or exits kind of planned for here. I mean, some of these storefronts can be maybe massaged with additional doors if needed. It isn't the largest commercial space, I think, on the planet, but I think we've all been to a few of these smaller restaurants that have been in row homes. It doesn't mean that food service can't come into these spaces in 2,000 square feet and make it work. Depending on how that tenant is in there, there is opportunities to pop a door into that trash room so they have direct access as well. Again, that was one thing about positioning of where that trash is to make sure that there was a easy use for the commercial space and they weren't going around the building or going through the building with any of their trash and their needs. And then that trash exits directly out to where it would be picked up, all enclosed and ventilated in that space. Depending on what the use is in there, if it was food service, let's say, for instance, we do have a little bit of availability to pop out on the roof. Since we have setbacks at this point, anything that we have to kind of do will be looked at through a historic lens, obviously. We can have a little bit of ability to go up through the top as well. But I think at the end of the day, we wanted to make sure we had a nice square space, and then if we need to adjust depending on what that use is, we will start to do that. But to Justin's point, it's really hard to chicken and the egg before we get this thing marketed and who wants to kind of take the space. I think that the primary goals are making sure it was directly on the corner and had as much glazing in that historic facade to kind of memorialize what the use used to be to Fairmont Ave.
I guess from just like the early stage standpoint, if you had to pop in a kitchen, you guys have sort of done enough work to know that it's possible should it need to be added later.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then for the upstairs floors, just because we're looking at sort of the real estate version of a plan, are people bringing their trash down to the trash room on the elevator, or is there a trash chute and like access on every floor that takes things to that trash room?
Currently, we don't have a chute designed within this. People will be coming down the elevator and then putting everything in the trash room at that point.
I just know, like, from human experience, like, it's very rare with a 5-story building that people on the 5th floor bring their trash down on the elevator. So I just, as you guys are planning the rest of it, I think you've packed a lot of units in here, and there's like, it's pretty much just an elevator in the lobby. So I think there's many ways that you could kind of facilitate making it easy for people to practice good behaviors. I think that's one of the hardest things to get tenants to do.
Yeah, I think that's a good point.
I got to tell you, Scott, I don't know how you held the facade all this time. I go by there all the time. I don't know how it fall. It just didn't fall down.
I'm thankful that it hasn't.
Yeah.
Questions
And,
from our,
just
go ahead.
one other thing, and if you are thinking about some sort of restaurant, what have you, you may want to plan about venting at this stage so that you have it there in case that's something that comes along.
Yeah, absolutely.
Questions from our attorney, Hillary Emerson?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
Yes, Chair, this is Ian Hegarty. We have one hand raised from Justin Navarro. I'll be allowing them to speak now.
Oh, sure.
Good afternoon.
Justin, you've already been sworn, so why don't you just state your name and please give us your.
Justino Navarro, Justino Navarro, and I'm here and speaking in representation of the Spring Garden Civic Association
Yep,
and
sure.
Committee. Thank you for having me this afternoon. And I just, had a call in because I want to state, and we as an organization want to commend the applicant, the owner, its architects, and Council Pritzker for the collaboration that they demonstrated throughout this entire process. We met with the owners and the parties I just stated multiple times, during this process. Met with the Historical Commission in collaboration with them, the Architectural Committee, and they took in our feedback. They substantially revised the plans, and not only related to the project design and historic elements of the project, but also a CPA that we in fact have executed now. So thank you for that. So that you talked about, board member Gaston inquired about that it seems to be too dense, but in reality, we believe that this corner site, we welcome density on these corner sites in the Spring Garden community and on Fairmont Avenue. And it's actually very similar in height and density to the JBJ Soul Homes that's located right here at the intersection of 15th and Fairmont on the northeast corner, as well as 1424 to 34 Fairmount Avenue, which is also a tall structure, and it fits in very nicely with the Fairmount Avenue. This will eliminate a long blighted site. Overseas Motorworks was a wonderful use, and it's been blighted for like 15 years, and there's been so many attempts to do this property that have failed that we welcome in a collaborative fashion this opportunity. So I want to thanks again the team for putting this project together. We look forward to seeing it come online as soon as possible, and we couldn't be more excited.
And
Thanks so much.
Yeah, and I just want to make it clear, I was not questioning the density. I was talking about the scale and how it looked with respect to the rest of the block there.
Right.
That was.
Yeah, it fits in well with the rest of the corners.
Okay.
Thank you.
Planning Commission.
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends a change in zoning at this location from the current CMX2 commercial mixed use to RM1 residential multifamily. The structure that is to remain as designated historic and citywide vision recommendation 8.1.1 is to preserve culturally, historically, and architecturally significant buildings, sites, structures, and districts. The Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the requested variance for occupied area.
MI 2025-004-994, 1501 Fairmount Avenue. I vote yes with proviso. Use registration required prior to occupancy for vacant commercial space.
Michael Giles, my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Diane Nguyen, my vote is yes with proviso.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Number 6, MI 2025-005-058, 1712 Walnut Street. David Orphanides is the attorney. There's a letter of opposition from the Center City Residents Association and a letter of opposition from Council Member Young.
They're coming back in as a panelist now, Chair.
Sure, thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman.
David, you've already been sworn. Just for the record, could you state your name?
Certainly. David Orphanides, the last name spelled O-R-P-H-A-N-I-D-E-S.
And could you identify your client in relationship to the property?
Certainly. My client is LOLSB Philadelphia LLC. They're a tenant for the second floor space at the subject property pursuant to a lease dated January 8, 2025.
And our vice chair has a few questions.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes,
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
Okay, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Sure. Thank you. Okay, we're here today. It's a sign application for 1712 Walnut Street. 1712 Walnut Street is located next to the outdoor operation on Walnut Street after the destruction of the buildings that have been located there. This space has been vacant had been vacant before my clients leased it since 2019. Before that, it'd been the various nightclubs for about 20 years, 15, 20 years. Again, before it was vacant in 2019. The ground floor space was leased prior to my client taking their space on the second floor. And as you can see in the photograph, that's Sattva.com. It's a bedding company. You can see their signage in the lower middle portion of the building. On their storefront, they have other signage on the windows and the doors. My client had previously permitted this signage that's over the entrance to get to the upper floor, to get to the second floor. There are little decals, QR codes on the doors as well. In order to drive in more business, they have applied to install the sign that you see here. It's a backlit channel sign on the middle of the second floor. As you may know, signs are not permitted above the second floor windowsill. in Philadelphia, and as such, a refusal was issued by the Department of Licenses and Inspections. You can see here photographs, historical photographs of the property. You can see Sattva with their existing sign, and then again you can see to the left the outdoor eating area. Pietro's is to the right, and you can see this is back in 2023 when the upper space wasn't occupied. And then back through time, the ground floor was a bank for about 10 years going back. And you can see here, Coda was one of the clubs that was there until, like I said, 2019. My client, their operation, it's called Sandbox. What is Sandbox? It's already been permitted for the use of the second floor and for the signage, as I mentioned. It's a very advanced virtual reality experience. Here on Walnut Street, there's 5 virtual reality rooms. As you can see here, I pulled this from their website. It's socially immersive gaming experience. It encourages games or utilizes games that are designed to be social experiences with unique, active, and social Sandbox VR. So hours of operation are 10 to 10 every day of the week, except for Friday and Saturday when it's 10 to 11. They have team building, they have private parties and private events, corporate meetings, speaker panels, executive board meetings there in their operation. And again, they've been operating here for about 8 months. Here you can see pictures of what it looks like when somebody goes and experiences what they have there. So their Walnut Street, as you know, is our main commercial corridor, kind of the heart of Philadelphia in that respect. The problem is, and I've noticed this, I've lived in Center City for about 35 years, and I walk Walnut Street and I walk Chestnut Street almost every day. And it looks great at the street level, but then when you look up, you constantly see these upper floors that are vacant, that are boarded up, blanked out windows. Here you can see at 1714, you can see at 1713, you can see here at 1707. So it's very hard to get tenants in the upper floors. You can see at 1628. I think you get the idea that there are a lot of blanked out upper floors on Walnut Street and Chestnut Street, and there have been for some time, not just as a result of the pandemic. So it's very difficult to lease the upper floors. Again, this space had been vacant since 2019. There are other examples of signage on the up floors above the second floor windowsill. Tiffany's, these are windows that are right here. There's signage located there. So this is not unique in that respect. There used to be Talbot's I think, across the street as well, that they're now out of business. Their Cheesecake Factory and is one, and Compass, they have their signage above the second floor. So we're not asking for something that hasn't been granted or doesn't already exist on Walnut Street. I feel that the restriction on the second floor or signage above the second floor windowsill is more of a control than an absolute prohibition. It's kind of more along the lines of the special exceptions for takeout restaurants throughout the city, just to make sure things don't get out of hand. Maybe we don't want Walnut Street to look like Times Square. So anything that any signage that is above the second floor windowsill has to come to the zoning board and has to come to the community. In regards to going through the community, we met with the community on October 28th after sending out the 14303 notice as was required. And one of the things that came up at that time, and I think might be a large factor in why we received a letter of opposition, was some members of the leadership as well as some members of the community had asked why it needs to be in this location and why it couldn't be lower below the second floor windowsill, either here on the window of Sattva, on this banding here, or squeezed in this little area that's the same material of the second floor. We did create renderings of those. And you can see those here. At the time of community group meeting, I didn't think that this was going to fly. That's right on Sattva's window. I didn't think that this was going to fly. I thought it was part of their whole facade. I didn't have an answer at that time. We spent the several months since the end of October attempting to confirm with the landlord that, in fact, signage in either of these locations is not an option. And just yesterday, we did, in fact, receive such a sign, and I have it included in my exhibit book, that I added it to my exhibit book since yesterday, that basically states as much. We had showed them sign A, the location that we're looking for, sign location B, which we already mentioned, and location C here. And in their letter, they made it clear that because of their lease arrangement, their pre-existing lease arrangement with Sattva, they cannot allow us or cannot allow my client to locate their sign on either of those locations. As mentioned, this location is just, it's not viable. It's very small. It doesn't do anything in terms of providing, helping the public notice that Sandbox is there. And I will say personally, I walk by all the time and it's been open for 8 months and I didn't even know it was there until they became my client. And to that point, I can bring my client on in a minute or two. This is the second they have 3 such operations like this. They have one in Old City, Museum of Illusions. They opened this one 8 months ago and recently opened Time Mission on 17th Street. And when my client told me they had Time Mission, I said, oh, I know where that is. And part of that's on 17th Street. And part of that is because they have a ton of signage there. It was a brand new facade and they have a presence. And my client will testify that they do about double the volume on 17th Street that they do on Walnut Street. And we feel a large reason for that is people just don't know they're there. And we also believe that if we had the answers at the time of the meeting to the alternative locations, these 3 other locations below the second floor windowsill, not being either available for the 2 lower ones above Sattva's sign, or the small one that is mushed in here below the second floor windowsill, that it might have been a different outcome. Again, there's signs up and down Walnut Street above the second floor windowsill. This will not be the first one. We believe it's tastefully done. Originally, this is what my clients went in originally, much larger Sandbox sign, a vinyl sign in the window, a blade sign over here, the sign that suspended sign over the door that they've already permitted. They went to the Art Commission. The Art Commission reined them in, pulled them back. They secured approval for the originals, the signage that is already installed. And you can see here, this is the original that we then revised it and went in to the Historic Commission with and secured their approval. You can see their stamp on July 16th. And then these are the plans that were originally submitted to L&I. I've circled these areas on the plans because I do have a revised set of plans that I would like the board to stamp if they were to approve this. And that is because there's a little bit of an inconsistency throughout the drawings I discovered. In some places left over from an earlier iteration of the design of the sign. It has a different square footage and a different width than is located elsewhere. It should be 13 feet and an eighth of an inch wide, 2 feet tall, and which results in a square footage of 26.02 square feet. And those are included in tab D6A that has all those corrections made. And again, I've circled them so that the board can see, just to make that typographical correction to the drawings, and so that we have the proper size of the plan if it were to be approved. As mentioned, we have one single refusal. Property is zone CMX5 is very generous signage permissions in terms of the amount of signage that's permitted. But again, just like every district, it's not permitted above the second floor windowsill. I mentioned we have the deed for the property with Honey Nuts, which is the landlord in the lease, which again was entered into with my client January 8th of 2025. The tax certification that's valid through today's date. And then the notice of today's hearing, which was posted both on the Walnut Street side of the property and then also at the rear of the property on Chancellor Street, and a copy of the 14303 notice that was sent to the list of addresses provided through the Planning Commission's link. Here's a copy of the notice that provided information regarding the October 28, 2025 meeting with CCRA, and then today's zoning board hearing and the certificate of service. Again, I'm aware that CCRA did issue, I didn't receive it until yesterday. I know it was sent out earlier in October, but for some reason I didn't receive it. But I firmly believe that had we had the answers to their questions about the alternative locations, that the outcome might have been different. Because again, the signage is the same size as Saatvi's now. It's the same illumination as Saatvi's as far as at nighttime. So in many respects, it's not overbearing. It's not distracting to cars as they drive by. It's enough to get attention of people who wouldn't otherwise know it's there to enjoy the experience that my clients offer there at 1712 Walnut Street.
When do you bring your client on?
Sure. My client is Rob Cooper. He's the president of LOL SB Philadelphia LLC.
They'll be rejoining as a panelist shortly.
Sure, thank you.
Coming on.
Mr. Cooper?
Yes,
Hi, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
sure. Robert, last name Cooper, Cooper.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel?
Yes, Mr. Cooper, you're the president of LOL SB Philadelphia LLC,
That's correct.
and that's a tenant of the second floor space at 1712 Walnut Street, correct?
Correct.
And the business that operates there is known as Sandbox, a VR reality gaming business.
That's correct.
And did you hear the statements that I made to the board today?
I did.
And are they true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
They are.
And would you adopt them as your own?
I would.
And just a little bit, I touched on your experience on 17th Street with Time Mission versus your experience on Sandbox. And can you tell the board, a little bit about that and what you think the reason for that is?
Sure. And thank you for the time, board. We've actually been doing business in Philly since 2022. So Sandbox is our second location. Museum of Illusions is our first. And then we have Time Mission, as our attorney mentioned before, as David mentioned before, which we launched about 2 or 3 months ago. So we have some experience in this location-based entertainment as it pertains to Philadelphia. As David mentioned, Time Mission has a first floor entrance, and it's a walk up similar to Sandbox. However, the facade is brand new, and the signage is much larger, and we've seen quite a draw relative to that. I think that the additional signage and just the grand nature of it with the facade has really drawn attention with prospective folks that are coming in and patronizing our business. We are a destination business. However, we probably do half of our overall volume that comes through walk-ins, and certainly the density that is provided with Philadelphia and all of the walk-by traffic is something of an advantage for a business like ours. And so, yeah, I think with respect to Sandbox, given the fact we don't have that presence that we do have with, say, Time Mission, or even in Old City with Museum of Illusions, which is on the corner of 4th and Market, we do believe it's a limiting factor at this time.
Questions from the board?
Thank you.
Questions from our attorney, Hillary Emerson?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
I do not see. Wait, Mr. Chair, I have a hand up from Wade Albert.
Sure.
I voted them. I'll be back in shortly.
Good afternoon.
Good to hear from you. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Sure. Wade Albert, W-A-D-E, last name A-L-B-E-R-T.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please proceed, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am counsel for the Center City Residents Association. Just wanted to confirm that the information that Mr. Orfanidis shared is correct, and that with regard to the reason for the opposition, that the organization, after hearing the presentation, believed that a sign in the proposed location was out of context with the community, and had really hoped that the sign perhaps could be located between the first and the second floors. When the organization heard the presentation back in October, we were not aware of any limitations that existed with the landlord. Yesterday, we received a letter from Mr. Orfanidis, or I received a letter, and understand that there are some significant reasons why being able to place the sign lower on the building would be problematic. I told Mr. Orfanidis today that I don't have authority to change our position, but CCRA would be happy to entertain a presentation to provide that updated information and reconsider our decision. There is a possibility that we would change our opposition to a non-opposition, but like I said, I do not have that authority. I would also say that the opposition that CCRA had was not unanimous. So I think that information that was provided today might move the needle a bit. So just wanted to share that context with the board.
Mr. Albert, thank you very much for calling in and giving us that information. Anyone else in the virtual audience?
I do not see any further hands, Mr. Chair.
Planning Commission.
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change in zoning at this location from the current CMX5 commercial mixed use. The proposal completed our commission in March 2025. The Art Commission recommendations are not an expression of the City Planning Commission's recommendation or opinion regarding zoning variances, special exceptions, or other discretionary approvals associated with this proposal. The appellant has not demonstrated that there are unique physical conditions or circumstances of the property that would prevent it from being used in conformance with the zoning code. The Planning Commission recommends that the board deny the requested variance for sign height.
Thank you. MI 2025 005058 1712 Walnut Street. I vote yes. With proviso. Revised plans, 6 pages, stamped by ZBA, January 14, 2026.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Janetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Diane Nguyen, my vote is yes with proviso.
Thank you, council.
Thank you very much. That concludes my business for today.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks.
Is there anyone in the audience whose case has not been called from the 2 o'clock list?
I do not see any hands, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break and we'll be right back. And you've been here a long time. We'll make sure you get up here right away. Okay. All right. My name is Bill. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bill Bergman, and I will be chairing this meeting of the Zoning Board of Adjustment. With me is our Board Vice Chair, Tanetta Graham.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Our Board Secretary, Cheryl L. Gaston.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Our Board Member, Michael Johns.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Board Member, Taya Nguyen.
Present, Mr.
And our
Chairman.
Board Member, Ryan McAdams.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
So present is our Board Attorney, Hillary Emerson, our Zoning Board Director, Ian Haggerty, and our Board Administrator, Lakeisha Dandy. A recording of this hearing will be posted on the ZBA website. By participating, you consent to be recorded. This is an in-person meeting with remote capabilities. Whether remote or in person, if you're called to speak, you must state and spell your name and then wait to be sworn in. Once you've been sworn in, please state your name each time before beginning your testimony. Any person may enter their appearance to become an interested party. There are 3 ways. You can identify the case property address on your Zoom webinar. You can see a staff member, or you can call the ZBA appearance line by the close of business tomorrow. Call 267-270-5548. Leave a message that includes your email address and the address of the property of the appeal case. The following guidance is for our remote attendees. When directed by the chair, you must raise your virtual hand in order to be recognized to speak. If you're called to testify, you'll be prompted to join as a panelist. Please accept the request and turn on your camera. Third, the webinar Q&A is for questions about the hearing. Do not comment on cases in the Q&A. If you're participating by phone, press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute. For our in-person attendees, refrain from talking, eating, or drinking during the hearing. Verbal and physical aggression will not be tolerated. Restrooms are across in the elevators. Water fountain is just outside the room to the right. When speaking on the record, you must speak directly into the microphone in order to be heard by all attendees and the court reporter. In the event of an emergency, please follow directions given over the public address system or by staff. The main exit is through the double doors at the rear of the room. The nearest stairwell is to the left outside the doors. In case of evacuation, the rally point is Love Park, directly across Arch Street. Please remain there so we can account for you. So let's look at our schedule for this afternoon. Number 3, MI 2025 004 380 4370 to 74 Main Street. That case is continued, attorney moving party. Number 4, MI 2025 005 105 5427 Wayne Avenue. This case is continued to Wednesday, February 25th at 2 p.m. And number 6, MI 2025
Excuse me,
00667.
Mr. Chair. Oh, sorry, never mind. That one. I just had a question, but we're good.
Okay, yeah. That's your opinion, but that's beside the point. MI 2025 006 674 1212 South 51st Street. This case is continued until 4/29/26 at 3:30 p.m. Are any other requests for continuance?
Good evening, Mr. Chair. This is Jason Hand. I will be your co-host for this session. I do not see any hands raised for further continuances.
Thank you. We're going to go to number 1, MI 2025 004 374 2408 South 5th Street. William McLaughlin is the attorney. Mr. McLaughlin, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Can't hear you.
I apologize for that. William McLaughlin, William common spelling, last name is McLaughlin.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Could you identify your client, the relationship to the property?
With me here today is Nick Lay, L-A-Y. He's the owner of the property.
And there's unanimous support with proviso from Whitman Council Incorporated. And there's also a letter of non-opposition with proviso from Council Member Squilla.
Yes, unfortunately, I did not receive a council member's letter.
Okay.
So I'm not sure. Is it the same proviso?
Okay.
He references the same proviso.
He always
Yes.
goes along usually with that.
Absolutely fine.
Okay. And our vice chair has a few questions for you, sir.
Yes.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, I have.
And did you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Thank you. So this is 2408 South 5th Street. This is a long-standing use as a duplex, and we're here to legalize that long-standing use. The refusal was based on that one ground, that this is an RSA 5 district, two-family use prohibited by the code. I want to speak very briefly about the history of the property, some of which Nick knew, some of which we learned at the RCO meeting. Nick's father purchased this property approximately 2009 from a Dr. Jacob Weiner, W-E-I-N-E-R. And some of the neighbors remembered Dr. Weiner. One of the neighbors even told us that he graduated from Jefferson Medical College in the 1930s. I'm not sure how the neighbor had that information, but some folks had been his patient. So it was a long-standing use as a medical office downstairs and an apartment upstairs. Notably, it's never been a single-family use, at least not so long as Dr. Weiner was there. I'll draw the panel's attention here to my page 17, if I may just scroll down a bit here. One of our photos we see right here. This is a Google Maps photo from 2012 where we can see the two entry doors inside. It's been used that way for a long time. And what I'm circling here is Dr. Wiener's sign. That's the old sign for the doctor's office. He must have taken down his name, but the metal hanger was still up there, and it was being used at this point as a two-family dwelling. If we go down to the final page of the packet here, this is a use permit application from Saren Lay in 2009. Saren Lay is Nick's father. And the basis of this use permit application was that the first floor was being used as commercial, second floor residential. He was seeking a use permit for residential on both floors. Then you can see handwritten in there, it says, own son is living there. Own son indeed is present today. That's Nick. He lived there when he went to Temple University. He would testify that at one point his college roommate lived in the other unit. That's part of the issue. If Nick lives there and his roommate lives there, it's not really a rental property. Therefore, you don't need a rental license. If you let that license expire, then you're considered to have abandoned the use. At this point, when Nick goes to L&I, he can only get a single-family rental license. So that's why we're here before the panel. We received a refusal May 29th, filed a timely appeal June 13th. We sent the notice to 176 near neighbors on October 2nd, and we had the RCO meeting on November 19th. We're in agreement with the proviso. As you can see from the photos, there are no trash receptacles in the front of the property, nor are those planned. We plan no modifications to the site. We're just seeking to legalize what's already there. So,
Do you have any pictures of the location?
of the
The apartments?
wider location, so I was asked to submit some supplemental photos, and I can share those. Ask for the panel's indulgence
You live there
here.
now?
Excuse me?
You live there?
Oh, my uncle lives upstairs. Yes.
Currently, his uncle lives upstairs. There's another tenant downstairs. So this is the first floor apartment here. There's currently a tenant in there who, to be candid, wasn't cooperative. So this is from when it was fixed up before it was re-rented. This is a main room, which again, remember, this used to be a medical office. So it's essentially a big studio. We go back, there's a kitchen in there, and then there's a bathroom in the back. This, I believe, is the view out the rear, not much of a yard. This being South Philadelphia, it's a small parcel. Upstairs bedroom here where Nick's uncle lives. This is, I believe, the entrance to the second unit. This is the hallway. This is a shot of the kitchen. They're not realtor quality photos. This is photos that Nick's uncle took. And then there's one bathroom upstairs, and that's essentially the layout.
There's
It's
a bathroom downstairs.
correct. Each unit has a bathroom. Each unit has a kitchen. And that's essentially the
Why
layout.
don't you have your testimony adopted?
Yes.
Nick, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Nick Lay, first name is Nick, last name is Lay.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Counsel?
And Nick, you heard my testimony regarding the application here, correct?
Yes.
Is everything I said true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief?
Yes.
And do you accept that testimony as your own?
Yes.
Okay.
Questions from the board?
What's happening with the basement?
It's unfinished. There's nothing.
Does the first floor tenant have access to the basement?
They do.
They do. So if the trash isn't going to be stored in the front, where would the trash be stored
the
for both
backyard.
units? Both units have access to the back?
The backyard has access to the first floor, but upstairs they just keep it up there until trash day at the end of the week.
That's the only provision you have for the second floor? That means you have to
Yes.
watch it.
Oh,
Watch them.
I know, right? They have trash pickups twice a week, so there's nothing accumulated. It gets thrown. Yeah.
Thank you.
Can we talk about the kitchen on the first floor, just because the photo you showed was not a kitchen, it was a sink? So I just want to
Go back.
confirm, is there a full kitchen on the first floor?
Yeah, so there's a kitchen there, there's a stove to the left, and the refrigerator will be on the other side of the
Okay.
room.
And then the access to the basement, so are there two stairwells, one on each party wall?
Correct. Yeah.
So the one going downstairs is on the left, okay.
That is correct. Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Questions from our attorney? Hillary Emerson.
Yeah, sorry, I had missed the answer to board member Graham's question. Is any of the trash stored outside now, or is it all inside?
It's all inside.
Okay, so I think it might be a proviso that may make more sense is interior trash storage, since there's no trash.
Interior trash.
Well,
Right,
he did
so-
say stored in the rear, that's why. He did answer that it would be stored in the.
Oh, some in the rear?
Well, the first floor would store all the
Okay.
rear. The second floor is kept
Stored
up
up
there.
there.
Got you. Okay, so,
All right,
all
I
right,
got
so
it.
I'm just trying to think of how, if the board approves it, what would make sense in terms of a proviso, so you.
First floor is stored in the rear, upstairs stored
Rear
inside.
yard, yeah.
Okay.
Rear yard.
Okay.
Yep, okay, thank you.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
Oh, wait, I do have one more question. The access to the rear yard for the second unit, they have to go through the breezeway, correct?
To the front of the house.
Through the front of, to get to the rear yard? The second floor tenant, to get
Yes.
to the rear yard, don't they have to go through the breezeway?
If they need to, yes.
Yeah, and is
Badly.
it locked at the back? Is there any sort of,
There is a lock, yes.
there's a lock, okay.
That is correct, yes. Yes, sir.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
Mr. Chair, I do not see any hands raised.
Hi, Planning Commission.
Good evening. This is Liz Fuselier, Liz, last name Fuselier, Fuselier, on behalf of the Planning
Do
Commission.
you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please proceed.
The comprehensive plan recommends no change in zoning from RSA 5. The appellant has not demonstrated that there are any unique physical conditions or circumstances of this property that would prevent it from being used in strict conformance with the zoning code. The Planning Commission recommends the board deny the requested variance for two-family household living in an existing attached structure.
So MI 2025-004-374-2408 South Fifth Street. I vote yes with proviso. First floor trash stored in the rear yard. Second floor trash stored inside.
Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Oh, they will, but also a proviso that a certificate of occupancy to be obtained from L&I.
That'll be done forthwith.
Yeah,
That's
right.
why we're here.
Right. Thank you.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with provisos.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with provisos.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with provisos.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with provisos.
Kaya Wynn, my vote is yes with provisos.
Thank you, sir. And thank you for, well, you've been here since what, 2 o'clock?
2:30.
Here you go. Here you go.
Have a good day, everyone.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, number 2, MI 2025-004-376-6625 Castor Avenue. Vito Canuso is the attorney.
Chair Craig Sawball has a hand raised. I will go ahead and promote them. Craig Sobel.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
I can, sir. So
Uh,
you're
good
the
af-
attorney?
Good afternoon. I'm Craig Sobel from Vito Canuso's office. He apologizes. He had
Sure.
a
No,
health
no.
issue that made him have to leave.
Sure, okay.
So I'm
Could you
covering.
state, could you state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yeah, it's Craig Sobel, CraigSobel, PA attorney number 60206.
All right, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you identify your client in relationship to the property?
Yes, I believe he's either online or waiting by phone. Ramberto Polanco. He's the lessee applicant and president of the corporation who made the application.
Right. Our vice chair has a few questions for you, sir.
Good evening. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, we have.
Okay, and do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes, we do.
Okay, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Okay, hold on.
Should be a green button at the bottom. Once your file's open, there's a green button that says, see it?
I see the blue button, share.
Well,
that it?
Try that. Let's see, try that. Well, here you go. It's coming up.
Am I sharing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay.
So there's, we have your application for appeal.
So the applicant is seeking an assembly and entertainment variance use only for a nightclub and public entertainment venue on a second floor of an existing sit-down restaurant and bar at 6625 Castor Avenue. A previous approval for this restaurant was granted in March of 2016, about 10 years ago. This is concerning the second floor kind of, I guess, banquet room area. We appeared before community on the rise, and I believe we had unanimous support from them when we went in front of the community organization September 11th of 2025. If I could, I'll just briefly go through the exhibits. So this was the
Yeah, so we have all your paperwork. What I would recommend you do is to go to photos.
Okay.
And any plans you have.
Okay, just so that the board is aware, there's going to be no exterior exchange to the property or interior. I will show you pictures of the existing state of okay. Okay, so this is an exterior shot of the existing restaurant. One of the concerns that the community organization had was with parking, in case with the second floor, which will not hold any more occupants than 49 occupants. They obtained a lease after 6 p.m. of this Meat Shoppers Plus Market, which is next door to their location as like an overflow lot. This is the interior of the property currently. That's the zoning board. And here's a picture, gives you an idea of the street. It's Castor Avenue's pretty commercial, to the left, to the right. Here's across the street from the restaurant. This is the upstairs area that they're seeking the use variance for. It's basically set up as sort of a banquet area. They wouldn't really be doing anything to it other than kind of activating the bar. It would all be in-house food, drink. They wouldn't be bringing in any outside vendors or individuals to run it. It would just be extra space for them. So this is the space that they're looking to get the variance for the nightclub and entertainment space. See if I have some. This is the parking lot area for that meat the meat market that's next to the restaurant that they've entered into an agreement after 6 p.m. to use this lot. The meat market closes and then they'll use this, and it's 20 spaces. Also in the back, as far as trash, because one of the concerns was, will there be additional trash? They've secured an extra dumpster and extra trash pickup, private trash pickup and dumpster in the back of their existing restaurant. Like I said, so that's the meat market, and they're not going to make any exterior changes. It's set and ready to go. They just are looking for the variance to be able to use it as a nightclub with the same hours as their current sit-down restaurant and bar.
So they own a restaurant and a bar, and they want to put a nightclub on the second floor.
Yeah, correct. The nightclub's already there, but
Okay.
it's not a nightclub. It's just a banquet room right now.
Okay.
And yeah, and it's a Latin American cuisine type grill and bar. And this was they had unanimous consent from the Community on the Rise organization. It was a 24 turnout. And they did have, there's I guess a letter attached that I think I attached, which addressed some of their concerns about the trash and the parking. But we believe there won't be any real change or danger to the health and welfare of the community, or any undue burden that isn't already handled on Castor Avenue. I don't know if is there a Roberto? And again, it's been a long day. We don't really have any engineers or plans because nothing's really being changed other than asking for the use variance that we can use for that purpose.
And obviously, there's a liquor license at the.
There's already a liquor license in place.
At the location, okay.
Yeah. I can't see.
Who's your client there?
I hope is a Roberto Polanco. I think he was going to be by phone.
Okay, sure.
I have a hand up by Martin Polanco.
Why don't we?
Okay, that Martin. Did it say Martin Polanco or Manny?
Okay, wait a minute. I got a hand up from Roberto Polanco. I'll go ahead and promote them.
And Manny also is what he goes by.
We need one, right? One.
We only need one.
Right. Roberto.
I'll be back in shortly.
Roberto.
Roberto Polanco, please unmute and wait to be sworn in.
Hi, you hear me?
Hi, sir. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Hello,
Hello, could you state your name and spell for the stenographer?
I'm having
Umberto?
trouble with the camera thing.
What was that again, sir?
Do
Do you speak English?
No,
Oh,
He does speak English.
thank you.
Hello, you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you very well. Just state your name and spell for the stenographer.
Okay, my name is Roberto Polanco. R as a Robert, E as an elephant, M as a Mary, B as a boy, E as an elephant, R as a Robert, T as a Tom, O as Orlando, Polanco, P as a Peter, O as Orlando, A as a lion, A as an apple, N as a Nancy, C as a cat, O as Orlando.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Do you swear to tell the truth?
Yes.
Okay.
I
Counsel,
swear.
please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ramberto, Manny, you heard my testimony and presentation today?
Yes.
You believe it to be true and accurate?
Yes.
And as you sit there, would you adopt and affirm my testimony as if it was yours?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything that you would like to add or clarify for the board?
Just basically that we are using your service and the support from the community to make sure this business, everything is on shape and the right way that it's supposed to be. Because we are trying to do, you know how businesses are being after the pandemic, and businesses still are not being up, are they supposed to be? But we are doing our best and working as a team to make sure the business is staying on and open.
Good. And you've secured additional parking for this endeavor?
Yes, we have an agreement with the Meat Shopper Plus, the store that is right next to us, and the 6601 Castor Avenue. It's like anybody from the board is familiar with the area, like where the bank, Wells Fargo Bank used to be. They has a lease, and we got an agreement with them. And after 6 p.m., we are using their parking lot that's when we get more people in the restaurant after 6 p.m. because we open at 2. And in the afternoon, it's really slow, but after 6 p.m., and we have meter parking on the street on Castro Avenue as well.
Okay.
But
And you've
after
also
6 p.m., we are using we have an agreement with them, and we use that as our standard parking for the customers that they have to walk like 50 meters to get to the place, to the restaurant. And they've been happy after we got that parking.
and you've increased your trash disposal dumpster or frequency of pickup to
Yes,
accommodate.
we had an agreement with a prior company. We find that company existing there when we started operating the business. And we have to get in a way. I don't want to mention them, because it's bad business for them. But we got Republic now that is doing way better the job for less of the money and more pickups. So we were paying almost double for overflowing, cost to the missed pickups from the trucks that they were not going there. They were charging double, triple from the contract. And we got rid of the prior company, and Republic, we use our office where we operate at the Arsenal facility that we have our main office where we operate most of our business. We have Republic as well. We have no problems with them. They don't miss pickups unless it's a bad weather situation.
Okay. And you're not going to have any more than 49 occupants in that upstairs space?
No.
And you're not making any additional changes to the exterior of the property?
No.
And the interior is set and ready to go?
Yes, it's operating so far, the first floor,
Oh.
and we're waiting for the approval for the second floor.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, questions from the board?
Yes, I have a question about access. So to currently, how do you get to that second floor nightclub area?
It's a inside steps going from the inside the restaurant through the second floor, and it's also a rear emergency exit. We made our stairs on the property. That doesn't touch nor the neighbors or anything. That get back to the backyard, which we use to park our own vehicles and to have like extra access to the second floor. It's a metal stair.
Just for clarification, there's an interior stairway which is actually used to access the area. And in the rear of the property, there's a fire escape.
Yes, that's what it is.
That's what I understand. Is this
Okay.
is the interior stairwell in a vestibule? Like, is there a
No,
wall
it-
separating it from the rest of the restaurant?
No, it's inside the restaurant.
Okay, and then what time do evening operations stop in the restaurant?
It's a restaurant bar. The restaurant, stops serving, food after 10, but the bar's open till what time's your bar open till?
1:30, the latest is 2.
Okay, so in the evenings, you'll sort of have this upstairs area in the bar, but I'm assuming they'll sort of operate as a combined space in the evening.
Correct.
Okay, and then what's the plan for like management of the line and like getting people in and out of the entrance? Because it looks like from the photos you showed, there's like outdoor cafe seating outside of the restaurant.
The outdoor cafe seating, we are waiting for the approval because we send it to be renewed and they ask us to submit the plans. This is a separate case. I don't know if it's gonna be handled today,
Yeah,
but I'm waiting for
understand
that.
it's
I'm not
separate.
using the outdoor cafe. It's being removed.
But the plan is that if you get approved, it wouldn't be removed.
Oh, yes. That's what that we're waiting for to get used.
For
That's
sure.
gonna
So
be in
let's
the
assume
front.
that if it comes through, what is going to be your plan for line management so that it doesn't negatively impact the other businesses on that block?
It's the area that we're gonna use, right? Right, Mr. Sauber?
Well, as of right now, the restaurant, I don't know if you'd say it's underperforming or whatnot. There's never been any issue with a line to get into the restaurant bar.
Understand we're talking about current uses, but if we're trying to change this to a
Right.
nightclub, we have to assume that there could be
So
a point in the future where it would be.
Again, they're only seeking under 49 occupants. So there is a little vestibule doorway. And if it's approved, there will be, after 10 o'clock, a doorman, and after 49 people come, they would be shut off.
Okay. And then is there currently amplified music inside the restaurant bar?
Currently, it is soundproofed. They soundproofed the restaurant. I don't know. Did you soundproof also the upstairs,
Yes.
Manny?
Yes. The Ulster has double door, but one of the doors doesn't perform any lock. Just the second one is a push door and the emergency, but between the emergency door and the other door and the where the entertainment is gonna be is another door that doesn't lock, but is for soundproof as well, and the walls as well.
Okay, and then I guess the two last questions I have are, while you've had sort of events using the upstairs space, has there been any complaints or comments from any of the other businesses or neighbors on the surrounding block? And then my last question is the plan to have like DJ or sound system or to have live music as well?
I'd let you answer that, Manny.
We're planning to have it or You mean because we're trying to get the license
Are you getting
entertainment? We have
live?
entertainment license, live
I think
entertainment to
live
perform
music.
DJs and stuff, but to certain hours only.
So are you seeking just a DJ or live music there?
If even both, because all depends on the community and the events for some, like it depends on the holidays and stuff. Sometimes customer ask for a live band on the first floor, like where the restaurant is, and we up to what the customer ask for, not violating the rules of what we are allowed to.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Thank you.
I have a
Thank you.
question. Did I hear that there were so you come into this place, you go up these steps, you go to the second floor. Is there a second means of ingress or egress upstairs in case there is some sort of problem?
Yes. From the second floor, there's a outside fire escape, like a metal out on the outside of the building that goes to the rear. That wouldn't be necessary. That wouldn't be used to access that area, but it would be used as an exit.
Okay. And so there, you say there's a door and there's some sort of steps or something. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
And it has panic bars.
Yes.
Okay. And you have all the other fire safety equipment, the emergency lighting.
Correct.
Hardwired smoke detection system, the strobe lights, the siren, the whole kit and caboodle.
Correct. It's and it's an operating, currently it's a operating restaurant and bar.
Right, but that's
in
the first
compliance.
floor. Now you're going to expand it on to the second floor. So you need to, you're going to make sure that all of that is taken care of too. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you.
Questions from our attorney, Hillary Emerson.
I was just a little confused because you indicated that the RCO is in support, but the letter that was sent didn't really take a specific position. It just listed some concerns that had been raised. So I didn't know if you had something else from the RCO that indicated their position, but what was submitted just had a list of kind of concerns and issues raised without taking a position.
If you look at P12, which I put up on the screen, that's the Community on the Rise letter that should have been sent. I assume it was sent about the meeting where they are in support.
Okay. Yeah, I did not see a vote count. I did not see this. No.
Okay. And then there's a letter, that was there, attached with whatever their concerns were that were addressed.
Okay. Yeah, I only saw the one letter. Did not see this.
Sorry.
Oh, that's okay. I'll just make sure we have it on file. If not, we'll be requesting a copy.
Okay.
Thank you.
Questions from the virtual audience?
Mr. Chair, I have a hand up from Martin Polanco. Do you need to hear from him?
No, I think we're okay.
Yeah, just so you know, Martin is the other owner. And I think he would
but I
just,
mean,
it would be repetitive. It would just be repetitive
Thank you.
testimony that you
Anyone
guys.
else?
No, Chair, no further hands.
Planning Commission.
Good evening, Liz Fuselier for the Philadelphia Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends a change in zoning from CMX 1, Neighborhood Mixed Use 1, to CMX 2.5, or Neighborhood Mixed Use 2.5. The appellant has not demonstrated that there are unique physical conditions or circumstances of this property that would prevent it from being used in strict conformity with the zoning code. The Planning Commission recommends the board deny the requested variance for a nightclub and public entertainment venue.
So MI 2025-004-376-6625 Castro Avenue. I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Brian McAdams, my vote is yes.
Thaya Nguyen, my vote is yes.
Thank you, council.
Thank you. You have a good evening.
Great.
Thank you as well.
So number 5, MI 2025-006-672 3408 to 50 B Street. Rachel Pritzker is the attorney. This is a reconsideration hearing.
Good evening.
Hi, counsel. Could you just state your name? You've already been sworn.
Yep, Rachel Pritzker, Pritzker.
All right, so this is going to be a reconsideration hearing. We'll cover received update proof of posting and tax compliance, resubmitted revised plans and proviso, letter of non-opposition from Councilmember Lozada, letter of opposition from Hayes, but the RCO states if approval is granted, it be contingent on a CBA. And then the order of testimony be the testimony and evidence from August 27th is already incorporated into this hearing. The scope of this hearing is limited to the presentation of supplemental evidence and testimony not previously submitted at the original hearing, and presentation of new information from the applicant, questions from the board, public testimony, and a planning commission. So why don't you start?
Yeah, I just also want to make sure ASE was, there was 2 RCOs assigned to a different portion of this. There's also a letter of support from the other RCO, which is
That
the
was from the
7th.
original hearing. I have that from the original hearing.
Yeah.
And I believe there's one person in the audience here from the councilwoman's office.
Yeah. It's loading. Okay. So as you might remember, this is the refusal that we had for this project, 3408 B Street. This is, as mentioned, a reconsideration hearing. This property is located in Kensington in the 19134 zip code. It is approximately a 25,204 square foot industrial warehouse that's on about 19,475 square feet. The site is zoned I2 industrial, and the variances we were requesting for height and for off-street loading. The project has previously been approved by this board for 50 units with 8 spaces. So there was obviously a belief that multifamily for this adaptive reuse was warranted, and the additional request for 25 units and 30 parking spaces came as a result of community meetings where parking was the main concern. At the original hearing, I don't think we had the letter from the councilperson's office and some of the additional testimony related to some of the questions on the financial aspects or the hardship of this related to that 25 unit increase to accommodate 30 additional parking spaces. If the board remembers, this property was acquired in 2024 by the current owner. Just going to bring up the visuals of the site. Again, this is a zoning map. Everything in this area, for the most part, is RM1 or a small amount of RSA 5, CMX2, and this strip on this block is a large, almost 30,000 square foot warehouse that's been zoned I2 industrial. Just to show you an aerial map, which gives you a little bit of sense of the condition of this site. This property has sat vacant since at least 1997. The last permits on it mostly relate to the fact that there were significant violations issued by the city for structural unpermitted uses. And there's been no productive use of this property in Kensington for at least over a decade. It's a blight to the neighborhood. It's a blight to the community. It continues to deteriorate both obviously physically, and sits again in a neighborhood that has a lot of multifamily and residential units, is really the only piece in that area that hasn't been redeveloped. The current owner purchased it in 2024 and spent a significant amount of time and money rehabilitating it just to remove all of the remediation that needed to happen with the imminently dangerous violations, the unpermitted uses, and to stabilize the building. The present appeal proposes again this adaptive reuse. Here's just the a little bit of the exterior. We did the zoning maps. As you can see, also it's made of almost 100% brick. It's got columns in it. It's got interesting window placements, which make some of what we're designing went into some of what was designed for this project. Ceiling heights, things of that nature. The proposal is to utilize this existing two-story warehouse to create a total of 75 units. Again, just a 25 unit addition from before. It also will include 25 bike parking spaces, 38 accessory off-street parking spaces, a roof deck. And it's worth noting in the refusal, it says I think it says 48 bike parking spaces, but then in parentheses says 25. We're proposing 25 bike spaces, not 48. The three refusals from L&I are for multifamily, which again, this is an adaptive reuse of a longstanding I-2 vacant structure in a primarily residential neighborhood. A refusal to eliminate 4 off-street loading spaces, which come into play given the base zoning of I-2, don't relate to the multifamily. And then an increase in height from the 60 feet permitted to 72 feet. Again, this board already granted a variance for this project, the 50 units with only 8 parking spaces. And so, given the community concern around parking, to maximize the parking space, it's an additional 30 units that we can fit, which it increases the project by approximately $2.3 million, and needs to be mitigated through a slight increase in units in order to not have to pass through those costs, which will not benefit the request on voluntary affordability and more affordable units. Again, it's in Kensington in 19134. So this isn't a center city project that can just withstand a significant increase in rent without sort of absorbing it through some other means. The hardship, I think, is a bit obvious, and I'll try to be brief as I go through this. I just want to go to the plans. I think it just lays it out a little bit better. Again, this is a more exterior of the current site. So the meetings that we had, again, plans. It's worth noting that in order to accommodate the request for parking, we actually had to go back through this entire process, which also then required civic design review. So this project has also been reviewed through civic design review as well, and additional community meetings prior to that and after that. If you can see also from this visual, given the location of this and a lot of the adaptive reuse that's gone on in the Kensington neighborhood, this is in line both size-wise and with an adaptive reuse of a lot of other large industrial sites. It's not zoned single family, it's zoned I2. So similar to a lot of these sites in the Kensington neighborhood, the request is to do an adaptive reuse of the site. And especially given the fact that it's completely surrounded, with residential. Had this property been located 1 block behind it, we wouldn't be here for a lot of these refusals. The condition of this property and the need to request variances is not sort of a theoretical situation. It's born out of this property's history. The last active use is from the late 90s and also required a variance for relief from a not traditional industrial use. Since that use ended more than a decade ago, this property again has been vacant, and there has been multiple efforts to market it and sell it for something different, but given the variance approved back in 2024, it's obvious, and given the prior history of variance, it's obvious that there's no use that can be reasonably permitted aside from this. So the hardship is not self-created here as far as the adaptive reuse is considered. One of the main points that going through the public meetings of this was the need for the parking, because once you don't provide parking on this site, you can't provide the parking later. And so while a lot of sites that get developed in the city don't have a meaningful opportunity to add parking, the request to add as much parking as possible, we try to adhere to it. Could have moved forward the 50 units and 8 parking spaces, but we didn't believe that that was the best opportunity to meet the community's needs. And again, once that's built, that's sort of where the project goes. As far as the height and the parking request here, we don't have a refusal for parking. We're permitted to do parking, but in order to do that, strict compliance with the 60-foot height limit would force us to eliminate ground level parking and require demolition and do a ground up new construction project. We don't want to demolish the existing structure. We didn't want to break into any portion of it, given the amount of money, time spent with the structural imminently dangerous work that went on this property, and because from just a construction and impact perspective, using the adaptive reuse and keeping in character with the neighborhood was the goal of this project, instead of a demolition and ground up new construction here, which probably could have accommodated the parking. This allows for us to, again, have this existing structure accommodate parking and also not increase rents to a level that don't make sense for this neighborhood. Just by comparison, we looked at what the opportunity was if we did 50 units and did the parking. And this was something that some back and forth that was asked at the last hearing that we had, but it was sort of done off sort of the top of my client's head, which I think made it difficult. I just want to pull up so what you're hearing me say, you can see visually. I think it's at the end, actually. There you go. And oh, wrong one. This is all the CDR stuff. Happy to go back through that if relevant. Okay, there we go. Was asked of us by the board, like, what was the need for height with the parking, and what does that do to the project? So what we basically put together with our team was that the cost without parking for a 50-unit building, which is what was previously approved with the 8 surface parking spaces, was $160,200 per unit. The goal of this project is to provide voluntary affordability without needing subsidies. While I've done a number of LIHTC deals, and I appreciate, deep affordable housing, not every project is viable for a low-income housing tax credit deal. An adaptive reuse with existing carrying costs that goes through a competitive cycle where you have a lot of city agencies and quasi-city agencies and other projects competitive with it would leave the site open for 2, 3, 4, 5 years in hopes of doing something like that, as opposed to moving forward with an adaptive reuse in this neighborhood that's already gotten similar approvals. There's also no consideration that it would be granted for a LIHTC deal. So with that said, in the conversations with the community was, how do we provide as low of a price point with quality units, with structured parking, with elevators in an adaptive reuse building that has had to spend a significant, a lot of money to repair the existing facade, and we're working within an existing structure. The rental rates would be for, if we did the 50 unit with no parking, 1 bedroom was $1,250, 2 bedrooms $1,400. Just to compare it with the city averages, listen, is it $300 a month? No, but with vouchers or subsidy, that number goes down. But this 1 bedrooms are $1,650 citywide. 2 bedrooms are $2,020 citywide. Again, this is in Kensington. This is in 19134. This is not in Center City. We looked at it if we do the 50-unit building with just adding parking, which requires a pass-through of the $2.3 million to the rental rates. So you have a 1 bedroom, $1,450, so just goes up $200, which might not seem like a big deal, but in this neighborhood it is. And then 2 bedroom at $1,600. The city averages again $1,650 and $2,000. When we looked at doing the 75 units, with the 38 parking spaces, which again adds more needed housing. It's 25 extra units in Kensington. It's not 125 units or 1,025 units, 25 additional units. That 25 units allows the building to absorb the costs of that parking without passing it on as significantly, if at all, barely to those to the residents. And so the affordability conversation was critical. And how do you add parking, which is it's an amenity to residents. It's not an amenity to the developer. It materially increases the costs for the project. So when you look at the three options, allowing this to be 25 units instead of 50 allows for a 1-bedroom unit to be 1,300, a 2-bedroom unit to be 1,420, but still significantly below, the city averages, and obviously is not taking into consideration the pass on with the 50 units and just the parking. So the height is needed to be able to accommodate the parking without having demolished the structure, and also taking into consideration the existing floor plate of the buildings, the locations, the windows, the ceiling height, all which are not theoretical, but they're actual. And when you look at how to design structured parking. The last thing just to touch on it is the loading zones. The project was denied, given a refusal for 4 loading zones, which is really a requirement of the industrial buildings. So it's the I2 zoning, buildings that are between 60,000 and 80,000 square feet, which doesn't apply for this building. We still would be working with PHA as asked of us to provide for loading. And we actually have designed the building in a way that has, room inside the structured parking for deliveries and tenant drop-offs and trash and mail and all that stuff that can be accommodated within the structured parking. So adding loading zones within this structure would require significant demolition of part of the building, and just, again, don't really apply to an adaptive reuse for something like this. I wanted to talk about the RCO stuff just briefly. We met many times with the RCOs, and we came to, we're going to add parking. We did a traffic study. There was some concern that adding parking off street was going to somehow cause more traffic. We had a traffic engineer, and this was again provided at the last hearing, where it showed that adding 38 parking spaces or an additional 30 parking spaces on this site would alleviate parking, not cause parking issues or traffic issues. So it's a benefit to have off-street parking. Again, once you don't have it, you can't add it later. So while they were concerns, they weren't grounded in anything. And we made sure to get a report and share the report with them, and also offered if there's anything that comes up, that causes any issues, we're happy to address them. But we had a professional review this, and actually it should eliminate an increase in traffic from the additional units and from having, the off-street parking. The other thing we discussed with the community group was the desire for affordability, a 50-year deed restriction or things of that nature, just not feasible on a site at this location. And we're not in an overlay. So we had offered multiple times in writing, 10% seniors and other accommodations. They wanted to use the building for community events. We said yes. We offered that the roof deck could be utilized, by the community once a month at their convenience, and also agreed to all the considerations for landscaping, lighting, fencing, and cleaning up the sidewalks and other sort of aesthetic changes and exterior changes that would improve safety and the streetscape conditions. These are all beyond what's required from zoning, but we really wanted to provide a project that gave the parking spaces that they wanted, and balanced it out with, again, a feasible project in Kensington that the project could withstand. Lastly, I just want to have Ray Rolla just briefly go on to discuss the parking considerations and the height. I don't think that
Who's going to do that?
Ray Rolla, our architect.
Okay. I mean, I would hope he doesn't repeat everything he just said, all right?
Okay. I'm just not a registered architect, so at a
All right,
minimum,
okay,
I'd like
bring him
him
on.
to.
Bring him on.
Okay. If Ray could raise his hand.
Okay, they have been promoted to panelists. They will be back in shortly.
Ray, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Sorry, I was muted.
Sure, sure. Could
Raymond
you-
Rolla, Raymond Rolla.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please proceed.
Ray, I just wanted you to kind of just go through just briefly, not repeating what I said, the comments around the design of the parking deck and the need for the additional height.
Yeah, I think that in essence, the need for the additional height was driven by the fact that the first two existing floors are very high floors. So we could have done 6 floors if we demolished the building and did them all new. But because we wanted to maintain the character of the building, it required the additional height. And also the additional height of the parking allows us to have some mid-sized trucks to provide delivery and mail.
Okay. Anything else that you wanted to add, Ray, from an architectural perspective that I didn't touch on?
I think you touched pretty much on all of the main points. I just wanted to add that, we had gone through a lot of sun studies for the effect of the height of the building on the neighbors, and because of the orientation of the building, it really was fairly minimal throughout the day, just for short periods of time. And yeah, I think, and we also, there were some comments about the lobby at the ground level being fairly small, but we have what I call sky lobbies, which are large lobbies at each elevator bank on each floor, so people can interact. And
Okay. Thank you, Ray.
you're welcome.
Do you
Just
want to bring
wanna-
your owner back on and adopt what you said today?
Yes, please.
Okay. What's the owner's name?
Judah Angster.
Judah?
They'll be back as a panelist shortly.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone.
Hi. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
My name is Judah Angster, Judah, last name Angster, Angster.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please proceed.
Judah, have you heard my testimony today? Do you believe it to be true and accurate, and do you adopt it as your own?
I do.
Is there anything that you wanted to share for the board?
Yes. The first time we went for the approval for 50 units for the 50-unit variance, there was a separate RCO, an RCO, I believe it was the 7th Ward RCO, that was directly covering over this location. For some reason, when we went back after they were the ones, when they gave us the variance approval through the board, they came back to us and said, can you work on a project to provide more parking? We went back to the drawing boards, even though we could have started construction right away, to accommodate their request. And for some reason, the second time around, when we went through this height variance, we were placed with a completely different RCO. So for us as a company, it's a little surprising because we really went through this endeavor to try to accommodate what was requested from the multiple meetings within the local community. And yet when we've solved the issue, a separate RCO outside of the community is the one that sent us a letter creating, hurdles, in our opinion. Our rents are incredibly affordable for the city and really reasonable for the market. And for an area like this, for a company to take capital and invest it, and it's not public money, not money from the state or from the city or from any taxpayers, but private capital to invest it into a neighborhood like this, we really hope it should be welcomed.
Thanks, Judah. Yeah, the last thing I'll say is the 7th Ward RCO is the ward leader and the amount of members that showed up at the community meeting live directly across the street from this project. So they voiced sentiments of wanting to see this longstanding project, you know, bring back to habitable use. It's sort of the last piece that hasn't been redeveloped. So,
And I'd also
Questions?
like to just add on that, this is a project that can also create a lot of jobs in an area where not a lot of folks are going to work on new projects in. So, it's also an economic opportunity as well.
Questions from the board?
Yeah, I have a few questions, a few comments. One, I just want to point out that the 7th Ward RCO didn't award you the variance this board did. So let's start
Correct.
there. And as we reviewed, I mean, I think when you came in last year for 50 units and 3 stories, it was something that kind of fit in the context of that neighborhood. I think now that we're looking at 72 to the roof line, and we're talking 80 to 82 to the pilot house, this is now going to be the tallest building for like, I think, a mile. I've looked, actually, I checked just now. This is actually going to put it in line with the height of St. Christopher's Hospital, which when we think about destinations and we think about nodes in cities, like that's a major development. That's a major like marker, landmark for that neighborhood. And I think, that's a considerable amount. I think you've done what you could to try to reduce sort of the shadow impact. And I do want to applaud you guys for your attempts to do that. I think for me, this is like, it's a density thing. You're putting 75 units back in a part of the city that has a 40% poverty rate. And to have the word affordable get thrown around for rents that are above the fair market rent, to me is like, we could call it NOAA. We could start to talk about workforce, but like for the people that live already in this neighborhood, this is going to still be something that's unattainable for people that are living with $42,000 a year salary, which is in the 19134 zip code. So I think my first question is, in terms of affordability, is there any plans here to, take Section 8 rents I understand your desire as a developer to not have to take government subsidies for construction, but I think once we're talking about in operation is one thing. I also think that construction jobs are different than permanent jobs, and that as a building, this building is set up where it's gonna like, yes, you'll have management, but you're not gonna need like a full on-site staff. There's not a ton of amenities that will need to be managed. This is not a full-time, FTE that's being created in this community. And that when I think about the longevity for this neighborhood, I mean, what they need is affordable housing that's stable.
So to answer your question about the Section 8 housing, yes, obviously we of course accept vouchers. Almost all of our buildings have PHA vouchers or PHA tenants in them. We also have 3 people on the management staff that work with PHA tenants or folks that qualify for PHA or other forms of programs that are out there. So even if they don't know how to do the paperwork, there are people on the management team that actually help them get their paperwork through. So we work with all government, city, and private programs for help affordability in terms of housing. In terms of the rents in the area, we've completed projects not far from this location on Castor Avenue and in West Hunting Park. The rents that we're charging there mirror what we've presented today. So, and the folks who are renting there are from the neighborhood. And the number one reason why our apartments rent up while other apartments in like Fishtown and Northern Liberties, are sitting vacant is because we're creating a price point that's really attractive for the neighborhood. So folks who want a nicer product don't have to move away from the area that they were raised. And our goal in all of this really is to do a project that's meaningful. We're not flippers, we're not sellers, we hold long term. We're heavily invested in the city of Philadelphia. I just got back. I was there all week. My office is in Upper Darby. My entire team and all staff are local. All of our supply houses where we buy materials for our construction projects are local in the Philadelphia market. All employees are local. There's nothing being imported, even though capital may come from out of state. The actual projects that's done are all local, and that's a huge benefit to the community. And I understand what you're saying. There's not going to be a lot of ongoing employees. Maybe there'll be 4 or 5 people that get jobs on a regular basis from this property. But in the process of building, call it a $12 or $14 million project, if you look at the cost of labor and material, almost 100% of that is spent within the Philadelphia market.
And then I think my sort of last question is, was a market study done, understanding your experience with your project nearby on Castor Avenue, was a market study done prior to kind of setting the pro forma for this one, once the 25 units were added in between?
Yes, we did the underwriting. We actually had folks come out and price out the cost of adding the metal podiums and the footings in order to create the garage. And that's how we came to the $2.3 million cost of additional expense to create the system that would allow us to go up and elevate for the 38 parking spaces.
Okay, I have no further questions.
I have a question. My two questions. The first one is there a management office on site? I didn't see it in the plans. I wasn't sure. It might be, but is there a management office on site, and like, will it be open daily?
So all of our buildings, especially ones that are larger than 50 units, such as one that we just finished on Stenton Avenue in Germantown, have one apartment that's designated as a full-time super and have at least one, if not two employees that live in the building and have management office hours as well. So this building will have an on-site super that lives in the building, and on his door, it literally will say super's unit. So if there's an emergency, you can knock on his door if he doesn't answer. And then what we typically require is that every building above 50 units have one of the property managers or a assistant manager living in the building.
Okay, thank you for that. And the next question is there a sense of the support from the neighbors on the block behind the building, given that, this additional height is definitely like overtowering, and I think they look like they were two-story houses from the drawing. So is there a sense of their support for this project?
So the reason we went back to kind of redraw to add the parking was because of their requests. When we had our meetings with them, when we were working with the 7th Ward RCO, the number one concern of the neighbors on the adjacent parking was saying that, hey, listen, we park our cars on the street now, and if you add these 50 apartments without parking, only 8 parking spaces, they're going to take up our parking. So part of the agreement we had with them was that we would go back to the drawing board and try to redraw it with additional parking, with the understanding that, hey, there might be additional units requested. And, Ray Rolla gave an idea of what the solar impact would be in terms of the shade and shadow. But the reality is that the more parking we accommodate to this building, the less of an impact it will have on the immediate neighborhood.
Yeah, and to further answer that question, when we had two meetings on this project, the overwhelming concern was just one, that the project gets built, to one, because it sat so long, and two was just, would the parking affect traffic? There was some concerns around, like, was the parking that we were adding going to cause more issues? So that's why we got that traffic study. There wasn't as much concern about the height, but then, as mentioned, I think if you can see on the screen, he did a number of these solar studies to compare the 60 feet that's permitted versus the 72 that we're proposing, to make sure that there wasn't going to be substantial negative impacts, if at all. But the most of the members of the 7th Ward RCO live directly adjacent to this property or on the neighboring block, and none of them were voicing opposition to this. The opposition came from wanting to have deep affordability levels and a 50-year deed restriction, which I apologize for classifying it as affordable. I just more so meant more affordable than like what the city's average is. It's by no means like a 30 to 50% AMI project, but it's, again, hard to try to do that with keeping, new construction and an elevator and parking, and the quality that the ownership is, puts in their properties. So that was overwhelmingly their concern, and we tried to address that with them. Short of doing a 50-year deed restriction, it was kind of like, do that or we're not supporting it. And as you saw with the letter you received, it was like, if you don't agree to a CBA, we're not supporting you. Well, that's not how the process is supposed to work. And we've entered into many CBAs with groups. I did on the prior project I presented, as long as it's something that it's a conversation between both parties where everyone's being heard and we can come to something where nobody's like happy, but it's not detrimental to the viability of a project. So, but no actually directly affected near neighbors were in opposition, which is why the 7th Ward RCO gave us their letter.
Okay, and real quick, lastly, I'll say, I know that in some of the presentation, it was mentioned that the community would have use of certain spaces and like the rooftop and stuff like that. So is there, a liaison that's dedicated, or is that super that's going to kind of manage that? Because, there's going to still be connectivity with the community, whether they support it or not, if the project goes up. So just making sure something is in place.
Yeah, so we already do this at a few other sites. The local property manager, his cell phone is normally shared with the local community group leaders, and they communicate directly with him when they want to use it. We have spaces, for example, in some of our buildings in Upper Darby that are used by either local churches or community groups, and they have the property manager's cell phone number. And our typical rule is one time a month, just so it doesn't get abused. But in the holiday season, sometimes it's more than that, and we're okay with that as well.
I actually have another question. I think my question is sort of around the opposition the second time we came back around, and I just want clarity because it sounds like the opposition the second time around was mostly due to the community seeing the increase in units and wanting a deeper affordability. I also just want to point out, like, understanding that 7th Ward RCO was the coordinating RCO last year. This year it was Hasse, but they're the coordinating RCO. So the same number of people on the same distance in the community should have been noticed and should have had a chance to weigh in. Is it that the folks that supported it last year now had concerns and opposition this year? Or was it more so that the community was interested in trying to bargain a CBA, like just from whoever attended the meeting?
Yeah, so both Jude and I attended the meeting, and so did Ray. And to be all the way honest, like the RC, it was shocking because the RCO meeting went well. So we left
Really well.
And most of the concerns were truthfully around, is this going to cause parking congestion? There was besides from the leadership of ASE, there was no conversations with the neighbors that attended. And yes, we noticed it both for civic design review and for the zoning process to all of the affected addresses. There was no asking, of course they asked what the rent was, but there was no pushing for a 50-year deed restriction or deep affordability from any of those community members. When we then followed up on how that, hey, thanks for the meeting, like we'll go get a traffic study and a sun study, to help mitigate those questions, and we'll get it from a professional, not from any one of the three of us, and we'll send it, share it publicly with you, and we can set a meeting to review. I was so surprised when we got an email back that basically said, like, no, we're not supporting the project, when that was not the sentiment in the meeting at all. And so that really was how it went. And again, we had said to the community group, I think there's probably 20 emails that I submitted in the prior packet that go back and forth, where we said we'll do 10% seniors, we'll put in writing that you can use the space, we'll put in writing any job stuff that we can. And it was like, unless you're doing 50-year deed restriction with affordable, or not doing any of those things. It wasn't like, let's try to get some of the stuff. So, but that was between myself mostly and the one leader of ASE. It was not from the community as a whole, which is why, again, we're here with this project again. It was, we have tried to do everything that we could do, and would have been happy to enter into a CBA that was a compromise between what ownership could provide and what the community wanted, but that was not how it was being facilitated on their end. So that's how that meeting went. It wasn't about affordable housing.
I just have one question. You mentioned the potential to do new construction and the reason why you did it. What was the cost differential between the two? So for new construction, we would have to add in all the demolition and remediation of all the bricks that are there. If we did that, then we could reduce the height, but the cost would go up. So, I think we were somewhere around $240 a unit when we even looked at it, and that's well out of the realm of reasonableness for, a product like this in this type of neighborhood. It just, you can't put in $250 a door to this type of neighborhood, which is what new construction would have cost. It would have put us below the height limit, but then financially it wouldn't have been financeable. You wouldn't be able to find investors. The project would never get done. At the end of the day, we still have to convince a lender to give us the money to do the construction, and they're going to look at the same data that we're looking at that's open to the public. Where are the rents? What's average for the neighborhood? What can you actually realistically charge, and what's construction going to be? And if they don't like it, the project never gets done, no matter how beautiful it could be for the area.
Questions from our attorney?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Comments from the councilwoman's office? Come on. Well, take your time. Take your time. You've been here a long time. Could you please hold the mic close to you? Is it on? Yep. Could you state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Good afternoon, Board Chair and ZBA Board. My name is Sloan Fuchs,
Sloan, could you speak up just a little bit or try to get that closer to you? There you go.
SLOANE, F as in fire, OLKS, Office of Councilwoman Ketty Lozada.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, Sloan?
I do. Thank you.
Please
very
proceed.
much. I'm not going, we've already submitted our letter. I'm not going to belabor the board. What I am here to address is the RCO related issues. We, on August 13th, on the initial meeting, I testified verbally regarding the RCOs and the meetings. Simply here to reiterate that we do know that ASAI submitted a letter of opposition based on their RCO meetings, and that the 7th Ward RCO, which was not initially the coordinating RCO, submitted a letter of support. The 7th Ward RCO's membership, even their meetings, are held within a block and a half of this site. And most of their constituency that attended the meetings were within a few doors of the site. I was in attendance at those meetings with the 7th Ward RCO in person. They received, the 7th Ward overwhelmingly supported it. The members supported it, primarily because they lived there. They were there, they're there, they'll be there on a daily basis, and they're looking forward to, the development of that site. So given those things, and also recognizing, that ASAI is an important RCO and an important part of the community, the council member decided to, our office is supporting, the project based on the support of the people that, are directly impacted. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here so long. Well, you've been here since about 2:30, so we appreciate it. Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
Chair, I have a hand up from Astasia Montero. I will
Sure.
prompt him. I'll be back in shortly.
Good evening.
Hi, good evening. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yes, my name is Stasia Montero, first name Stasia, last name Montero, Monteiro.
All right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please proceed.
Yeah, so good evening, honorable members of the board and all in attendance at this time. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak today and just to acknowledge some of what has been shared and also just perspective from ASAI's RCO. So I just want to acknowledge ASAI was indeed the RCO that reviewed the proposal for 50 units with 8 parking spaces back in January of 2024 in anticipation of that January 31st, 2024 hearing. So it's not like we were not originally a part of this proposal review. It's not like we're not a part of the community, which I have heard said. Our RCO boundaries obviously overlap with this property, but in addition to that, as a NAC program organization, our service area extends beyond that area all the way west into Kensington Avenue, or east into Kensington Avenue, such that this is pretty squarely in our NAC service area. And so as was acknowledged by Ms. Taya Nguyen, this area has a deep concentration of impoverished households. And so when we come with concerns about affordability and about the density, where this building would be taller than many buildings around it, and overshadowing the two-story homes directly around it. We just hope that those concerns are taken seriously. And so I do want to acknowledge that we remain open to having dialogue about a community benefits agreement. We're not trying to be hostile here. We do have a duty to serve the community members in our area, and to make sure that their best interests are fully considered when we're looking to perform neighborhood revitalization work, both of our own and as partners in the community. So all that said, I don't want to repeat too much from the RCO letter that we most recently submitted on January 9th of 2026. But we did have some recommendations around what a community benefits agreement could include. And we did go out and conduct outreach to community members immediately around this area with a petition that had those terms articulated. In speaking with community members, we came to understand that there are many people who are still concerned about the density and who are currently experiencing challenges with parking. And these concerns have been so prevalent that, in fact, the council member's office, Lozada, as well as Representative Hidal, coordinated a meeting that is taking place right now regarding parking and other quality of life concerns. And so we don't currently have the benefit of hearing from the people who are showing up to voice those concerns tonight. However, I can say that we did get signatures from 104 people who said that, while they remain concerned about the density and the affordability, that the proposal that ASE had submitted would at least provide some relief to those concerns. But they still are, worried about the density and how it will impact conditions in that area. So we are open to being collaborative in a community benefits agreement being developed. And so if more time is available to make that happen, we commit to participating in good faith to come to an amenable solution that best serves the community at this location. And I think that's it. So
Thank you very much for taking the time to call us. Is there anyone else in the audience?
I do not see any further hands, Mr. Chair.
Planning Commission.
Good evening, Liz Fuselier on behalf of the Philadelphia City Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends a change of zoning from I2 medium industrial to I1 light industrial. The registered neighborhood organization has indicated their support for this project. This proposal is located in a mostly residential neighborhood with commercial development within walking distance, making it compatible with and complementary to adjacent uses. The City Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the proposed use variances for off-street loading and height.
Thank you. We're going to, we've had a lot conversation today. We will definitely vote on this. We could do it 2 o'clock, right? We'll do it next Wednesday at 2 o'clock. Okay. We'll do the vote then. Okay.
Yeah,
Counselor, can you hear me?
Yeah, just for the record, Chairman, I just want to acknowledge with the RCO that we remain open to working together to make sure that this is a benefit, no matter where the process went. I could tell you from working with Judah for the last 8 years of my career, every project that we've worked on, he's gone above and beyond and doesn't want any kind of hostile nature and wants to be a benefit to the community. So as long as we can discuss terms that work for everybody, we appreciate, her mention of that.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. And thanks everybody for spending so much time.
And Mr. Chair, I just want to note that the record is closed.
And Hillary,
the record is
sorry.
definitely closed.
Sorry, Chairman. And Hillary, I just want to make sure you heard my statement about the refusal being incorrect. Just it writes out 48 bike spaces and then in a parentheses it says 25. Just for clarification, we're only providing 25 bike spaces.
Yes, thank you. I did see your note. Thank you.
Yep, thanks.
Is there anyone in the audience whose 330 case has not been called?
Mr. Chair, I do not see any hands.
Thanks everybody for a dense day of work. How's that sound? A dense day of work.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Take care.
Thanks, Mike.
All right. Take care.